Chapter 51. You slept in my bed and asked me to cook for you. Sinead, who was completely relaxed, yawned and walked away. Xiao, who has been ignored all the time, turned to bed, her angry old face flushed. Sarutobi, you just indulge her like this. Started again. Mito Menyon can only shake his head slightly. Whenever they are ignored, Koharu and Danzo always like to find 3 generations of Hokage to tear their skins. However, it was of no use. Ochimayu and Jirai are also fine, they will save some face. But Sinead is different. Sinead completely ignored their existence. You see that I'm upset. I still don't want to pay attention to you. Anyway, how dare you not take me? So put away the shelf of your elder. This thing is useless to me. Xiao, Sinead is just too tired. The 3 generations of Hokage are as good as ever. This kind of thing, just perfunctory. On one side is his friend and the elder of the village. On one side is his disciple, and she is also the princess of Konoha. Neither were afraid of him. If that's the case, why bother, just perfunctory. You. The 3 generations of Hokage chose to perfunctory, and went to bed. Xiao exploded, but unfortunately it was useless. It is impossible for the 3 generations of Hokage to make Sinead apologize to her for such a thing, and it is impossible for Sinead to apologize. It will eventually be over. After a day of training, Kainayu and Minato chose to go home. Just arrived at the door of the house and was about to open the door when Kainayu noticed the window that had been moved. So he asked in his heart, Xiaobai, is there anyone at home? Right. Xiaobai, who was sleepy in the ceiling space, responded weakly, turned over comfortably, and continued to sleep. Kushina? Uchiha Mikoto can't climb windows. If she really came here, she would definitely go to the river to find herself and Watergate. Then the person who climbed the window would only be Kushina. Sometimes this girl wanted to scare him, and deliberately hid in the room or behind the door, even if she never really scared Kainayu once. But Kushina likes to play this kind of small game. Or a prank. Poor Ninetales. After 3 seconds of silence for Xiaobai, Kainayu took out the key, opened the door, and walked to the bedroom. Oh, not bad, you know it's hidden under the quilt. Kainayu grabbed the quilt and pulled it hard. The quilt was successfully pulled away, and Kainayu also saw the person hiding under the quilt. How could this be Kushina? When did Kushina turn into yellow hair? Who is it? In a daze, Snad opened his eyes a little, and squinted hard to look at the figure standing in front of him. It took a while to see clearly. So he hugged the pillow and turned over and murmured, "Go get something to eat, I'm starving." No, you climbed the window to my house, slept in my bed, and confidently asked me to cook for you. Sister, this is my house, not yours. Sinead returned to Konoha, which Chiuki did not expect. It seemed that he was not too tired, and it was not easy to kill enemies on the battlefield, especially in the terrible environment of the Rain Country. Jirai doesn't know if he's coming back. If he does, he'll definitely find Minato as soon as possible. After all, he had lost his disciple for so long, so he had to coax him quickly. Wake up, go back to sleep. Kainayu threw the quilt and pushed Sinead. Don't make trouble, let me sleep for a while, I'm dying of exhaustion, and I'm dying of starvation. Sinead was still confused. I didn't know until I went back that Kushina moved out. She wasn't home, so I came to you. It just so happened that your cooking was delicious, and I really missed it. I want to eat big pig trotters. You are such a big pig's hoof. It seemed that this woman was staying at her own house. Kainayu left the bedroom silently and came to the kitchen. Soon, Sinead, who smelled the smell of meat, opened his eyes, jumped up from the bed, and ran out without putting on his shoes. Ah! Looking at a certain Konoha princess who was lying on the table and eating meat, without any image at all. Kainayu suspects that she did not retreat from the battlefield, but escaped from Africa. Even if the transportation in this world is inconvenient and the transportation of materials is difficult, you will not be so hungry, Sinead. How long has it been since you touched meat, so anxious to be like this? Her eyes glowed green, like Raha, who was rushing for food in her previous life. Holding the bowl and chopsticks for a while, Kainayu still asked, Senior, is Konoha's supplies so scarce? Swallowing the meat in his mouth, Sinead looked alive. When you're on the battlefield, you'll know, the hellish place in the land of rain, the environment is as bad as it gets. It's good to have dry food, but you still want to eat meat? Unless it's about the same in Konoha camp. Not staying as a medical ninja, he was treating the wounded in the camp, but instead rushed to the battlefield to kill the enemy. He rushed more fiercely than anyone else, and beat people harder than anyone else. In the entire ninja world, Sinead was the only one. Other medical ninjas dare not play like this. Holding a piece of green vegetables, Kainayu continued to ask, how is the situation on the battlefield? Sinead was silent for a while, then sighed, it's not ideal. The strength of your village is far beyond our imagination. Under the leadership of Hanzo, Konoha didn't get much benefit. Of course, this is inseparable from the command of some people. In the end, Sinead did not forget to complain. One can imagine how much she has an opinion on Danzo. To Hanzo? Kainayu remembered that the commander-in-chief of the Land of Rain battlefield was Danzo. To be honest, he didn't think Danzo was suitable to sit in this position. Among the people on the front line and those with commanding skills, Narashikoshi and Ochimayu are the most suitable. The former is more comprehensive, while the latter is more ruthless. Nodding, Sinead wanted to scratch his head with his hands in distress, but after raising his hands to see how greasy his hands were, he had to give up the idea. The Battle of Rain Country hasn't ended yet, but Sand Ninja attacked Konoha at this time, and a new war started, making Yanin Village and Yunin Village ready to move. Recently, more and more ninjas from other countries have entered the Land of Rain, and even the Sand Ninja Village has signs of entering. In the Naruto, the Second Ninja War, the Rain Ninja Village is a sad place. Konoha is fighting here, Sand Ninja Village is also fighting here, and even a Yanin Village is involved. So much so that Hanzo even declared war on Sand Ninja Village and Iwa Ninja Village at the same time he fought Konoha. The three major ninja villages, plus U Ninja Village, were fighting fiercely, and various melee battles were constantly being staged. After eating and drinking, she washed the grease off her hands, and Sinead sat slumped on the chair and sipped hot tea in a satisfied manner. I came back this time mainly to take you and Minato to the front. Saying that, Sinead sat up straight, looked up and down at Kainayu, and was amazed. I didn't expect to see you for a while. You have grown handsome and your strength has become so much stronger. Even a normal joinin is no match for you. I heard about Shimura Hideyoshi, and you did a good job. Don't pay attention to the Shimura clan. They don't dare to take revenge on you. And 3 generations of old men will not allow this to happen. But on the battlefield, you have to be careful. Danzo is not a good person. Chapter 52 Zabai enters the second stage of growth. He's not afraid to dance awkwardly in front of countless Konoha ninjas and be traumatized, so come and trouble me. Kainayu shrugged her shoulders and said it didn't matter. I can't see that you are very confident. Sinead rolled his eyes. If you offend the old thing, be careful that he deliberately asks you to perform dangerous tasks. Casual. Kainayu still shrugged her shoulders, indicating that I don't care. Anything is fine. It doesn't matter whether it's light or dark. As long as you don't drag a seal class to trouble him. Kainayu isn't afraid of anything else, she's just afraid of being accidentally sealed. So that's barbecue. As for blatantly letting him die, That's a small problem. Let Zabai put a few tailed beast jade, blow up the Konoha camp to the ground, and then just be honest and rebellious. If there are family members living in Konoha, Kainayu will have to boost. But he was alone and afraid of a hammer. Your kid's temper grows with your strength. Chiuki's attitude left Tsunade speechless. It's also a pity that she didn't know what Kainu was thinking, otherwise she would definitely be shocked. For ordinary ninjas, becoming a rebellious ninja is definitely a last resort. But to Kainayu, this is not important at all. Forget it, your kid, like Rope Tree, seems to be entering a period of rebellion, and persuasion is useless. Think about it yourself. I'll borrow your room and call me at 7 tomorrow morning. I have to go to the hospital to help someone perform an operation. There are rooms. Are you still addicted to sleep? If you don't sleep in my room, you won't be able to sleep. I'm too lazy to make a quilt. Tsunade's reason made Kainayu stingy. The bedroom was occupied by Tsunade, and Chiuki spread the quilt in the guest room. After thinking about it, he closed the door, jumped on the roof, and came to the Watergate house. Who? The slight footsteps still caught Minato's attention. Minato, who was practicing the knot at home, was directly disturbed. It's me. Jumping in from the window, Kainayu praised. That's right, I don't rest at home alone, I work hard to practice the seal. You didn't do this when you were at home by yourself. Minato didn't blame Kainayu for climbing the window, after all, he often climbed Kainayu's house too. Everyone to each other. I was bored. You blow, you keep blowing. If I hadn't grown up with you, I would have believed your nonsense. Congratulations, your wish is about to come true. Kainayu patted Minato on the shoulder to congratulate him. What wish have I achieved? Why don't I know it myself? The black question mark on Watergate's face. Familiarly opened the refrigerator, took a bottle of water, took 2 sips, and sat next to the Watergate and explained, Tsunade is back. If he doesn't go home, he comes to my house, eats the meat from my house, and occupied my bedroom. You and I will go to the battlefield of the Land of Rain together. Is going to the battlefield a wish? Minato couldn't help rolling his eyes. Are you going to meet Mr. Jiraiya? After a long time no see, Minato really wanted to meet Jiraiya. Mainly, I wanted to ask him why he left himself in Konoha and ran to the battlefield. Regarding this matter, Minato has always had a small lump in his heart. Anyone who has a teacher will feel depressed when the teacher is irresponsible and leaves himself behind. Besides, after Jiraiya went to the front line, he didn't take the initiative to contact Minato, as if he had forgotten the apprentice Minato. After all, the relationship between master and apprentice in Naruto world is not reliable at all, and it is not uncommon to kill masters. Orochimaru killed 3 generations, Nagato killed Jiraiya, and buried his teacher Minato and his wife, Kushina. Even after the 2 pillars of Sasuke swelled up, he wanted to chop up the teacher Kakashi with a knife. Kainayu didn't understand how they managed to do it. Others say that Sasuke and Obito are a little untenable. Orochimaru was pitted by 3 generations of Hokage, which is excusable. Nagato became a ghost, and it was all caused by the people of Konoha. Faz Oyahiko's death made him almost crazy, and he could understand that he killed Jiraiya. But what happened to Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Obito? Minato and Kushina seem pretty good to Uchiha Obito. Kakashi-ban, Hatake Kakashi didn't even teach Naruto much or Sakura anything. He was teaching Sasuke and helping him from start to finish. But in the end, it turned out to be this result. To be honest, it is better not to accept such a disciple. Various clear examples have caused Kainayu to be very disgusted with the teacher-disciple relationship in Naruto world. At the same time, he also recognizes the words described by Naruto fans in the past life, Uchiha is a lunatic, Stay away from them. To be honest, Xyli also left you in the village for so long without even a single greeting. Are you angry with him? I have some blame, but I won't get angry. After all, Teacher Jira has his own business to do. Minato smiled and scratched his head to defend Jira. After all, he left me in the village because he was worried that I would go to the battlefield and be in danger. I believe in Teacher Jira. You are hopeless. I'll requisition your sofa tonight, so I won't go grab a room with you. Leaning on the sofa, Kainayu decided to spend the night at Watergate's house. He was afraid that a violent woman who could not sleep or eat would get up in the middle of the night and shout that she was hungry and wanted to eat. Kainayu's guess is not unreasonable. Tsunade did get up in the middle of the night to find something to eat. After searching around to no avail, he wanted to grab Kainayu to cook. However, Kainayu had foresight and ran to the Watergate family for one night. Tsunade, who couldn't find anyone anywhere, had to drink some milk and go back to sleep. Has Zabai entered the second stage of growth? Consciousness entered the sealed space. Kainayu looked at Zabai, who was getting bigger and bigger, like a hill. At this time, Zabai seemed to be the incarnation of the god of sleep, and he always looked like he didn't get enough sleep. He looked a little lazy and had no energy at all. Kainayu guessed that its second stage of growth has come. Judging from the sleeping time in the first stage, Zabai will be able to pass the second stage and grow up completely. Zabai in the second stage can be released completely. Even if he fights with the Kurama in Kushina's body, it will not be empty. I hope this time for advancement is shorter. Accidents may occur all the time on the battlefield, and Kainayu may need Zabai's help at any time. Maybe before going to the battlefield, you will have to use it first when facing your own people. As usual, Kushina opened the door of Kainayu's house, stretched out her head mischievously, but didn't see Kainayu's figure, and thought Kainayu was sleeping. So the thief moved towards the bedroom. I didn't even close the bedroom door. It's so careless. Seeing that the bedroom door was not closed, Kushina muttered and approached slowly. Looking at the bed, he couldn't even see his hair. The sleeper almost curled up in the quilt. What time is it? I'm still sleeping. Every time I go back to the village, I like to sleep in. I don't want to scare you. A thief usually puts the bento box aside. Kushina takes a deep breath, grabs the quilt and pulls it hard. Kainayu, you big slacker, the sun is drying up your ass. Get up quickly, look at what I did for you. The quilt was lifted, and Kushina looked at the plump body on the bed and the long blonde hair scattered, and the whole person was dumbfounded. This. Isn't this Kainayu's room? Why is there a woman sleeping on it? Who are you? Kushina put her hands on her hips, her long red hair had begun to float, her teeth were gritted, and she looked like she was going to eat people. It was so early in the morning, that no one was allowed to sleep. She slept soundly, but when she was woken up, Tsunade felt scolding her mother. If it wasn't for knowing that he was in Konoha, in Kainayu's house, Tsunade promised to jump up immediately to show the person who lifted his quilt some color. Miss Tsunade? Kushina, who almost erupted in a volcano 1 second, was dumbfounded the next. Isn't the person sleeping on the Kainayu bed not Tsunade? You. Kushina was almost incoherent. Aren't you on the battlefield? Why did you come back and still sleep? Kainayu's bed, what about Kainayu people? How could I know? While scratching his head in confusion, Tsunade yawned and complained, you're embarrassed to say that after I went back, I found out that you moved. I went to your house and came here to Kainayu when you weren't there. I was just having a meal. As a result, the kid ran away last night, and I was hungry all night. Kushina was speechless. You can say things like being hungry all night. You're hungry, why don't you grab something to eat? Babies, take a look at the homepage. I will be full of more updates. Enough updates. I love you all, Chapter 53, Reconciliation with Rain in Village. Who will admit defeat first? Subconsciously pulling the quilt, Sinead planned to sleep for a while. Who knew that when he smelled the aroma of the food, his whole body jumped up like chicken blood? She grabbed the bento box, opened it, ate it, and praised hesitantly, "As expected of my good sister, she brought me something to eat when she knew that I was hungry. It's so delicious, Kushina, your cooking skills have become stronger. This is for thousands." Looking at Sinead, who was gulps, Kushina hesitated. In the end, she still couldn't get the lunchbox back, because Sinead's appearance had already scared her. If this is replaced by someone else, Kushina promises to grab the lunchbox as soon as possible. Because this is a delicacy prepared for Kainayu, other people can't eat it. Forget it, you can eat it. Is this a war, or an escape? Sinead looked like a refugee to Kushina. Not to mention sloppy, he was as excited as a starving ghost when he saw the food, so he could not wait to put the bento box in his mouth. This food is too scary. Did Kainayu not cook yesterday? Hey, Kushina is here too? Carrying the breakfast she bought on the street, Kainayu walked in when the door was still open. Kushina, who didn't want to directly see the uncomfortable look on her face, kept persuading Sinead to eat slowly, and Sinead, who looked amazing. "Where did you kid go last night? I can't find anyone anywhere." Sinead was busy eating and didn't forget to give him a look. "I'm starving to death, you know. I went to Watergate's house to prevent you from getting me up to cook in the middle of the night. I'm not your nanny. Getting used to you? You think too much. If you want to eat at night, you will do it yourself. If you don't have the ability to do it, then you deserve to be hungry." Cough cough. Kainayu didn't give face so much, so she came back directly. Sinead was choked hard. "You slow down." Kushina was angry and distressed, so she could only help Sinead pat her back. After eating all the food that Kushina brought, Sinead felt alive. After throwing away the lunchbox, Sinead returned to his usual carefree state. Looking at her like this, it seems that she still wants to find a toothpick to pick her teeth. I can't bear to look directly. The dignified Princess Konoha, Sinead Haim, was sitting on the bed carelessly, ignoring her messy hair and looking for toothpicks everywhere. Kainayu silently turned around and ate her own food, pretending she didn't see it. "Boy, you seem to have a great opinion of me?" Noticing Kainayu's disgusting eyes and the movement of turning her back to herself, Sinead shouted in dissatisfaction. He calmly looked up at the watch on the wall and said, "Didn't you say there is an operation today? Could it be that the operation has been cancelled? What should I do? Will it lose a lot of money?" "Ah. It seems that there is an operation coming, and others have already made an appointment. Plus there was a lot of money, so Sinead agreed to make some money. As a result, I almost overslept. I'll settle the account with you tonight." Not caring about his sloppy appearance, Sinead ran barefoot towards the outside, shouting as he ran, "Leave me a meal at night, I'll be back later." "Who is like this?" Kushina covered her eyes and cried out in a broken way, "Sister Sinead, clothes, clothes." "What?" Sinead, who was putting on his shoes, looked down and couldn't help blushing. He quickly pulled up his clothes and ridiculed Kushina in turn. "What are you afraid of? And there are no outsiders. It's not a disadvantage to be seen by this kid Kainayu. I didn't watch it at all. Besides, it's not like I haven't seen it before. What's so good about it? Gone. Put on your shoes, tie up your hair as quickly as possible, put on your coat and leave. As for washing, it seems too late. I hope the people who have the surgery today will not despise you for being too sloppy." Kainayu observed 3 seconds of silence for the patient who paid Sinead for surgery. Fortunately, This is the world of Hokage. If it were changed to a previous life, a sloppy doctor like Tsunade might not even be able to enter the operating room. Sometimes wishes are beautiful, but reality is cruel. Just when Tsunade finished the operation, got the money, and was about to go to the casino to catch a few Anbu's people were already waiting at the entrance of the hospital. "Sir Tsunade, Lord Hokage, please go to Hokage's office." Although he has not yet obtained the very intimidating and insulting title of Sannin, but because of the identity of Princess Konoha, the people of Anbu are far more polite to Tsunade than to Jiraiya and Orochimaru. "When I see you, I know there's nothing wrong, and I'll go over immediately." So annoying. I wanted to go to the casino, but the old man had expected it. She even sent someone to stand guard at the entrance of the hospital, and invited her over when she came out of the operation. After not being able to go to the casino, Tsunade's mood turned cloudy, and he came to Hokage's office full of anger. He kicked the door open with one foot. Inside the Hokage office, the three generations of Hokage looked as usual, not angry because the office door was kicked open. The corner of Zeoshun's mouth twitched slightly. Looking at Tsunade, who walked in with 8 character steps, he hesitated, but in the end he didn't speak to rebuke Tsunade, and turned his head to the side decisively, pretending that nothing had happened. "Old man, what do you have to do with me?" When he walked to the empty chair and sat down, Tsunade's tone was very unpleasant. He exhaled a puff of smoke, put the pipe on the table, and the third Hokage said, "Danzo sent a message from the Frontline, saying that he intends to contact Hanzo, and hopes that Konoha and Ura can reach a settlement to end the war. Ask me what to do with this kind of thing." Originally, she was just in a bad mood, but after hearing what Hokage I said, Tsunade looked impatient. Konoha has fallen into the quagmire of the Rain Country battlefield. If Hanzo is willing to reconcile, he will not fight to the end with Konoha. Don't forget that Yuan Village has also declared war on Yanin Village and Sand Ninja Village. I don't think Hanzo will bow his head and choose to reconcile. Reconciliation? Just kidding, Hanzo's strength is at its peak at this time, and the military strength of Yuan Village is also unprecedentedly strong. It can be seen from the fact that they took the initiative to declare war on Konoha, Yanin Village, and Sand Ninja Village. I will hit anyone who does something in the Land of Rain. It doesn't matter if you are Konoha or Sand Ninja Village, Iwa Ninja Village is no exception. In this case, it is impossible to reconcile. Unless Yuan Village hits the mountains and rivers are exhausted, forcing Hanzo to have to bow his head before they can talk about reconciliation. And Hanzo wouldn't easily bow his head to Konoha. Danzo was a good idea. Tsunade sneered, clasped his hands together, and said disdainfully, "Reconciliation is completely whimsical, even if Hanzo agrees. Who will bow his head? Konoha, or Rainin Village? Reconciliation is okay, you Konoha bow your head and admit defeat, then I, Yuan Village, will reconcile. You don't take the initiative to bow your heads, but you want to end the war. How can there be such a good thing in the world?" Sandy Ninja Village declared war on Konoha, so a large number of Sandy Ninja Village, led by Chiyo, entered the Kingdom of Rain and joined the war, in order to drag Konoha to the battlefield of the Kingdom of Rain. Hanzo is not a fool, so it is impossible for him to agree to Konoha's request. But the situation in the Land of Fire is not optimistic, and there are still many enemies sneaking in. Turning to bed, Zeoshun looked sad. According to the information sent back to the village, the 3 generations of Kazekage have set up camp in the country of the river, and the main camp of the Sand Ninja Village is here. The ninjas of the Sand Ninja Village can enter our country of fire at any time. 3 generations of Kazekage didn't enter the country of fire? Tsunade felt something was wrong. The surprise attack on the country of fire, as the strongest in Sand Ninja Village, the 3 generations of Kazekage should take the lead in charging. If he enters the battlefield, There are not many people in Konoha who can stop him. The strange thing is that Konoha and Sand Ninja Village are fighting back and forth, and the 3 generations of Kazekage have no movement at all. As if there was some conspiracy hidden. Chapter 54 Give money to others? Why don't you send it to me? I teach you to fight the landlord. Not at all. Mito Manyon took over the topic. According to the information returned by the spy, it seems that the 3 generations of Kazekage entered the country of fire, only to be evacuated later. After that, he stayed in the camp in the country of Kuan, and has not left the camp yet. The enemies in the land of fire are mainly led by Chiyo's son. What about the commander? Tsunade was afraid that the 3rd Hokage would give the commanding position to some messed up people. On the battlefield in the Land of Rain, she was almost pissed off by Danzo. If this is the case in the Battle of River Country, then Konoha will definitely be difficult to fight. It's Hatake Sekumo. The 3rd Hokage spoke up. Hearing this, Tsunade nodded and praised. It's a good choice. Senior can indeed take up such a position, but I suggest that Narashikoshi also be dispatched there. Hatake-senpai is better at fighting on the battlefield than commanding the camp. It has already been dispatched. That's good. I will return to the battlefield of the Kingdom of Rain as soon as possible. The old lady Chiyo has arrived at the battlefield of the Kingdom of Rain. We Konoha need to prepare antidote at any time. Then it's hard work for you. After hearing this, Tsunade pushed the chair away angrily and said angrily, if you really understand me, then take Danzo away. Tsunade, Danzo is Hokage's assistant. He is also your senior, please give him enough respect. Turning to bed, Zeosh-hun couldn't bear it anymore. After all, their interests and Danzo are one. Tsunade is questioning Danzo, which means they are questioning several of them. I will think about it. With his eyes, he signaled to Zeosh-hun to go to bed and say a few words, and the 3 generations of Hokage began to talk to each other. It's impossible to replace Danzo. At present, there is no suitable candidate in the village. As for teaching Tsunade, it is even more impossible. During the war, Tsunade was always inseparable from the battlefield of the Land of Rain. Once Tsunade ran away, it would only be more difficult for Konoha to win the war. But Tsunade still belongs to the kind of existence that I dare to strike if you are in a hurry. Put it down, no one is more daring than Tsunade. Pat her butt and leave, you can't characterize her as a traitor. Otherwise it is hit yourself in the face, hit the face of the fire country Damo. Then think about it slowly. You're exhausted, so let's go first. Still ignoring Koharu, who turned to bed, Tsunade waved his hands and turned away. She could see that the 3 generations of Hokage would not replace Danzo no matter what. Since that's the case, what else is there to say? The person you decide, whatever happens, you will carry it yourself. After Tsunade left, Koharu inevitably complained again. However, the 3 generations of Hokage are still the same, and they persuade Shimyu to make peace. Let Zeosh-hun have no temper at all. Her status as an elder represents authority in front of most people, but in Tsunade, she is an existence that is ignored. After enduring it for so long, I can finally relax. After leaving the Hokage office building, Tsunade hurried towards the casino. It's just that when she ran to the casino, she stayed where she was. The casino, it's fucking closed. Also posted a notice that due to the impact of the war, in order not to cause trouble to the village, the show will be closed recently. Seeing this notice, Tsunade did not spit out a mouthful of old blood. She has all the money and money ready. In the end, she has nowhere to lose if she has money. This is outrageous. At this time, Tsunade could not wait to catch the casino owner out and beat him. When is it bad to close the door, but it is closed at this time? Are you targeting me on purpose? Obviously it was still open yesterday. What Tsunade didn't know was that, in order to prevent her from staying in the village, Sandai Hokage had to ask Anbu's people to inform Konoha's casino overnight that it was all closed. No business is allowed until Tsunade leaves the village. Everyone from Anbu came to warn them. Which casino owner would dare to commit crimes against the wind? Didn't you say you'll be back very late? After training, Kainayu, who had just returned home after taking a bath and was lying on the sofa reading a book, saw Tsunade come back with a face full of unhappy words written on her face. The casino is closed. Tsunade felt that the world was dark, as if God was against him. He leaned against Kainayu indifferently, and did not forget to squeeze twice, forcibly squeezed out a comfortable position. I thought you were broken up or the surgery failed, but you told me that the casino was closed. If you don't give money to others, you will die. And many more. Send money? Give it to others, it's better to give it to me, anyway. You are eating and drinking here with me, and the worst thing is to sleep. She was not happy to sleep in the guest room, and even occupied my room. Raising her hand, her fingers rubbed against her fluffy chin, and Kainayu narrowed her eyes. Have you ever played Dude Is Who? What, fighting the landlord? Zanyu Tsunade glanced at Kainayu feebly. Kainayu shrugged her shoulders and replied, a gamble. How to play? After hearing this, Tsunade was full of energy, jumped up and down, sat cross-legged, and waved, come on, you're going to miss me. Just play what you said about fighting the landlord. It doesn't matter whether you play cards or game machines, it doesn't matter what you are, as long as you can gamble. But we don't have poker, and we don't have enough people. Only 3 people can play Duty. If you need any poker, leave it to me, and I'll be responsible for finding someone. Looking at Tsunade, who was on fire, Kainayu told her the type of poker she needed. I saw that Tsunade didn't even bother to open the door, so he jumped out of the window, and no one was there. Less than half an hour later, Tsunade came back with a confused Kushina in one hand. In the other hand he held a freshly printed deck of cards. Tsunade went directly to the printing shop for this poker and asked the boss to work overtime to drive it out. The pattern is not important, just numbers and letters are enough, there is no need to be so detailed. And Kushina was preparing food at home, and decided to add food to Kainayu at night. He was still busy in the kitchen, so Tsunade involuntarily pulled him away. Before she said she didn't want to, Tsunade just carried it and ran. When she came to Kainayu's house, Kushina was still stunned. Am I not cooking at home? How could he be carried and run away? This is poker, let's get started, I can't wait. Throwing Kushina on the sofa, Tsunade rubbed her hands together, urging Kainayu to start quickly. You all understand the rules, right? After talking for a while, Chiuki finally let Tsunade and Kushina figure out the rules of playing the landlord. Tsunade is okay, he is a big fat sheep anyway. Although he is not lucky, his memory is still good. But Kushina was a little confused. Call the landlord. As soon as the cards were dealt, the big fat sheep shouted impatiently. Can't wait to think of the local owner. Regardless of whether Chiuki and Kushina agree or not, they directly grabbed the trump card in their hands. Kushina bit her lip and started sorting the cards. Kainayu glanced at Tsunade speechlessly. Who gave you the courage to grab the landlord? Even the step of calling the landlord was omitted. He looked at the double king and 3 2s in his hand. Kainayu silently prepared to slaughter the big fat sheep. As long as Kushina doesn't pull her back, Kainayu promises that Tsunade won't have to wear the pants. How to fight. Tsunade's success in turning people's food addiction back into the air was vivid and vivid. 3. 2. I'm sorry. Shunzi. I'm sorry. 3 belts and 1. I want it, I have this, I want it. Wang fried. Are you cheating? Why are the big names in your home? Chapter 55. You are not only an old gambler, but also a hooligan. Seeing Kainayu finish running one after another, Snard gritted his teeth in anger. Why are the big names in your house? You come to shuffle the cards. What is cheating? Don't play if you can't afford it. Give the money, and you'll pay 10,000 to 20,000 yuan for patronage. Chiuki pushed the card in front of Tsunade. The dishes are just dishes. How dare you talk to others? I don't even know where you got the courage to draw cards. I'll come. Tsunade felt that she had been tricked. Her luck couldn't be that bad. Why would she have all the good cards in Kainayu's hands? Come again. Kill you and turn your back on yourself. Fried, Sundya. Your Majesty, the plane. 2 o'clock, Shunja. Watching Kainayu close the cards again and again, even Kushina took advantage of it. Tsunade. What kind of shit luck I have, I can't get a good card every time. I don't believe it anymore. Continue. Tsunade, who was already on top, continued to deal cards. Do you want a landlord to try? Look, I won't break all the seeds in your head this time. Tsunade, who holds 2 kings and 4 hats in his hands, feels that he is invincible in the world. This 1,000-month-old chicken, who can definitely kill, jumped and knelt down to beg for mercy. Don't want. Kainayu decisively threw the pot. Ha ha ha, I Kainayu, wait for the money, you kid. Tsunade excitedly grabbed his trump card, look at me and come back without a box. Kainayu. It seems that following him, Minato, Kushina, Uchiha Makoto, and even Tsunade have learned some funny sentences from previous lives. With 2 kings in hand, I have the world. Tsunade felt that he was sitting firmly on the Daiutai, and arrogantly threw out a mistress. Kushina stared at the cards in her hand. She didn't move for a long time. She was struggling with how she should play. This card seemed to be a bit wrong. If she was not careful, she could run away all at once. Tsunade, who finally got a good hand, will definitely cry. Why are you hesitating, second grade? Just when Kushina hesitated, the voice of Ninetales resounded in her heart, and Ninetales, who was trapped by the diamond chain, was even more anxious than Kushina. As for the nasty big fox, Kushina reached a certain agreement with it. It doesn't affect Kushina's practice, and Kushina doesn't need to toss it with the Vajra chains, and occasionally it can be let out to take a look at the outside world. No, Kyuubi looked at Kainayu, Tsunade, and Kushina fighting against the landlord, and couldn't help itching in her heart. Seeing that Kainayu had eaten one after another, Tsunade's panties were about to come out. Kushina could only mix with Kainayu when they were farmers together. After finally getting a good hand, why did you hesitate? You poured out your cards. You are not in a hurry, my Ninetales are almost dying. What are you arguing about? What do you know? Kushina said impatiently, what if I lose? I can't fool Kainayu. In the sealed space, Jiwei couldn't help but rolled his eyes, bared his teeth and said, listen to this old man, it's absolutely right. If you lose this game, this old man won't let it go for 3 consecutive months. Real? Yes, hurry up and get the second one. Tsunade definitely can't afford it. All right. Under Tsunade's impatient eyes, Kushina obeyed Nine's command and threw a 2. Don't want. Kainayu gave up decisively. Do you want to blow her up? Seeing that Tsunade was embarrassed, Kyuubi raised his head proudly. Look, the old man said it was right to listen to me. Pass. In the end, Tsunade still couldn't make it. I chose not to. Shunzi? Under the command of Kyuubi, Kushina threw out a card, and Tsunade's eyes went straight. BFFT, Kainu turned her head away, so as not to laugh. Why is it so difficult for Tsunade to win? From the beginning to the end, or Kushina never did anything to a landlord, either winning with Kainayu or losing with Sinead. Pass. I don't believe you can get rid of it in one go. Yes too. You're going against me on purpose, aren't you? Sinead was angry, blue veins burst out on his forehead, and he had the urge to hit someone. It's also fortunate that the person sitting here is Kushina. If this were replaced by Jira, he would have been knocked away by a punch. Can't I play a bear? Kushina looked at Sinead aggrieved. Facing the wronged Kushina, Sinead lost her temper in an instant, and tried her best to squeeze out a smile that couldn't be more fake. Of course you can, you continue to come out, I don't believe you. Shunzi? As Kushina threw down the last card, the smile on Sinead's face completely solidified. I said that the great king is in hand, what about the world I have? Was Kushina stealing her home just like that? It's really anti-spring, double the money. Very angry. PFFT haha. Kainayu smiled and lay down on the table. Playing cards with Sinead was so much fun. He lost both horizontally and vertically, and he never won, even if it was just a handful. You very good. Sinead stared at Kushina. The old lady finally got a good card, so you just stole it for me? Is there any reason? Kushina pretended not to understand and asked, is Sinead-san still here? I haven't been a landlord yet. What are you doing, sleep? As soon as he threw the card, Sinead decided to dodge. Because she lost all her money, Kainayu would not let her owe her debts unless Kushina was willing to lend her money. Kainayu can't work here. Want to borrow money? Sorry, nothing. Rather than lending you money to lose, it is better to keep it for yourself and enjoy it. Because of this, it was almost impossible for Sinead to borrow money from Chiuki. Kushina's side is not very likely. What made Sinead most helpless was that she couldn't force Kushina to lend her money. If this was replaced by a rope tree, it would have been kicked away long ago. Ha ha ha, because she lost all, and if she fights again, she will lose her panties. Kainayu smiled with a stomachache. He shouted at Sinead, the guest room has been cleaned, don't go to my room. I like it, I'm happy, I'm going to sleep in your room. Unhappy after losing the money, Sinead shouted and went straight into the room. If you have one, you can sleep for the rest of your life. Sleep as soon as you sleep. Who's afraid of who? I'm worried about where to eat. I don't mind if you are willing to support me. Kainayu understood that Sinead was not only an old gambler, but also an old hooligan. Look at what he said. I'm going to accompany Miss Sinead. Kushina put the winning money away carefully and ran towards the bedroom. After losing all the money, Sinead became a lot more honest. It's a pity that after a day, he began to change his temper. After looking for Kushina to borrow money to no avail, she actually tried to play a boring trick like the landlord stickers. In this regard, while Kainayu despised her, she also decisively refused. Winning a small amount of money in playing cards is acceptable. As for such a boring thing as stickers, don't come to me. On the fourth day, at the urging of the 3 generations of Hokage, Sinead had to leave Konoha with a large number of seal scrolls on his back and head to the battlefield of the Land of Rain. On the way, Sinead put his arms around Kainayu's shoulders, with a look on his face watching the show. Kainayu, why don't you go to say goodbye to Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto? You just want to see me embarrassing, don't think I can't see through your little thoughts. Kainayu rolled her eyes at her, and resolutely pulled the distance away. They all know that I will go to the battlefield of the Land of Rain. They should have told me long ago. Why do they have to meet? Oh, I'm still shy, don't run, come over and let my sister hug me. I'll go back and chat with Kushina. You go. Are we going to the battlefield, or are we here to play? Chapter 56 Arrive at the battlefield. The situation is grim looking at Chiuki and Sinead who were making trouble along the way. Minato felt that he was a superfluous person. Tsunade hardly paid any attention to him, and kept staring at Kainayu. Just kidding. After getting far away from Konoha, Tsunade also got serious. Searching for enemy trails, setting traps, finding camps, and doing everything that should be done. Just when Minato thought Tsunade was finally serious, Tsunade took out the playing cards and raised his eyebrows at Kainayu. Too? Watergate. Who are these people? What time is it? I still want to play cards. Wait, why are you looking at me? Do I want to participate too? Help me. Minato, who wanted to cry but had no tears, held a card in his hand and kept calling for help with his eyes, but Kainayu ignored him. You just enjoy it. Kainayu smiled unkindly. He rejected Tsunade, so Tsunade had no choice but to pull the water gate and play two people fighting the landlord. All kinds of bullying Minato, who didn't understand the rules, almost made Minato cry. He almost knelt on the ground and shouted, "Please forgive me, I'll give you the money directly, can you let me go?" Travel lightly, except for some sealed scrolls containing medicines. These things hardly affect the speed of the three of them. On the way, they didn't meet any ninjas from Sand Ninja Village, and it took the three of them 2 days to reach the Land of Rain successfully. This is the worst place I've ever been to, bar none. The grey sky, the non-stop rain, the ground is full of puddles and mud. Thanks to the fact that ninjas can walk with chakra covered on the soles of their feet, mud has little effect on ninjas. If this were an ordinary person, I'm afraid it would take several somersaults to walk 100 meters away. Be careful, there may be enemies around at any time, and we will reach the Konoha camp after a few miles. As the three entered the territory of the Land of Rain, Tsunade's nerves were almost tense. Even if this place was behind the Konoha camp, a group of enemies might appear at any time. Hanzo sent people around and attacked Konoha's team of transporting supplies. Shaking the rain on her head, Kainayu asked, "Why not build the camp at the border? The border environment is better than that in the Land of Rain. Such a humid environment will bring a lot of trouble to the transportation of materials and the recovery of the wounded. Precious materials can also be taken away with seal scrolls, such as the medicine Tsunade was carrying. And the ninja tools and food can only be transported by horse-drawn carts. Such an environment is very difficult for the transportation of materials. Is a serious test. Not to mention the wounded on the battlefield in this environment, the wounds are easily infected. This is the Commander-in-Chief's order." Chiuki's question, in exchange for Tsunade's eyes. Of course, Bayan was not aimed at Chiuki, but at Shimura Danzo, who was sitting in the camp and only knew how to fight. Okay, thanks to Danzo. Playing tricks and tricks, framing Rentuanzang is the leader, and he can fight with the army. Might as well hand over the command to Ochimayu. Ochimayu is very talented in this regard. Although he is a bit truthless, he likes to play with bait to attract, and big fish eat small fish. At least others have the ability, and Danzo. If it weren't for the relationship between the three generations of Hokage and Senjutoburge, he would not be the commander-in-chief, or he would not be qualified to be a camp guide. It could be seen that Tsunade was very resentful towards Danzo, and her life on the front line was unsatisfactory. A few miles passed smoothly and successfully arrived at Konoha camp. Ninjas do not like to line up in battle like ordinary troops. They put a lot of troops into battle, and most of them are mainly small-scale battles. Unless it is an important battle, there are few opportunities for hundreds of ninjas to be dispatched together. Squads, squadrons, and brigade are the combat modes of the battlefield. A 3-man squad, a 12-man squadron, the size of the brigade depends on the situation. After checking the identity information, the three entered the camp, and Tsunade took the two directly to the medical department. Master Tsunade. On the way, people kept salutes and greeted Tsunade. Sinead had a serious expression and nodded slightly in response. You two help take care of the wounded first. Shang-Chu will be with you, you can ask him if you don't understand. Saying that, Sinead got into the tent, put on his clothes, and began to treat some seriously injured people, completely leaving Kainayu and Minato aside. Come and help hold him. Kainayu and Minato, who were newcomers, looked at each other and could only step forward and hold down the struggling patient. I go. After seeing the patient's condition clearly, Kainayu took a deep breath. What happened to this guy? This is too bad. The skin is full of pits and blisters, and the blisters in many places have burst. It was splashed with sulfuric acid. Chiuki and Minato held down the wounded, and the medical ninja who was in charge of the patient breathed a sigh of relief. Are you new here? Looking at Kainayu and Minato's immature faces, the medical ninja began to treat the wounded, and at the same time did not forget to ask a question. Yes. Minato nodded and asked, Senior, his injury. Minato wanted to ask, how did this guy get his injuries? But he suddenly realized that it was a bit rude to ask, so he stopped in time. When he first arrived, he didn't want to cause himself and Kainayu to be regarded as unwelcome by the medical ninjas of the medical department because of some of his own words. The medical ninja who was treating the injury didn't care about this, but smiled kindly. It's not a secret either. It was poisoned by the puppet ninja of Sand Ninja Village. Thanks to Mr. Sinead who prepared various antidote, otherwise we Konoha would die. These dogs are really not human. They even attacked us from behind while Konoha and Yuan village were at war. They even sent an army of ninjas into the land of rain to entangle us with Konoha. Saying that, the other party couldn't help scolding. Scolding the people of Sand Ninja Village is not a thing. Even if there is an antidote, if the rescue is not timely, they may die. How can I describe this dude? I'm afraid I'll be disfigured all my life. I guess if I go to the red zone, I'll be kicked out if I don't have enough money. The key is that this injury looks scary. The antidote is not a panacea. The people of Sand Ninja Village are always deploying various new types of poisons, in order to do their best to bring casualties to the enemy. And Konoha is very passive, and only after the opponent has used the poison can he configure the corresponding antidote, which is also thanks to Konoha's aid. Otherwise, Konoha's casualties will double. He glanced at Kainayu in surprise. The medical ninja didn't expect Kainayu to understand this at such a young age, so he nodded and replied, if it's not a new type of antidote, after being poisoned, it's not a big problem to take the antidote and get the first treatment. The fear is that we didn't carry the antidote, and we haven't been able to get timely treatment. Many of our Konoha ninjas died because of this. Saying that, a wicked smile flashed in the medical ninja's eyes, pointing at Kainayu and Minato, motioning them to lift the white cloth behind the tent. Depend on. I thought you were an enthusiastic senior, but in the end you wanted to cheat us. Kainayu couldn't help but want to curse. Chapter 57 Rope Tree's great ideal. Is there something behind this? Minato subconsciously raised his hand and pulled it away. Kainayu shouted, do not. It's a pity that it's too late, and the water gate has already pulled the white up. After seeing clearly what was placed behind him, Minato shivered and let go of the white cloth in his hand like an electric shock, and looked back speechlessly at the medical ninja who deliberately lied to him. Ha ha ha. The medical ninja laughed and said, it's been a long time since I met such an interesting kid like you, just to make fun of you. But since you are here to help, you have to get used to all this first. By the way, who brought you here? Sinead. Kainayu was speechless. Oh, Sinead. The medical ninja stabilized the wounded and began to help him with medicine. This poor buddy needs to apply a layer of ointment all over his body to be cured. After the treatment, his skin and flesh will definitely be as pitted as a hornet's nest. Therefore, he subconsciously took a sentence. The next second, the medical ninja who was taking the medicine raised his head in surprise. Who? Sinead. Kainayu shrugged her shoulders. Is there anything wrong with this? You were brought by Sinead-sama? The medical ninja asked a question. Yes, senior, we all followed Sinead-sama to the camp together. Watergate answered politely. Ha ha ha, that's great. After staying there for a few seconds, the medical ninja was so excited that he jumped up like a child, almost reaching the tent. Great. Could this guy have a problem with his brain? Minato subconsciously approached Kainayu, tilted his head and asked, what happened to this senior? How do I know? Kainayu rolled her eyes at him. You and I are both here. God knows how excited this guy is. It is estimated that after Sinead came back, the backbone of the medical department also came back, so he was so happy. But not really. Sinead only left for less than 10 days. Even before, Sinead rarely stayed in the camp. Most of the time, he and Ochimayu and Jira entered the battlefield together to kill the enemy. At most, it is to help prepare some antidote and help to treat some seriously injured wounded. The medical ninja laughed for a while, and when he realized that he was a little gaff, he coughed, trying to hide his gaff, and asked with a somewhat unnatural expression, by the way, did Sinead-sama ask you to do anything? Just help in the medical department? Kainayu and Minato looked at each other. Minato showed his signature sunny smile and scratched his head. Senior, Sinead-sama, let's find Nozu-senpai, who is Sinead-sama's younger brother. Rope tree? Are you sure? No one expected that. After hearing this, the other party's unnatural expression instantly became weird. Something wrong. Kainayu sensed that something was wrong, and they might be trapped. Senior, is there a problem with finding the rope tree? Now even the Watergate is feeling a bit of a problem. No. The other party hurriedly shook his head and enthusiastically pointed to the place where the rope tree was working outside the tent. When you go to this position, you will be able to see him. Your work may be a little hard next. Come on, to juniors, working hard is better than losing your life on the battlefield. Leaving the tent, Watergate whispered, I have an ominous premonition. Don't have a hunch, it's really ominous, and we'll be uncomfortable in the days that follow. After the two found the rope tree, Minato understood the meaning of Kainayu's previous words. Kainayu, Watergate? He was surprised to see the two rope trees. Why did you guys come to the front line? I came with your sister, and your sister asked us to come find you. Kainayu opened her palms. I'm not familiar with the place of life, so it's not too bad to follow the rope tree. At least I won't be embarrassed for no reason, even if the work is a little hard. They have all come to the front line. Do you still want to live a quiet life? Is this possible? That's great. Pulling the two of them into the tent, Rope Tree embarrassedly tidied up the messy tent, and said embarrassedly, because I live alone, it's a little messy. You can live with me in the future. Our location is one of the safest places in the entire camp. It is guaranteed that there will be no enemy attack. You can rest assured and bold. I finally know why Sinead is sloppy, and the sloppy feelings of your Kainza family are still ancestral. My elder sister has this problem, and so does my younger brother. It's alright, we'll help you clean it up. You're right, Kainayu. Minato pulled Kainayu's clothes and motioned him not to stand and start together. Along the way, Chiuki and Sinead have all kinds of skins, and Minato's scalp is numb. But Sinead and Chiuki have a good relationship, and Rope Tree, it can only be regarded as normal. At this time, it's better not to let the Rope Tree come down to the stage. Of course, Kainayu is not so ignorant, and she didn't deliberately tear down the stage of the Rope Tree. As Minato thought, everyone has a normal relationship, and the face that should be given has to be given. Unlike with Sinead, the skin is over. The three of them worked together and quickly sorted out the tent. Kainayu and Minato are very skilled hands, and they don't want to live in a messy place full of strange smells. In such a bad environment, it is very luxurious to want to sleep comfortably, and I can only make myself as comfortable as possible. After a lot of hard work, she finally packed the tent. When she was resting, Kainayu asked casually, "By the way, what do we mainly do? Didn't Orochimaru take you to the battlefield? The teacher said that I will stay in the camp to practice first, and I will be brought into the battlefield in the future." Speaking of Orochimaru, Rope Tree adored his face, clenched his fists, and said confidently, "I will definitely study with Mr. Orochimaru. In the future, I will become a powerful ninja like my grandfather, protecting Konoha, my family, and the villagers." Ahaha. Minato scratched his head. He felt that Roshu's ideal was less realistic than his own, and he just wanted to become Hokage. What about the Rope Tree? To actually want to stand shoulder to shoulder with Senju is not something ordinary people can do. Also, thanks to Roshu's grandfather is Senju Hashima, it would be strange if the negotiator expressed such ideals and wishes. He would not be laughed to death. At least Minato was embarrassed to say that his wish was to become Hokage, to bring peace to the ninja world without war. Speaking of which, Minato didn't have the habit of talking about his wishes and ideals everywhere, all thanks to Kainayu. Since the two met when they were young, Kainayu would laugh at Minato once he talked about his ideals and wishes. Over time, Minato began to hold these thoughts in his heart. Because he also gradually realized that he felt so ashamed that he often talked about ideals and wishes. Your wish is so lofty. It is estimated that it will not be realized in the next life. By the way, you haven't said what work we do? Work? Rope Tree was stunned for a moment, and the confidence on his face quietly disappeared. This. I'm not too hard to say. You will know it at night. Now we can rest and start busy at night. By the way, you can't run around in the camp, otherwise you will easily be treated as a spy. What about food? It has been raining heavily, and there is mud everywhere outside. Who can run around when they have nothing to do? What Kainayu cares about is how to live comfortably and how to eat so that she will not treat herself badly. As for the rest, I will not mention it for the time being. Kainayu has no resistance to entering the battlefield to kill the enemy. Fighting is the life of a ninja, as long as it is not sent to die. Are you hungry? Rope Tree took out 2 dark compressed biscuits and a handful of military ration pills from a pocket on the side. Looking at the food handed by Rope Tree, Kainayu and Minato fell silent. What's wrong? Seeing that both of them fell into silence, looking at the food he brought out without saying a word, Shengshu asked suspiciously, "Aren't you hungry?" Minato glanced at Kainayu and asked embarrassedly, "Is there anything else?" "No." Shengshu shook his head. At mealtime, someone will cook, but the taste is very general, and it's not as good as dry food. This thing is a bit hard, and I don't recommend eating it on a regular basis. You dodge. Kainayu pushed the water gate open and said to the Rope Tree seriously, "Go to the logistics department to get some ingredients back. Remember to bring firewood. We cook by ourselves. If someone asks, you can say that your sister wants to practice cooking by herself, so she needs these things." Chapter 58, A Dead Taoist Friend is not a poor Taoist. By the way, remember to inform your sister when you come back, and come over to eat when it's time for dinner. Sure enough, you have to open a small stove yourself. Fortunately, there is Tsunade who can be a gun, and I believe no one dares to say anything. Tsunade's importance to the camp is no less than the commander-in-chief of Danzo. She wants to practice cooking and open a small stove. Who dares to force her? No one will say that it is wrong, but they will take it for granted. This. Is it possible? Thinking of Kainayu's delicious food, Shengshu subconsciously swallowed. He was a little thirsty, and he almost vomited after eating dry food. If you don't want to, then continue to eat dry food. I'll go out for a walk. Kainayu spread out her hands helplessly. Since Shengshu was unwilling, he would find a way by himself. The land of rain is just a harsh environment, and there are some things that should be there. Kainayu doesn't believe it. She still can't make a small stove for her cooking skills. Don't. I'll go. Shengshu is not a fool either. He has the opportunity to open a small stove. He didn't use his own name, so why didn't he make a trip? He almost vomited from the meals and dry food in the camp. It happened that the chef Kainayu was there, and the small stove had to be turned on. Stopping Kainayu, Rope Tree put on a raincoat and ran towards the logistics department. He won't be scolded, will he? Looking at the back of the Rope Tree disappearing into the rain, Minato was a little worried. Just borrowing Tsunade's name like this, there is a high probability that Tsunade will not beat Kainayu, and Nozu may be the one to be beaten. Then eat dry food. Kainayu glanced at him with contempt on her face. He wanted to open a small stove again, and was worried that Rope Tree would be beaten. Cough. The weather is nice today. Minato changed the subject from his heart, as if he wasn't the one who was worried about the beating of the Rope Tree just now. Compared to opening a small stove, whether Joachim will be beaten, it's not that important, since Tsunade won't beat him anyway. This is called a dead Taoist friend who is not a dead Taoist. I still learned this from you. Under the name of Tsunade, Rope Tree came to the logistics department and repeated his request. Uneasy, he looked at Junin, the management of the logistics department, and felt a little flustered in his heart. What? For Tsunade-sama? The other party's reaction was obviously bigger than Shengshu thought, which made Shengshu panic. Since it's what Tsunade-sama needs, we will satisfy it no matter what. Please wait a moment. I'll have someone send it over. You don't need to run in person in the future. Someone will send it over every day. Management Jinin patted his chest to assure. Although he was a ninja of the Shimura clan and was promoted by Danzo, he admired Tsunade tightly. If it weren't for Tsunade, God knows how many ninjas Konoha would die on the battlefield. This is done? Isn't it a bit outrageous? It's a little scary that the process went smoothly. After leaving the logistics department, Shengshu's head was still buzzing, but luckily he didn't forget to find Tsunade. Find me what's the matter? He was on his way to the Rain Country camp, and took over 2 surgeries. With Tsunade's strength and physique, he was not too tired. At this time, she had a tired face, folded her arms, leaned on the chair, put her legs on the table, and warned, "Let's talk about it first. You won't need to talk about anything on the battlefield. You can find Ochimayu yourself for this kind of thing." Tsunade's biggest headache for Rouge is that this younger brother always wants to go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. Because of this, I have already made trouble with her many times. Tsunade thought that Rope Tree came to him, or to ask himself to intercede and let Ochimayu agree to his entry into the battlefield. So make it clear in advance, don't talk about entering the battlefield, and talk to him when Ochimayu comes back. That's not it. Rope Tree said urgently, "It's Kainayu. He said that you are working very hard and need to open a small stove. I have already gone to the logistics department. They will send the things to me and ask you to wait for dinner." "It is good." Tsunade agreed immediately. She had already had enough of the food in the camp. If she could choose, of course, it would be comfortable to open a small stove. Kainayu's cooking skills are so good. It's a pity not to open the small stove. "Then I'll go first." Tsunade agreed, and Rope Tree fell back with a dangling heart. And many more. Tsunade suddenly reacted. "You mean to open a small stove in my name? Dangerous." Rope Tree realized that something was wrong, and he might be beaten. As life is at stake, Rope Tree hurriedly explained, "It's none of my business. Kainayu said it. He said that you would definitely be willing to borrow your name, and the people in the logistics department would not embarrass me, otherwise people would make irresponsible remarks. Gut. I knew it. Sinead lacked interest, and even lost the idea of hitting his younger brother. What? Not angry anymore? Is the sun out today? Boy, do you owe a fight? Sinead's anger that had just vanished rose instantly, slapped the table, and gritted his teeth and said, if you had half the brain of that kid Yagami Kainayu, I don't know how much you would save. Get the hell out of here, tell him, I'll be here on time later, I'm blocking things in the camp, and the small stove continues to open. Go away now. The temperless rope tree ran with his head in his arms, for fear that if he was slow for a second, he would be beaten. Ah, I hope this kid and Kainayu get together and get enlightened. Sinead doesn't have much expectations for Nozu, as long as he can grow up smoothly. As for the desire to become Hokage and to be side by side with my grandfather, it's the best that can be achieved, and it's okay not to. Even Sinead himself is not optimistic about this kind of thing, but one can imagine how difficult it is to achieve this goal. It's almost delusional to be side by side with Senji Haruma, and it doesn't need to be considered. As for being a Hokage, it's too early to say this. The 3 generations of Hokage were in those years, and it was impossible to abdicate easily. Even if the 3 generations of Hokage abdicate and let the sages, as long as the power is not in hand, whoever sits in the position of Hokage will be embarrassed. Like the Watergate. What if Orochimaru was eliminated to become the 4th generation Hokage? All kinds of power were either in the hands of the 3rd generation Hokage, or in the hands of Danzo and others. It's like a front desk puppet. Sir Danzo, this is something sent by the logistics department, please take a look. The logistics department specially transferred things to Sinead, and Danzo must be notified. After all, Danzo is the commander of the camp, and all matters need to be approved by him. Reminder for the gifts to go, update every day, love you all. Chapter 59. Who dares to dislike Sinead? Kainayu gently glanced at the contents of the file. Danzo put the file down. Just arrange it like this. You can add some fresher ingredients on a regular basis. Sinead needs a small stove? This is a good thing. To Anne's anguished, Sinead stayed in the camp all the time, opening a small stove every day. As long as Sinead stays in the camp, many wounded ninjas can be rescued. For Danzo, this is much better than Sinead going to the front to kill the enemy. But Sinead saw that he was upset. After a quarrel, he left the camp and entered the battlefield, but he couldn't persuade him to come back. Well now, Sinead is willing to stay, isn't that a good thing? Yes. With Danzo's permission, the people in the logistics department were also relieved, and this was justified. After the people from the logistics department left, Danzo said lightly, that one called Yagami Kainayu followed Sinead to the camp. Yes, Danzo-sama, along with Jiro's disciple, Minato. It was Hokage-sama who specially asked Sinead to let them come to the front line for training. Do you want to summon them? The root ninja appeared in the tent, got down on one knee, and answered respectfully. No need, it's just 2 little devils, isn't it just a pair of 3 hooked jade writing round eyes? Since Sarutobi values it, then go with them. It would be a lie to say that you don't have a heart. You need a talent like Kainayu. And Danzo is very jealous of Kainayu's Shenyun and his illusions. However, he is currently on the rise, and it is not suitable to do some secret tricks to prevent the 3 generations of Hokage from angering. Plus Kainayu is sensitive because of her identity, so it's better to stay still if she can, not to mention that Sinead has always been very optimistic about him. If he really did something to Chiyuki, Sinead would definitely explode. It would be strange if the camp didn't make a fuss by then. A talent and hand worth recruiting the power in the middle, Danzo decisively chose the latter. As for Kainayu's embarrassment to Shimura Hideyoshi, does it matter? What a big deal, it doesn't deserve his attention at all. There are so many people in the Shimura clan, and everyone has something wrong. If he needs to come forward to solve it, then Danzo doesn't need to be in power. Just focus on helping the tribe solve problems. Yes. The root man was ordered to disappear into the tent. He was alone in the tent. Danzo frowned deeply on his expressionless face. He recruited Koharu and Mito Kedori, and the three of them jointly negotiated with the 3 generations of Hokage, in order to hold the power of the frontline commander in his hands. But what Danzo never expected was that although this position was very powerful, it was a bit hot. He needs to deal with all kinds of messes. That's all. Danzo is not afraid of all kinds of conspiracies. What can give him a headache is that he is somewhat lacking in the ability to distribute and command the enemy. But he didn't want to give power to others. Thus, the present dilemma is formed. In addition, the 3 generations of Hokage intend to negotiate with Hanzo, hoping to end the war through negotiations. This is not what Danzo wants to see. His wish is to become Hokage, and he must have enough credit and prestige to become Hokage. If the 3 generations of Hokage led the negotiation and finally ended the war, he would definitely not be the one who made the profit. Sure enough, any world needs to be hugged by thighs to be comfortable. Look, others are eating dry food, but they can open a small stove, and everyone who still does it is willing to give them something more. Kainu sighed with emotion. Gyudu? It's been a long time since I had a decent meal. Smelling the fragrance, Shengshu swallowed his saliva in disappointment. Kainu looked at him speechlessly. Rope tree, can you stop being so embarrassing? People who don't know think you have escaped. On the battlefield, sometimes it is more terrifying than fleeing. Snard's voice came in. Obviously it was stuck, and he also helped his younger brother to resolve the embarrassment, otherwise Rope Tree would definitely sit on the wax in place. Sister, it's time for dinner. Rope Tree jumped up and gave Sinead his seat. It's a pity that Sinead was disliked by his strength. Looking at the tent that had been tidied up, Sinead still chose to sit on Kainayu's side. There is no other reason. The Rope Tree's bed is too messy, and there is a strange smell, which no girl wants to smell. After dinner, clean it up by yourself, otherwise you will be embarrassed. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Sinead did not forget to warn the Rope Tree with his eyes after he sat down. He used to live in a tent by himself, but now, with 2 more companions, if he is still as sloppy as before, he will be disliked by others. As for her Sinead, who would dare to despise her? Have you washed your hands and changed your clothes? Just sit on my bed. As soon as the brain supplement was over, Sinead was pushed away by Kainayu. The medical department is not a good place. There are various viruses and a lot of dirty things. If you accidentally bring a little bit, it will be troublesome. Shengshu, who was just disliked just now, was still saddened and stared at Kainayu in a stunned manner. I just despised my sister, she was despised by others. Am I dreaming? Little devil, what did you say? Being disliked in front of his younger brother, especially when he had just disliked his younger brother, Snart's face turned red, and he glared at Kainayu. Obviously it's been washed. If you don't believe me, come and smell it. Yes? Kainayu suspiciously approached Sinead and smelled it. Minato is not surprised by this matter. Even more bizarre things, Kainayu and Sinead have tossed, let alone this. This can only be regarded as pediatrics. The Watergate can accept it, but the Rope Tree can't. He feels like the sky is about to fall. His sister is willing to let a man, a little boy so close to him and do such an excessive thing. Yagami Kainayu, you are too much. How can you smell next to a girl? There's no weird smell, so you're done. After making sure there was no strange smell, Kainu let go of Sinead. Let's eat. You are lucky, the people from the logistics department specially brought you 2 bottles of wine. Picking up the bowl and chopsticks, Kainu pointed to the wine bottle on the side. Think they are sensible. It's not in vain that the old lady worked so hard to save people. I was exhausted. Kainu waited for me to massage. Your massage technique last time was very good, and I felt comfortable after pressing. Go aside. Do you have a big face? Just say whether to press or not. I reject. Eating? Why don't you eat? Aren't you hungry? Glancing at the dumb rope tree, Minato was very puzzled. Could it be because of the quarrel between Shiuki and Sinead-senpai? Isn't this normal operation? Dinner, why are you in a daze? After arguing with Shiuki, Sinead noticed that something was wrong with his younger brother. Oh, eat, eat. Rope Tree quickly grabbed the rice in the bowl, forgetting to even pick up the vegetables, and his eyes kept trolling on Kainu and Sinead. Look at it again, I'll have your eyeballs gouged out. Sinead rolled his eyes. Rope Tree. I'm your younger brother, dear, why are you more fierce towards me than outsiders? Still open, the stove is so comfortable that I can't bear to leave the camp. Having eaten and drank enough, Snad blushes on his face because he drank alcohol, and falls directly on the Kainu bed. Come on, press it for me. I'm almost exhausted. If you don't press it, I won't leave. I'll sleep here tonight. When? The bowl in Rope Tree's hand fell on the table. Then, Sinead, Shiuki, and Minato looked over with questioning eyes. Are you okay? Why is it always weird? Even a bowl can fall on the table. Chapter 60. This mysterious job turned out to be like pressing, right? See if you still press it. Kainu gritted her teeth and jumped to sit on the back of Sinead's hand, pulling up her hand and pulling it back with force. Blatilda, a series of crunching bones sounded. Yes, that's it, use some force. The bones are about to fall apart. Woman, shut up, it's good to press for you, why is there so much nonsense? Rope Tree was completely stupid. He didn't even know how he got out of the tent. Rope Tree, what's wrong with you? You're absent-minded. Minami pulled the Rope Tree out of the tent. The 2 of them were in charge of washing dishes and pots. Seeing that the Rope Tree was in a wrong state, Minami was a little worried. I'm fine, I'm just... The Rope Tree, who came to his senses, shook his head with a wry smile, raised his hand and gestured. Feeling a little hard to tell, after all, his thoughts are too evil. Watergate. Huh? Give me the bowls and chopsticks. You don't look very comfortable. Leave it to me today, and you can come tomorrow. That. What's the relationship between my sister and Yagami Kainu? Relation? Watergate looked up at him. It's a very normal relationship. I used to think it was a senior and a junior, but then I felt like a friend. Both of them like to play tricks and like skins. Saying that, Minato was ashamed. In the entire Konoha, only Kainu dares and Snad are so skinny. If it was someone else, I was afraid that I would be slapped to death by a slap. Don't you think such a relationship is strange? Roshu still felt that something was wrong. Sinead was so old, yet he became friends with someone who was 10 years younger than him? It seems that the relationship is still very close. This is unreasonable, really unreasonable. There are even more strange things at night. You will find out later. Recalling the days spent in the last few nights, Minato can only smile bitterly. What? Anything more strange? The sound of the Rope Tree was raised a few degrees, almost deafening Minato's ears. Watergate didn't even know why Rope Tree had such a big reaction. Soon, Rope Tree understood why Minato would say even stranger things. Come on, while you and the three of you haven't been on duty yet, let's play some landlord games first. We haven't played all day, and we feel uncomfortable. Sinead, who patted the table and enjoyed a full massage, felt comfortable all over, and hooked his fingers against the rope tree with playing cards. Lend me your pocket money first and pay you back another day. No, I don't have any pocket money. Rope tree shouted and subconsciously covered her purse. Kainu rolled her eyes. Aren't you here without 300 taels of silver? With such an obvious action and tone, Sinead can only be called a ghost if he can believe it. Are you overestimating your sister's bottom line? Aren't you going to borrow it? Sinead knew that Nozi had money, and would not believe the excuse that he had no money. He narrowed his eyes slightly, raised his chin, and looked at him. There's really only so much. Rope tree took out the money and wanted to cry but had no tears. Kainu. Watergate. The two were inexplicably glad that they didn't have such a sister, otherwise they would be crazy. Forget it, I won't win Sinead's money today. Rope tree looks too pitiful. Kainu thought so. So is the Watergate. It's just playing cards with Sinead. It's difficult for you to lose. No, Kainu can still pretend to be stupid on purpose and fight randomly. She is not very familiar with the Watergate of Dudashu, so she can only bite the bullet and tremble. In the end, Watergate became the biggest winner, and even Kainu won a lot along with him. Who made Sinead keep thinking about the local lord, and he has been thinking about a few frames to get it all back. In the end, the loser did not win back, but instead lost all the pocket money of Rope Tree. Damn little devil, I remember you. I will find Zyla and settle the account. It's enough to lose to Chiuki, Sinead admits. Why is even Watergate winning her money, damn it? Jera, wait for the old lady. In the battlefield, Jera, who had just fought an ambush battle, suddenly felt cold all over his body, and a cold air ran down his tailbone to the back of his head. Ochimaru, do you suddenly feel cold? I think you are stupid. Looking at him with contempt, Ochimaru didn't even have the idea of talking. In his eyes, Jira has always been an idiot. Ignored and despised, Jirai also laughed, scratched his wet white long hair, didn't take it to his heart, changed the subject, and continued to ask, you said Sinead is back, shouldn't we go back to the camp to make some repairs, just to rest for a while? Ninjas are also human beings, and they also get tired. They are not perpetually moving machines. After dealing with this wave of enemies, I will go back tomorrow. Facing Jira, Ochimaru cherishes words like gold. To put it simply, he didn't talk too much, and he really couldn't chat with Jirai. Ochimaru's mind is full of ninjutsu, how to become stronger, and Jira's mind is full of women. This makes Ochimaru, who doesn't even care about gender, how to continue chatting with him. It was fine when Sinead was there, but when Sinead wasn't there, the atmosphere between the two was as awkward as it could be. It's also a pity that Ochimaru hasn't turned black, otherwise Xyli would be even more uncomfortable. Don't be sad, when you get back to Konoha, I'll treat you to a big meal and a hot spring, isn't it just a little pocket money? Seeing your sad face, you have no masculinity at all. Kainu comforted Rope Tree. But that's my money. Shengshu wanted to cry but had no tears. He didn't even touch the cards, and the money was gone. How could anyone be more aggrieved than him? My sister, she really is my sister, but anyone who is not a relative will not be able to do such a trick. Shall we? Let us pay you back? Minato couldn't bear it. At this moment, Rope Tree looked so helpless and pitiful, which made him feel a little embarrassed. After all, he won the most. Forget it, I am used to it, it's just heartache. Rope Tree smiled calmly, next time, I will definitely hide the pocket money so that my sister won't find it. I will definitely be able to. We'd better go far away. I heard that stupidity is contagious. Kainayu resolutely evacuated, away from the rope tree. Minato thought about it for a while and then left. He thinks that the rope tree is so stupid now, so it's better to go farther away. After the rope tree covered the whole day, Kainayu and Minato finally knew what they were going to do. Only then did they understand why they had an ominous premonition during the day. So, our task is to guard the sealed scroll in the morgue to prevent someone from stealing the body? In Naruto world, you won't get peace if you die. Because your body can be unearthed countless secrets, even your soul can't escape. Konoha and Ninja went to war. The number of dead ninjas was huge. Too many corpses were inconvenient to transport back. They would be sealed in scrolls and transported in batches. And the task of the rope tree is to guard the sealed scroll at night. Kainayu and Minato were assigned together. It's no wonder that the surprised medical man in the daytime looked at the two of them so strangely. At their age, they can follow Tsunade into the battlefield, which is definitely not comparable to ordinary ninjas of the same age. As a result, as soon as he arrived at the camp, he was assigned to guard the scroll that sealed the corpse. No one else could accept such an arrangement. Yes, although the possibility of an enemy stealing the body is very, very small. Rope Tree looked embarrassed. He was embarrassed to say it during the day because the task was disgraceful. He is someone who is going to the battlefield, how can he keep guarding the morgue? It didn't turn out as he wished, so he was assigned here. The morgue was a bit terrifyingly quiet. It was fine during the day, but it was quiet at night, making the entire morgue a little gloomy. A timid person would never dare to stay here forever. Leaning on the log post, Kainayu asked with a headache, "Rope Tree, did you offend someone? Why are you assigned here?" It was arranged by the teacher. Chapter 61 Rope Tree, How could Nine Tails become someone else's psychic beast? Rope Tree pulled her shoulders and said weakly, "The teacher loves research, and he said that if I want to learn his skills, I have to get used to it first. Sooner or later, I will face the corpse, conduct research, and let me adapt in advance, so I am divided here. Depend on. Let me just say, love is a good thing for Orochimaru. Let his disciples guard the morgue. Orochimaru is really a goddamn talent. Forget it, as soon as you come, be safe. It's better to guard the morgue than to go to the battlefield. At least you don't need to guard against the enemy everywhere. There is no need to enjoy the treatment of wind and rain. Except for some gloomy ones, the others are okay, just a little boring. Kainayu, do you have a good relationship with Kushina? Maybe it was because of boredom. Rope Tree wanted to find something to talk about, but he pulled out Kushina. The smile on Minato's face on the side slowly solidified. He lowered his head, and his eyes were a little lost. Which bot you can't lift without opening it? At this time, why are you mentioning Juxin I? It's okay to mention Kushina. Why do you still ask me if my relationship with her is in place? Stretching lazily, Kainu said perfunctorily, "It's always been in place. Don't you know? Ahaha, isn't it? That's good. Kushina doesn't have many friends. With you around, she can truly integrate into Konoha." Realizing that he said something he shouldn't have said, Rope Tree was also very embarrassed. Does Minato like Kushina? Then you are miserable. Kushina likes Kainayu. Rope Tree said, "People who are not blind can probably see this." And Uchiha Makoto, who also likes Chiyuki. Watergate, you probably have no hope. Not long ago, Watergate was sympathetic to the Rope Tree. Okay, now, the roles have changed and become Roshu to sympathize with Minato. Seeing Rope Tree looking at Minato with sympathy on her face, Kainayu was speechless. With the two of you together, have you become brothers and sisters? Kainayu simply convinced them. This kind of task is really boring enough. In less than half an hour, Kainu was a little dozed off. Minato and Roshio got together, and they murmured that they didn't know what they were talking about, but they seemed to be quite energetic. Kainu listened carefully, and immediately lost interest. He thought that the two were talking about some mysterious topic, and they were so secretive, but they were exchanging ninjutsu learning experience. Inexplicably, Kainayu misses mobile phones and computers. If you give him a computer or a mobile phone, Kainayu can sit here all night without getting tired. Standing like this stupidly doing nothing makes people want to sleep. Shengshu, how do you usually pass the time, so you don't just stand there for a night, right? How come? Rope Tree turned around and took out a pile of books from his arms. He also had an expression of, "I knew you couldn't stand it, but I was prepared in advance," on his face. Because guarding the morgue is very boring, I always bring some books to read, so that I can pass the boring time. It happens that Mr. Ochimayu has kept a lot of books, and I can ask him to change them at any time. Okay, reading a book to pass the time is better than standing there in a daze. Chiuki picked out a ninja story at random and read it. The protagonist of the story is a wandering ninja from a small village. In order to pursue the road of the strong, he leaves his hometown and the weak village and embarks on the road of experience. What's so special? Hot eyes. After turning a few pages, Kainayu decisively put down the book. Ochimayu still read this kind of book? This is totally self-indulgent, okay? The ordinary little ninja from the small ninja village, step by step on the road to the strong, almost didn't call the Senji Hashirama brothers, and chatted with Uchiha Madara. Could it be that this book was written by Ochimayu? Ochimayu shouldn't have such a hobby, and only then did Jiraiya like to do such shameless things. Forget it, get another one. The hard night just passed, Kainayu didn't even know how she survived. This kind of work has lasted for a long time. Speaking of which, Kainayu admires Rope Tree's optimism and innocence. After guarding the morgue for a few months, he can still be happy all day long. It seems that it is not without good for being nervous. At least Kainayu can't do it, and neither can Watergate. Like Kainayu, Minato was a little listless. It seems that Minato didn't even read the book that Roshi brought. Minato, how is your spiritual practice? Can you successfully channel the Toad of Momu Mountain? Going back to the tent where he was resting, Roshi recalled what Ochimayu told him that Jiraiya had already made Minato and Momochan sign a psychic contract. Ahaha. It's alright. Minato suddenly became embarrassed, raised his hand and scratched the back of his head, not knowing how to answer. Is it okay? That means you succeeded? Come out and let me see. My spiritualism has not been going well. Teacher Ochimayu warned me not to use this trick casually, it will bring a lot of trouble. Rope Tree was excited, and kept urging Minato. Watergate. Can we not mention the psychic beast? Kainayu also has a psychic beast, why don't you look for him? Minato was in a dilemma, but Kainayu couldn't help laughing. The two of you wouldn't dare to use spiritism, but if the other used it, a toad with a tail was still channeled through it, right? How long has it been since the last embarrassment at Watergate? It seems like a long time. Anyway, Watergate should have made some progress. By the way, his chakra is limited. There are not as many chakras in Watergate as he imagined, which is the biggest reason why his psychic skills are limited. After all, the toads in Momu Mountain are all a bit big, except for the little tadpoles and baby toads. As for Rope Tree, as the orthodox descendant of the Kainza clan, his chakra volume is naturally much higher than ordinary people. However, he didn't dare to use psychic techniques easily, for fear that he would accidentally get out Ochimayu's 10,000 snakes. It is true that the 10,000 snakes are channeled out. At that time, Shengxiu will not even have a place to cry. Wan Shi is not as talkative as Mao Mushan's toad. Facing Ochai Ma Yu, he has the attitude of being the boss. And every time you come out, you must ask for sacrifices, otherwise you will eat Ochai Ma Yu. One can imagine how difficult it is to get along with the snakes in Longdidong. Before they are not strong enough, it is best not to channel them casually. It's enough. One thing, you've been laughing at me for months, and it doesn't stop. Minato had black lines all over his head, glared at Kainayu through gritted teeth, and Rope Tree was also stunned. Turns out I wasn't the only one holding back, and the water gate was also not going well. A toad with a tail? Why do I want to laugh a little? Can't laugh, otherwise what if Minato sprays me? I don't dare to use the connection spirit. Rope Tree stopped her smile in time and changed the topic. How about you, Kainayu? Do you have a suitable psychic beast? He already has a psychic beast, but he just doesn't want people to know about it. Minato hugged his arms and started to use the aggressive technique. He had been thinking about Kainayu's psychic beast for a long time. I knew that your kid was uneasy and kind, so he was waiting here. Yes? Rope Tree looked curious. Kainayu, what is your psychic beast? Can we see it? It's just a fox. It's nothing to see. It's a big white fox. This guy is sleeping. I don't know if he's awake. Zabai is sleeping. Kainayu hasn't paid much attention to it recently, and she doesn't know that it has woken up from a deep sleep. No. If he doesn't wake up, it's not good to get Zabai out and affect his progression. Fox? Is it still white? Minato was fine, but she didn't expect Kainayu to treat an animal like a fox as a psychic beast. At the same time, he was even more curious about what Kainayu, this psychic beast, looked like. The white fox must be pretty. Is it strong? No, the psychic beasts are to assist in the battle, and you can't just look at their appearance. Otherwise, Ochai Ma Yu, Jera, and Tsunade will cry and die in the toilet. The three psychic beasts are snakes, toads, and slugs. Minato was curious what Kainayuki's psychic beast looked like, whether it was a huge one, or a small and cute type. But the Rope Tree, who knew the existence of Nine Tails, was different. He was already muttering in his heart, why does this sound so unpleasant? Big fox, or white? If it wasn't for Kainayu and the three words white, Joshua would have thought it was Nine Tails. After thinking about it, he laughed stupidly at his own thoughts. With the Nine Tails sealed in Kushina's body, how could he become someone else's psychic beast? Master, Zabai woke up. I remind you to take a walk with the gifts. The updates are available every day. I want to be good to you, see you every day. By the way, can you take a walk with the 5-star praise? Precious. Chapter 62 Watergate. Such a cute and beautiful little fox. I wanted to. Just when Kainayu was about to refuse, Zabai's voice came from her mind. Is the second stage of sleep over? Kainayu couldn't help but get excited. If the Zabai in the first stage was only a little strong, then the Zabai in the second stage would be completely unconvinced. Wait until the third stage. Sorry. The exclusive 9 tails are in the game, but they can resist the existence of the 10 tails. Since you want to see it, let you see it. Zabai. Don't get too big. Kainayu said to Zabai in her heart, then raised her hand and started to seal. In fact, his seal is the result of loneliness. Because Zabai can be summoned without psychic skills at all, even if he is far away, he can return to Kainayu's body on his own. It is difficult for an exclusive tailed beast like Zabai to be sealed. Is Kainayu going to psychic her own psychic beast? Minato and Rope Tree both stared at him curiously. The psychic went through a process. The white smoke in the tent exploded, and Zabai, whose body was only the size of a corgi with short legs, appeared in front of the three of them. Owner? Zabai shouted happily and jumped towards Kainayu. Kainayu raised her hand to catch it and held it in her arms. Zabai cupped Kainayu's chest with her small head, and her 9 long tails swayed in the air. What a whimper, what a charming voice. If they hadn't seen with their own eyes that the sound came from a fox's mouth, Minato and Rope Tree would even mistakenly think that it was a beautiful woman speaking. This sound is simply not too attractive. It's heart-wrenching. It's been a long time since you came out. Kainayu fondly hugged Zabai, gently stroked its soft white fur, and said to Minato and Rope Tree, "This is my psychic beast, Zabai. It's a fox with 9 tails. It can get bigger, and it's a girl. I'm sour." Minato looked at Zabai, and then used Zabai to compare it with the toad in Mamushan, and it turned into lemon essence in an instant. It's not comparable at all. Compared with Zabai, the toad in Momu Mountain is just a piece of shit. I really want such a psychic beast. I don't like snakes at all, I like foxes. Shengshu's eyes were hot, and he stared at Zabai, wishing he could snatch Zabai from Kainayu's arms, and then hug him a few times and enjoy the feeling of foxing. Even if she looks good, her voice is still so attractive. Whispering and charming, this fox must have become a fox spirit. After being praised by the master, Zabai hummed, raised his head arrogantly, and his big blue eyes turned round, constantly looking at the water gate and the Rope Tree. "Master? Are they your teammates? Good dishes are not as good as that little girl named Kushina." Cough cough. BFFT, disgusted by the strength of a psychic beast, Minato coughed for a while, and Rope Tree choked on his saliva. "Don't talk nonsense." Kainu was embarrassed and rubbed Zaobai's head. Zabai will place Kushina on top of Minato and Rope Tree, mainly because of the 9 tails in Kushina's body. It's a pity that the relationship between Kushina and Kyuubi is like water and fire. If she becomes the perfect person you lie, she will definitely become the No.1 powerhouse in Konoha. At that time, the 3 generations of Hokage and Danzo will not say that Kushina is locked up, and it will be strange not to treat her like an ancestor. Put Zabai on his bed, Kainayu went to prepare food, and warned Watergate and Rope Tree at the same time. "Don't touch it. Zabai is very strong, and he has a bad temper with outsiders. If you don't listen to advice and cause injuries, I'm not responsible." Everyone has a love for beauty, and Zabai has such a good appearance that Minato and Shengshu have begun to dislike the snakes in Longdi Cave and the toads in Momu Mountain. Both of them looked at Zaobai and their eyes began to glow green, and they could not wait to grab Zaobai and hold him in their arms. Kainayu promised that if they dared to reach out, they would definitely regret it until their intestines were knotted. Kainayu's warning cut off the idea of Minato and Rope Tree holding Zabai. The water gate was okay. Rope Tree followed directly and asked in a low voice, "Kainayu, what about your psychic beast? Acquired?" It seemed that Rope Tree was very excited, and wanted to get one of the same style. It was best to have a cute voice, which made him feel comfortable. Kainayu was kneading the dough. She looked back at the Rope Tree, and replied, "I'm not too sure. Zabai said that it chose me, and signed a contract with it when he used spiritism for the first time. Until now, it's just sleeping, so it didn't come out. Zabai has grown to the 2nd stage, and his chakra has been perfectly restrained, so there is no need to hide it. As long as there is no outbreak, everyone will mistake Zabai for a pet." "All right." Hearing what Kainayu said, Rope Tree knew that her hope of getting a Zabai of the same style was dashed. Looking at Zabai's appearance, even if there are other clansmen, he will not be allowed to sign a contract with the clansman. It's also thanks to Kainayu that she didn't know Rope Tree's thoughts, otherwise she would have told him that there were still opportunities, such as Konoha. It's just that Konoha has a bad temper. Besides Konoha's 9 tails, there are also tailed beasts in other villages. As long as you don't get killed by the detonator, there are many chances. The premise is that your strength is strong enough, just like Madara Uchiha, forcibly signing a psychic contract with Nine Tails. To the Nine Tails, this is the greatest humiliation of a beast life. Being controlled by Shenyan and being sealed is enough, and being forced to sign a contract is the most unacceptable thing. As long as Madara Uchiha used the psychic technique, Kyuubi's heart would jump a few times. It can be seen how much Madara Uchiha deterred the Nine Tails. This is yours, eat it. She poured oil on the noodles for breakfast. Kainu finished her portion and left the tent with a bowl. Seeing this, Zabai flexibly jumped onto his shoulders, got into the raincoat and lay on his head, like a white hat. Fortunately, Zabai is white. If this is green, who would dare let him lie on his head? Not to mention, it's quite warm. Kainu couldn't help but think. At this time, in the tent, Watergate and Rope Tree were worried. I know what you're thinking. While eating the noodles, Minato rolled his eyes when he saw Osha staring at him all the time. Rope Tree smiled awkwardly. I also know what you're talking about. We have to be unified, and we must not let Mr. Orochimaru and Mr. Jiraiya know that we despise their psychic beasts. Otherwise, the teacher will be very disappointed. I agree. Minato immediately raised his hand in agreement. They like Zabai, and the news that they dislike toads and snakes spreads out, and they have a lot of fun. Jiraiya probably won't be angry. After all, it's hard for people to like toads. But if the toads of Mount Myogi find out, they may refuse to work for Minato. On the Orochimaru side, not to mention more. The snakes in Longdidong are not easy to provoke. With the character of Orochimaru, knowing this, it is estimated that they will not give Shengshu any good fruit to eat. So we have to convince Kainu to keep him a secret. The two of them agreed and said in unison. Tsunade's location was easy to find. With Zabai leading the way, Kainu soon came to the tent where the medical department rested. But when he entered the tent, he was surprised to find that there were other people in the tent besides Tsunade. Coming? Orochimaru and Jiraiya returned to the camp in the early morning and came to her. Tsunade helped them deal with their wounds, and after a while, Kainu came. Seeing Kainu coming, Tsunade couldn't sit still, leaving behind Orochimaru and Jiraiya, rushing up and grabbing the bowl that Kainu brought. Good fragrance, what is this? I didn't seem to have eaten. I stayed up all night, and I was starving to death. Tsunade wasn't afraid of being hot, so he picked up his chopsticks, stirred it, and ate it in big gulps. Splashed noodles with oil. Kainu sat aside and replied, and nodded and said hello to Orochimaru and Jiraiya who were looking at her not far away. The fragrance of oily noodles permeated the tent, and Jiraiya swallowed subconsciously. He almost forgot how long he hadn't eaten hot food. Orochimaru, who is not very picky about food, has his eyes a little straight. After all, after fighting on the battlefield for more than a month, he spent all the time with military ration pills and dry food. Who wouldn't want to have a mouthful of hot food? Chapter 63 Tsunade, Kainu, have you heard of tailed beasts? Don't even think about it. As soon as Tsunade looked up, he saw Jiraiya and Orochimaru staring at him, and quickly raised his hand to protect his bowl. If you want to eat, go to the logistics department. Don't hit me. I'm starving to death. I'm sorry, two seniors, because I didn't know you were there, so I wasn't prepared. Kainu really didn't know that Orochimaru and Jiraiya were also here, otherwise it wouldn't be hard to make 2 more bowls of noodles. Fortunately, he is not eating now. As long as Tsunade is not afraid of embarrassment, Kainu doesn't care about that. Tsunade's own guests, she entertained them herself. Haha, it's not too late to prepare now. Xylai also hit the snake with a stick. Kainu was speechless. The thickness of Jiraiya's face far exceeded his expectations. Roll. Tsunade took the initiative to help Kainayu out of the siege, and cursed at Jiraiya. Kainayu has just been on duty all night and has to help me make breakfast. If you want to eat it, get it yourself. I'm just joking, so what? Xylai also looked up at the sky without a word. Orochimaru smiled and said nothing. I just looked at it out of curiosity. Thousands of eyes. This is the first time Kainayu has met with Orochimaru. It's so boring. Zabai got out of his raincoat and looked curiously at Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya in the tent. Tsunade's eyes lit up when he saw Zabai with his peak appearance. Xylai also came up curiously. Is this your pet? She's so cute. She's still a girl, and her voice is very nice. Of the three, only Orochimaru froze. Zabai glanced at him just now, making him feel as if he was being stared at by a terrifying beast. It was the first time that Orochimaru had encountered this kind of feeling. Following toads, stay away from me. The smell of toads on your body is much heavier than that man named Minato. I don't know if the tailed beast is born with the creatures of the 3 generations of holy places. No. Xylai also got a little closer. His eyes showed malicious eyes, and Zabai became vigilant. BFFT originally wanted to ask, where did Kainayu get the pet from, but Xylai was also choked by Zabai's words. The smell of toads? Hobbit? I, the dignified toad fairy, Jiraiya, how can there be the smell of toads? Ha ha ha, I laughed so hard. Tsunade laughed so out of breath that he didn't even bother to eat. The scum in his mouth also spewed out all the way, and sprinkled it all over his body. It made Jiraiya's eyes look particularly resentful. Tsunade, it's fine for me to be despised by a pet, but you're still spraying me. Ha ha ha, you deserve it. Tsunade's smile was indescribable. Orochimaru put a faint smile on his face, narrowed his eyes, looked at Zabai lying in Kainayu's arms, and said, this is not a pet, it should be a psychic beast, am I right, Kainayu-kun? Judging from the creepy feeling just now, Orochimaru can say with certainty that the white fox in Kainayu's arms is definitely not a pet, but a psychic beast. And it is also a terrifying psychic beast. If you treat it as a pet and it suddenly slaps you to death, you still don't know what happened. Zabai is indeed my psychic beast, not a pet. Kainayu rubbed Zabai's soft hair and smiled, Senior can just call me by my name, you don't need to be too polite. Then I'll call you Kainayu. Orochimaru, who has not yet embarked on the road of blackening, is not too difficult to get along with. The strange thing is that among the 3 ninjas, he is the craziest and darkest one. But Orochimaru is also the most reasonable person among the 3 ninjas. He is not as thick-skinned as Jiraiya, nor is he as carefree as Tsunade, and he likes to beat people. Okay, psychic beast. How can such a small fox help in battle? Zabai's chakra all subsided, making Jiraiya mistakenly think that Zabai is weak, and at most is a psychic beast of the auxiliary type. Even Tsunade thought so. Only Orochimaru can confirm that Zabai is not a pet, nor is he an auxiliary type of psychic beast, but a terrifying beast. Do you have any feelings, this little fox? After being disliked by Zabai, Xylai no longer approached, and observed from a distance. He suddenly clapped his palms, but when he mentioned the word fox, he received a warning from Zabai's eyes, so he quickly corrected, isn't this little white very similar, a big guy from our Konoha? Although I have never seen 9 tails with my own eyes, as a disciple of the 3rd Hokage, I am not unfamiliar with tailed beasts. Jiraiya still knows what 9 tails look like. Except that Zabai is a little smaller, the color is white, and the appearance is relatively high, the rest of the appearance is almost exactly the same as Chiwei. It's a bit similar, but unfortunately there is no second 9-tailed in the world. Tsunade pouted and continued to eat his own noodles. He quickly wiped out a bowl of noodles, and patted his stomach with satisfaction, with a contented expression on his face. 9 tails? Kainayu pretended not to know, and looked over curiously. Are you sure you can say it? Ochimayu and Jira looked at Tsunade in surprise. Tsunade waved his hands casually and said, "What's the big deal? Although he has Uchiha's blood, he will know sooner or later." 3 Hokage and Danzo tried their best to hide this, but Tsunade didn't care. She believed that Kainayu would not be hostile to Kushina. Let Kainayu know about some things earlier, to avoid misunderstandings in the future. Kainayu, have you heard of tailed beasts? I heard that it seems to be a very powerful creature. The corner of Kainayu's mouth twitched slightly, so I'll just hold one myself. Zabai in his arms also shrugged his ears weakly, listening to others tell his master what a tailed beast is, feeling very boring. That's not bad. After thinking about it, Tsunade said, there are 9 powerful tailed beasts in the ninja world, 1 to 9 tails. The more the number of tails, the stronger the strength of the tailed beast. We Konoha have a tailed beast, that is the most powerful 9-tailed beast. Tsunade. An angry shout came from outside the tent. Hearing this voice, Tsunade rolled his eyes, and Jira shrugged at Ochimayu. Ochimayu showed a playful smile. He knew that Tsunade was going to be unlucky. If you talk about it for at least a while, you won't be able to run away. There might be another fight. The regiment has arrived. There are not many people in Konoha who dare to scold Tsunade like this. Danzo is one of them. It's a pity Tsunade wouldn't buy it. 5-star walk, update every day, love you, Chapter 64. If you have the ability to fight Tsunade, why are you staring at me? Ochimayu and Jira returned to the camp and came to Tsunade. Danzo decided to ask them to discuss some arrangements. Who knew that when he heard Tsunade's words when he walked outside the tent, Danzo suddenly became very angry. This is the absolute secret of the village. How did Tsunade tell others so easily? General's ninja opened the tent. Danzo walked in with a dark face, and said angrily, Tsunade, that's how your teacher taught you to leak the secrets of the village casually? Secret fart. Hearing this, Kainu was speechless to the extreme. Since it is a secret, how did the ninjas of N village sneak into Konoha and capture Kushina? I know what to say and what not to say. I don't need Danzo's assistant to remind me. Tsunade raised his face and said in an unhappy tone, Assistant Danzo just needs to do what he needs to do. You don't need to worry about me and Kushina. You. Tsunade responded directly, and didn't save Danzo any face. Immediately, Tuanzang's anger became even fiercer. He is also Konoha's Hokage assistant, the frontline commander-in-chief of the battlefield. But what about Tsunade? He didn't take Danzo in his eyes at all. Tsunade's attitude towards Danzo has also gotten worse since the Uzumaki clan was wiped out. The Vortex clan was exterminated. Although it was not the hand of Konoha, Konoha played some indescribable roles in it. In other words, it is fueling the flames. And the person who caused all this is Danzo. Even when the Uzumaki clan asked for help, Danzo strongly opposed Konoha's assistance to the Uzumaki clan. He even brought out the theory of war, forcing the 3 generations of Hokage to make concessions. The Whirlpool family was gone, and Konoha didn't help, and even jumped out at the end to take over the inheritance of the Whirlpool family. These things are like a thorn in the heart of Uzumaki Mito. It's a pity that she is old. Even if she has a high status, she can no longer influence the decision of the village. In the end, Uzumaki Mito could only accept this result, and he couldn't let it go until he died. Tsunade sees these things in his eyes. How could she have a good impression and a good attitude towards Danzo, Koharu, and Mitoman Yan? It's not bad if you don't scold your mother. Ahem, I don't know if Danzo-sama came to find Tsunade. What's the matter? Seeing that Tsunade and Danzo were about to quarrel again, Jiraiya hurriedly stood up to ease the atmosphere. It's not a good thing for a medical department boss and a battlefield commander to quarrel in the camp. Even if it doesn't give the enemy a chance to take advantage, it's not good to hear it out. It's easy for people to mistakenly think that Konoha will be at odds with each other, which will damage their own morale. So Tsunade didn't want to quarrel with Danzo, and would rather leave the medical department and enter the battlefield to kill the enemy. Jiraiya also came out to smooth things out. Danzo, who couldn't go up or down, also stepped down, and his tone slowed down. The people from Manbu have received some latest information. The three of you come to the headquarters to discuss the distribution of military forces. After speaking, Danzo didn't want to stay here for a second, so he glanced at Kainayu with dark eyes, and left with the ninja with roots. Damn it. Look at me doing the hammer, I didn't say anything about the nine tails. If you have the ability, go and fight Tsunade. What are you staring at me for? I don't eat the rice from your Shimura family. Am I being targeted? Will a ninja with roots come to the door in the middle of the night? Kainayu raised her hand and pressed her chin, and began to speculate curiously. If a ninja with roots comes to his door, what should he do? It seems that it is not easy to bury corpses in the camp, it is a bit troublesome. How about stuffing it directly into the seal scroll in the morgue? That Danzo would be pissed off. Humph. Tsunade was not afraid of offending Danzo, and said bluntly, be careful, that old guy is not a good person. Danzo, who had just walked out of the tent, staggered under his feet, followed by an angry look on his face under the mask of Danzo's root ninja. Obviously, he heard Tsunade's words. Walk. Danzo pretended he didn't hear this and left with someone. Xylai also smiled bitterly. Tsunade, why do you do this? The old man will be very embarrassed. Jiraiya has always disapproved of Tsunade's harassment of high-level officials, even if what they do is filthy. After all, everyone is from the same village, and their faces are dull when they make trouble. Ha ha, Orochimaru smiled sarcastically. What he disliked most was Jiraiya's temperament. Obviously not used to it, and all kinds of worries. Sometimes I am afraid of this, and now I am afraid of that. Tsunade wanted to hit someone. Turning his head and staring at Jiraiya, he wanted to stab him with his eyes. Even if you don't want to come forward, you still come to persuade me? Fuck off, go away. Seeing that Tsunade went wild, Jiraiya immediately fled with his head in his arms, and rushed out of the tent like flying. First of all, he was afraid that Tsunade would beat him. Second, he went to find something to eat, and then went to see his disciple, Minato. I haven't seen each other for so long, I hope Minato can understand me. Then let's say goodbye first, Kainayu-kun. Orochimaru greeted with a smile and left the tent. I'm furious. Tsunade slapped the table, shaking the tableware and chopsticks were all bouncing high, looking at the deep palm print on the table. Kainayu felt that if this slap hit a person, a lot of bones would be broken. Dilla, Flashman. Kainayu would not comfort Tsunade or persuade her to calm down. It's not that I provoke her, why do you want me to comfort her? Anyway, the person who was beaten was not my Yashin Kainayu. Kainayu slipped away while thinking. Seeing that Kainayu didn't even care about the bowls and chopsticks, she just walked away. Tsunade laughed angrily, and said angrily, be careful. Don't run around, that old thing is very insidious, be careful that he troubles you. Danzo did not dare to attack her, but Tsunade was afraid that Danzo would take his anger on Kainayu too. How come? I'm just a little transparent. Your affairs don't involve me. Go, remember to come over for dinner at night. Trouble me? Come on, don't leave when you come. It just so happened that there were still many seal scrolls in the morgue. As for whether Danzo will be offended to death, Kainayu doesn't care. He was born on the opposite side of Danzo, offending and not offending, the result is the same. Even if there is no such thing as today, sooner or later, Danzo will attack him. Because his relationship with the Nine-Tails personage is too close. Of course, it's also because he has Uchiha's blood. Kainayu doesn't naively think that she is half-blooded and white-haired, and Danzang will open up to him. We will face it sooner or later, why not come earlier? He wouldn't mind giving Danzo a little warning. He also wanted to tell Danzo, don't stretch out your hand casually, I Kainayu, are not that easy to handle. I will not be timid like the rest of Uchiha. Where's the water gate? Back in the tent, Kainayu didn't see Minato. Roshu was lying down and reading a book. Hearing this, he turned over and answered weakly, where else can I go? Follow his teacher Jiraiya. It can be seen that the rope tree is sour, and it has turned into lemon essence. Because Minato was called away by his own teacher, Jiraiya. And he roped the tree, no. Even Orochimaru hadn't come to meet him. This made Shengshu feel resentful in his heart. Chapter 65 The Ninja of the Root, this level? I met Sino Orochimaru in the medical department just now. Sino Orochimaru seems to have gone to the logistics department. If you go there now, you should be able to meet people. After reminding Rope Tree, Kainu hugged Zaobai and got under the quilt and started to sleep. After staying up all night, he was also a little sleepy. As for Zaobai, he can be a bodyguard, a buff pendant and a small heater. And it's quite comfortable to sleep with the furry hug. The most important thing is that Zaobai also enjoys it. Go and beat that kid for me. It's just as close to Renji you lie. I don't have time to pay attention to you. I didn't expect Tsunade to even tell you about the Nine-Tails. Then don't blame me for being rude. Danzo thought through gritted teeth. The little devil with the evil blood of Uchiha, the secret of the Nine-Tails, not everyone can know. I have to say that Tsunade was right to be worried. Danzo didn't dare to attack her, so he took his anger on Kainayu's head. If Kainayu didn't have Uchiha's bloodline, it would be fine. He has Uchiha's bloodline, which would only lead to Danzo being hostile to him. Due to Kushina and Tsunade, Danzo can't wait to dig a hole and bury Kainayu directly. Yes, my lord. The Root Ninja quietly left. Although Kainayu has a record of beheading Jonin, and in front of many Jonin, she easily uses illusion to control Shimura Hideyoshi. But the Root Ninja still doesn't take him seriously. No matter what, he's always just a little devil, and he can't stand on the stage. As for the understanding of Shenyan, besides Uchiha, who else is more than Root? Besides, people with roots do things without considering the consequences and means. As long as they can complete the task, they will spare no effort to do so. After sleeping until the afternoon, Kainayu woke up slowly, opened her eyes and saw that Rope Tree and Minato were getting together, and she didn't know what to say. Seeing their excited expressions, Kainu couldn't help asking, what? You two went out and found money? 1,000 moons. Watergate hesitantly took out a notebook. Teacher Jiraiya came to me and gave me the notes he recorded while practicing ninjutsu. Me too. Shengshu's mouth can't be closed. Mr. Orochimaru also sent me his own notes. I thought that Orochimaru and Jiraiya had passed down the skills to you for decades, making you happy like this. Watergate is all it takes. Can your rope tree be able to make a difference? The young master of the dignified Kainza clan is so happy just because of a notebook. There is no force at all. Turn out your second grandfather's notes, enough for you to learn for a lifetime. That is something that even Orochimaru is envious of. Night falls. The work of Kainayu and the others started again, and it was still the gloomy, empty morgue. There are more people in this ghost place during the day, and almost no one comes at night. I see. My cultivation method is wrong. Why am I so stupid? Rope Tree and Minato had a bright and open discussion, and they watched with pleasure while holding the notes, and the light of the torches was not too dim. Even if you look at it talking to himself, as if enchanted. You too, go inside and have a look. Kainayu couldn't stand the constant murmurings of these two, sometimes calling herself stupid, then frowning, and then happily acting like the two fools. I really can't stand you guys. Master, the people who came with the one-eyed dragon during the day are circling outside. Zabai, who was lying on Kainayu's shoulder, reminded Kainayu aloud. This is. Root's people are staring at him. Are you really following me? Kainayu was stunned for a moment, then quickly laughed and walked outside. Minato and Roshi were reading the notes inside, and they were fascinated. They didn't even know that Kainayu had left. Even if they knew, they wouldn't care, because their work really doesn't require constant vigilance. If there are enemies lurking in the morgue, I am afraid that the Konoha camp would have been infiltrated into a sieve. There is no patrol team around, and there is no secret post on duty. It seems that he has been transferred by the ninja of the Root. After all, Root's ninjas need to have some scruples even if they are unscrupulous. If it goes too far, it will also cause a lot of trouble. Danzo at this time still cherishes his reputation. After all, if he wants to become Hokage, his reputation is too bad. Yagami Kainayu, Danzo-sama has a request. As soon as Kainayu walked to a remote place, General's ninja couldn't wait to jump out, blocking the road one after another, asking Kainayu to go, and Danzo wanted to see him. I believe in you. You don't use this excuse to deceive people, do you? Of the people who followed you, how many came back successfully? Do you think I'll go? Kainayu looked at the Root ninja with a monkey mask standing in front of her, and she directly activated the magic trick Segura Fall. Exclusive skills do not need to open the writing wheel to use. Anyone can be recruited anytime, anywhere. It is to make others think that Uchiha Kainayu needs to open the writing wheel in order to use this illusion, but he finds that Kainayu can use it without opening the writing wheel. Forehead. The Root ninja with the monkey mask froze and stood there without moving. Makuk. Makuk. Seeing his companion standing still, blocking the road behind, the Root ninja wearing a fox mask became anxious and shouted in a low voice. Don't call, he can't protect himself now. The scarlet light flashed, and Kainayu opened the writing wheel. In the eyes, the three-hook jade began to turn, and the fox mask was shocked. Because his companion suddenly stopped moving, he was negligent and looked directly at Kainayu face to face. The red light flashed, and the fox mask's brain was in a trance, and he knew that he had fallen into an illusion. He was anxious in his heart and wanted to unlock the illusion, but he felt a sore throat and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Why bother? Kainayu's voice full of emotion came from her ears. The world in the eyes of the fox mask began to lose its color, and her body fell weakly. Root ninja, at this level? One stared at himself, who opened the writing wheel, and immediately disappeared. Another foolishly hit Segura was about to start dancing awkwardly. Kainayu took out the seal scroll, threw the corpse in it, and also eliminated the monkey mask ninja who was about to start the awkward dance, and threw it in a seal scroll by the way. Zabai, take the scroll away and destroy it. Hiding a body in a morgue is definitely not an idea. Before Kainayu was just a fool. As for the corpse, it is better to destroy the corpse and destroy the traces, so as not to cause trouble for yourself. Watching Zabai disappear into the night with the scroll in his mouth, Kainayu stretched and returned to the morgue. Minato and Roshi were still obsessed with taking notes, unable to extricate themselves, and didn't even notice that Kainayu had gone out. Now Rock Ninja Village and Sand Ninja Village have also joined the battlefield of the Kingdom of Rain. The current situation on the battlefield of the Kingdom of Rain is chaotic. Hanzo declared war on Sand Ninja Village and Rock Ninja Village at the same time, which is a good thing for us Konoha. It is better to be in a multi-party melee than to be besieged. The headquarters was still brightly lit, Danzo was sitting on the main seat, and below were the representatives of various departments and the village's Junin. If you don't have the strength of the Junin, or if you don't become the representative of each department, you are hardly qualified to attend such a meeting. Chapter 66 Danzo refuses to negotiate peace. Tsunade is angry and leads people away. The behavior of Sand Ninja Village is to drag us to the territory of the Land of Rain and prevent the war from ending quickly. Tsunade looked serious and said loudly, in addition, Hokage-sama proposed to negotiate peace with Hanzo, end the war as soon as possible, and turn around to deal with the enemies who invaded the Land of Fire. This is the meaning of the 3 generations of Hokage, and Tsunade just conveyed it on his behalf. As for whether Danzo is willing to listen, that is his business. It seems that Danzo is unwilling to negotiate peace with Hanzo. Once the conversation is successful and the war is over, then Danzo will have to return to Konoha. He can only continue to be his Hokage assistant, the leader of general. Holding on to the right in the handshake will also leave you as a result. Everyone is looking at Danzo. Whether they want to negotiate with Urin Village depends on Danzo. After all, Danzo is the commander-in-chief assigned by the village. If he doesn't agree, the 3 generations of Hokage's intentions will be useless. Unless a formal order is given. Under the gazes of everyone, Danzo spoke slowly, now the situation is chaotic. Urin Village has a strong military, and Hanzo is a demigod. How could he easily negotiate with Konoha? This war will not end easily. Are you willing to negotiate? You have to send someone to contact Hanzo first. Isn't your law too arbitrary? Tsunade is cold looking at Danzo. She knew that Danzo would not agree. However, the meaning of the 3 generations of Hokage is to negotiate, not to order. Negotiations represent major events on the front line, and Danzo is in charge. If Danzo is unwilling, it means he didn't say anything. Orochimaru had a faint smile on his face, looking at Danzo with a bit of sarcasm. This result did not exceed his expectations. Only Jirai couldn't stand it, so he asked with a frown. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of many Jonin in the headquarters changed. They, like Jiraiya, hope to end the war as soon as possible. The country of fire is currently in chaos, and the ninjas in Sand Ninja Village are doing things everywhere. It is the best choice to end the war in Rainin Village as soon as possible. Danzo looked reluctant. Are you questioning me? Being questioned in front of so many people, Danzo couldn't hold back his face and glared at Jiraiya. Look, I know it. Tsunade sneered, clasped his arms and said nothing. Although he didn't want to quarrel with Danzo, Jiraiya still tried his best to win. Lord Danzo, I didn't question your intention, but I hope to send someone to contact Urin Village to see if Urin Village is willing to negotiate. If Rainin Village doesn't agree, what if I, Konoha, will fight the war to the end? Konoha, the head of the dignified 5 ninja villages, is still afraid of Ninja Village? I will personally send someone to contact the people of Urin Village. Do you have any other questions? Danzo had a gloomy face. Xylai also shook his head and said, no, Danzo-sama will arrange it. Then this concludes today's meeting. Everyone should perform their duties and do their jobs well. Don't let the enemy have the opportunity to attack. Tuanzang issued an expulsion order. Everyone got up and left the headquarters. Get ready, it's going to be a long fight. Orochimaru said without a smile. Anyone can hear who he is mocking. Xylai is also speechless. You didn't say it when you were inside, but now you say it's useless. I'm going to make arrangements for the medical department. Tsunade was in a mess. She wasn't going to stay in the camp anymore. Looking at Danzo's sinister face, she felt panicked in her heart. It's better to go to the battlefield. Aren't you staying? Orochimaru was still full of smiles. Tsunade looked at him coldly. I want to smash your face now. Why are you beating me? It's not that I provoke you. Orochimaru smiled and spread out his hands, expressing his innocence. Jiraiya smiled with a guilty conscience, took a few steps back, did not dare to provoke Tsunade at this time, otherwise he would really be beaten. After arranging the affairs of the medical department, Tsunade approached the three of them. The three of you will go back to rest immediately, pack up tomorrow morning, and leave the camp with me. Someone will take over the job here. Are we going to the battlefield? Rope Tree was eager to try, and was almost moved to tears. He had been waiting for this day for a long time, but Tsunade did not agree with him to go to the battlefield. And Orochimaru didn't take him with him either. The handyman who caused Rope Tree to stay in the camp all the time, has been mixed up to this day. You seem very proud? Tsunade's murderous eyes swept over. The Rope Tree froze in place like a lightning strike, and the smile solidified. Your sister is like a volcano that is about to erupt. It will blow up at one point. You are still fussing at this time. The old problem of the Rope Tree has been committed again. Minato scratched his head, showing a burdened smile. As a result, Minato smiled and immediately won the bid. Tsunade, who was still depressed after scolding her brother just now, turned around and saw Minato smirking and scratching his head. This smile, this action is exactly the same as Jiraiya, which made Tsunade look at Oda. What are you laughing at? Just like your teacher. Watergate. Who am I to provoke? That's it, go back to rest quickly, then pack up and leave tomorrow morning. Ended. Although it is safe to stay in the camp, apart from being stabbed in the back, the job of guarding the morgue is really not suitable for Kainayu. Is there any news? How long has it been? How long does it take to warn a kid? Inside the headquarters, Danzo recalled that he had sent someone to warn Kainayu. In the end, it was midnight, and no one came back. Sir, the macaque and Sanli haven't come back yet. Roots Ninja appeared in the headquarters. Trash. Tuanzang cursed in anger. If you can't do such a trivial thing well, it's just rubbish. Sure enough, General's strength is still too weak, but Saryutobi didn't let him ask for someone from the village's family, otherwise General's situation would not be so embarrassing. The three generations of Hokage during this period are at their peak in both strength and ambition, and Danzo will definitely not be allowed to mess around. Unlike after the Third World War, Danzo did whatever he wanted in Konoha. Not to mention taking orphans from the orphanage for experiments, training them to be spies, and even letting each family go out, enter the roots, and serve him. Sent someone to get them back, and by the way, see what this kid Yagami Kainayu is doing. Yes, sir. Roots Ninja left quickly, and soon brought back bad news. Lord Danzo, the three of Yagami Chiuki have returned to the tent to rest. This is from Tsunade. Order. There is already a new team stationed in the morgue. No traces of the macaques were found around, but footprints were found not far from the morgue, and there was blood on the ground, I'm afraid. There are footprints, there are bloodstains on the ground. Do you still need an explanation? Already dead. Then the question is, who would dare to attack his group? Yagami Kainayu. Only he has the strength and motivation. After all, his own people went to warn him. Maybe Kainayu would become angry and kill him. Look for the body, and if there is enough evidence to prove that this kid did it, get him under control immediately. Yes. At the moment, it's just a suspicion. Danzo has no evidence to point out that the ninja of the root was killed by Kainayu. Even if Kainayu has such possibility and motivation. But without evidence, Danzo didn't dare to mess around. Otherwise, Tsunade and the others would jump out and cause a lot of trouble. However, can the ninja corpse of Root still be found? Chapter 67 The enemy meets three imps. The seal scroll was taken away from the camp by Zabai and was directly destroyed at a distance. Not to mention the corpse, not a single hair is left. Even if Danzo's people turned the camp upside down, they couldn't find any clues. Not to mention finding any evidence. Roots Ninja searched all night, ran back and forth in the camp, and even found it outside the camp. But in the end, nothing was found, and Danzo was trembling and furious. This night is destined to be an uneasy night for some people. Kainu slept soundly, but Zabai returned to his body not long after he left. Kainu was looking forward to Tuanzang looking for the body everywhere, but couldn't find it. But there was no evidence to prove that it was done by herself. I just like the way you don't like me, and you can't get rid of me. That expression must be wonderful. After eating, they were about to leave the camp and enter the battlefield. Watergate and Rope Tree were a little nervous. Kainu is still addicted to her own food. Without a mobile phone, a computer, or a novel that she likes to read, food has become Kainu's best pastime to pass the time, and it can also satisfy her stomach by the way. Watching Kainu make breakfast while humming an unknown tune, it sounds pretty good. The most important thing is that Kainu is not nervous at all. Shengxia couldn't help asking, Kainu, are you not nervous about going to the battlefield? Nervous? Looking back at Rope Tree and Minato, who were not quite right, Kainu's mouth twitched. Being nervous is useless, you don't need to kill the enemy when you are nervous. Or are you nervous? The enemy will let you go? Kainu is right, being nervous is for nothing. Tsunade, Jira and Ochimayu came together, opened the tent canvas, and walked in. Aren't you late today? Jira craned his neck and looked into the pot. Tsunade ate noodles yesterday, but he was so greedy. Among the future 3 ninjas, Jira is the one who will enjoy life the most. It's a pity that some behaviors are disgusting and disgusting. You can eat it right away. She had long expected that Jira and Ochimayu might come to eat, so Kainu prepared some more. Fragrant egg fried rice, plus a bowl of big bone soup without the soul of chopped green onion. A good day starts in the morning. In the Frontline camp, it is not bad to have rice, eggs, and meat. Kainu can't expect the people from the logistics department to send the ingredients such as green onions. There were 6 people around the table, and the ones who were eating were very energetic. Jira, this unscrupulous guy, even made Minato's idea to make Minato laugh or cry. Even staring at the disciples' egg fried rice, teacher, are you going too far? I'm still growing. Watergate was a little helpless. Shame. Tsunade glared at Jira. Jira smiled embarrassingly. He didn't dare to think about it again. He could only look at his empty bowl regretfully, and sighed, the portion is too small, not enough to eat. Pack up and set off immediately. Rope Tree, come and wash the dishes. What? Why me? Rope Tree was stunned. You are not willing? Seeing that Tsunade was about to enter the stage of beating up his younger brother, Ochimayu, a teacher, had no intention of helping. Instead, he held his hands and stood on the side watching the play with Schadenfreude. Obviously, Uncle Snake is very happy to watch this kind of excitement. Set off. After packing things up, Tsunade specially took Kainu to the logistics department and removed a lot of materials from the logistics department. Let the people from the logistics department stare dumbfoundedly, wanting to stop but not daring. Now you don't have to worry about being hungry. It's that the environment in the country of rain is harsh, and it's not easy to find firewood. With the sealed scroll full of supplies, Kainu felt very at ease, but Tsunade still had a card face, so she could just take whatever she needed and it was done. Unlike others, if you want a sealed scroll, you need to apply first. And you have to get approval before you can get it. Don't you need to warn them? Leaving the camp and entering the battlefield, Jira looked worriedly at the 3 short figures behind him. Tsunade shook his blonde hair with a lot of water droplets, and said lightly, There may be some problems with the rope tree, but there will be no problems with Kainayu. This kid is better than you. If the enemy encounters them, it's a good thing if you don't have bad luck. Let's go. 6 people, 2 teams. Sinead and the others were considered a strong attack team, and wherever the battle was fierce, they needed to go. And Kainayu, Watergate, and Rope Tree formed a new team, stationed at a sentinel not particularly far from the camp. Sinead directly ignored Minato and Rouge, and appointed Cheuki as the team leader. So, we were left here? Raising his hand in front of his eyebrows, Rope Tree looked into the distance, but unfortunately the 3 figures of Sinead had already disappeared into the rain. Throwing the raincoat aside, Kainayu leaned against the post of the sentinel canopy. They are going to the place where the fighting is fiercest. What are you going to do? To die? Don't underestimate the battlefield of the Land of Rain. Sinead and the 3 are in danger at any time. The most dangerous time, Jera almost hiccuped. If it weren't for the quick arrival of reinforcements, Seiran would have lost 1 person. With the strength of the Rope Tree, follow Sinead and the others to run, not to send people's heads, but to do what? Can't you say something nice? Shengshu was in a hurry and wanted to find Kainayu for a one-on-one match. He was afraid that he would become like Shimura Hideyoshi. If Kainayu used an illusion to dance while standing in the heavy rain, then he could find a place to hit him to death without having to live. Be careful, even if it's a sentry post, there will always be enemies coming to attack. Minato was tense and was always paying attention to the situation around him, but there were only 3 of them around. Once attacked, no one can even ask for help. Even if a flare is launched, it will take a while for the camp to send people out. During this period, they all need to carry it by themselves. The battlefield is not a place to play. If you are not careful, you will lose your life. Calm down, don't push yourself too hard. I'm not nervous. Why are you nervous? He patted Minato on the shoulder, motioning him to relax a little. Don't be surprised. Anyway, Kainayu suddenly asked, Rope Tree, I have always had a problem. What is the problem? Folded the raincoat and put it aside, Rope Tree looked up. Kainayu asked, it is also the blood of the Kainza clan, and they are all direct descendants of the first generation of purpose. Why can your sister be named Princess Konoha by the big name book, and you don't have this treatment? What a weird question. But it makes sense. Watergate blinked, not old enough? While playing with eggs, you know a hammer. Sinead was only a few years old when he was canonized as Princess Konoha. This. I don't know. This question really asked Rope Tree, because he never thought about it. Kainayu suddenly asked. Rope Tree was still a little dazed. My sister was canonized as Princess Konoha, what about my Rope Tree? Shouldn't you give a canonization to a son of Konoha? Could it be that Damo prefers girls? Minato smiled and deliberately played with the Rope Tree. A word directly made Rope Tree fall into autism. BFFT, Minato, you are a goddamn talent, you can come up with this idea. However, Damo is not a girl who likes girls. The fundamental reason why Sinead was canonized as Princess Konoha was due to Senju Hasuma and Senju Tobirama, who made Sinead's mother belong to the Damo prefecture. It's not ashamed to get married and get a relationship, give a princess name. After all, Sinead is half of a Damo man. And the Rope Tree. It can only be said that it was born too late. After he was born, the Kainza family has become a commoner, no longer Konoha, or even the largest family in the ninja world. Such a good thing as canonization will naturally not fall on him. Ready to fight. As she was talking, Kainayu looked up at the signal flare in the sky, picked up the raincoat and hung it on her body, and rushed into the rain curtain. Chapter 68 The Rumored Puppet Master? But so Minato was wearing a raincoat all the time, so he didn't know which Rope Tree was wrong, and he folded the raincoat well. In the end, It took a lot of time to wear it, and in the end, I had to bite my teeth and follow in the rain. Not far from the sentry point, a few Konoha ninjas fled in embarrassment, followed by many sandy ninjas. At this time, Urin village was the place of 4 battles. The ninjas from Konoha, Sand Ninja Village, Yanin Village, and U Ninja Village all gathered here, and it was a complete chaos. You hit me, I hit you. As long as you are not your own, you are an enemy. Compared to U Ninja Village and Iwa Ninja Village, Sand Ninja Village is purely for Konoha. Killing Konoha ninjas is the priority. Since Sand Ninja attacked the Land of Fire, Chiyo brought the army of ninjas into the Land of Rain. Konoha ninjas have been attacked by the ninjas of Sand Ninja Village more than Rain Ninja Village. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. On the battlefield, How Fireball is known as a benevolent technique. It is powerful, but it can hardly kill anyone, but it is enough to attract the attention of the enemy. A huge fireball rushed straight in, and a lot of rainwater evaporated along the way. The reinforcements from Konoha are here, be careful. Such a big fireball flew up, and the sandy ninja who was chasing Konoha ninja could only stop and dodge quickly. Boom! How's fireball hit the big tree and exploded, blowing the knockdown tree into pieces. The wet broken wood was ignited and burned continuously, but it was gradually extinguished under the continuous rain. A flamboyant fireball technique, successfully attracting the enemy's attention to himself. A few Konoha's shinobi were also rescued safely. It turned out that the reinforcements were just 3 little devils. When the Konoha reinforcements came, the ninjas in Sand Ninja Village became vigilant. It's just that when they saw the face of the person coming, they couldn't help laughing. 3 little devils in their teens, dare to show their power? I really don't know how to write the word death. Be careful, they are very powerful and have puppet masters. We can wait for reinforcements. What security is finally guaranteed? But upon closer inspection, it turned out to be 3 children. A Konoha Jongran shouted anxiously at Kainayu and the others. Just as the words were out of his mouth, he realized that Kainayu had already rushed forward. He anxiously wanted them to stop, but he found that his eyes couldn't keep up with the speed of the other party. What the hell? Are the children of today so unbelievable? What a quick body shine technique. Superior. Minato and Rope Tree looked at each other and quickly followed Kainayu's footsteps. They didn't want Kainayu to fight alone. Looking for death. Seeing Kainayu rushing up alone, Sandy Ninja almost laughed angrily. With a flick of his arm, the 2 puppet arms aimed at Kainayu, and 2 dark tubes emerged from the puppet's palm, and countless poisonous needles sprayed out from the tubes. If that's the case, then you should die. Bump. The 2 puppets were spraying poison needles. The next second, one of the puppets suddenly exploded. Kainayu had already arrived in front of him, and said with some disappointment, "It's too slow. Is this the puppet master's fighting style? Except for the wide area and the highly toxic, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. Little devil, you." He was underestimated, and the ninja Sandine was very angry. He glanced at the puppet he was kicked and quickly retreated, preparing to let the puppet on his back join the battle. However, what was reflected in his eyes was a pair of scarlet A's. BFFT. Sandy Ninja felt like his heart was being pinched by an invisible big hand, the whole person was frozen in place, unable to move, and the scene in front of him began to blur. Uchiha. Severe pain struck, his heart was pierced by kunai. He could only say these 3 words before he died, and his body fell down uncontrollably. Team leader? Wind escape, great breakthrough. In just an instant, the Sandian Chunin who led the team fell to the ground, and the rest of the Sandian ninja were shocked and angry, and hurriedly launched an attack on Kainayu. Several kunai came with detonating charms, and some people were using ninjutsu to attack. To dun interbunked to Lubai. Chiuki was about to avoid it when Rope Tree and Minato had already rushed up. As a member of the Thousand Hands clan, they are best at water escape and earth escape ninjutsu. In this regard, Rope Tree is no exception. He has put a lot of effort into the water and earth tunnels. Boom! A thick earth wall stood in front of Kainayu, blocking the enemies throwing kunai and ninjutsu. Thanks. Kainayu jumped on the dirt wall and killed her. Although he doesn't need the protection of this dirt wall, it is always good to have teammates to support him. You're welcome. Rope Tree gave a thumbs up and grinned, his white teeth almost reflected a white light. Unfortunately, his expression was wrong, because Kainayu had already disappeared in place. Hey, wait for me. Sharingan observed the movement of the enemy. Kainayu had already killed it. Compared with illusion and ninjutsu, he is better at taijutsu and swordsmanship. What? In a team that didn't even have a single jonin, encountering an existence like Kainayu, it was like a tiger rushing into the flock. I saw his figure constantly passing by on the battlefield. Wherever he went, the enemy fell to the ground softly clutching his throat and heart. Do you want to be so fast? Leave us some. Like Kainayu chopping vegetables and melons, all the enemies will be eliminated by 3 strikes and 5 divisions. Rope Tree, who had been looking forward to fighting for a long time, found himself playing a handyman, and the battle was over. Minato also killed an enemy anyway. What about him? Not a single hair was caught. Is this the end? The few who were chased and fled, and the Konoha ninja who sent signal flares to ask for help, were almost stupid. I thought it was 3 ignorant little devils, but who knew they were real thighs? Especially the guy with the long silver hair and the open-wheeled eye, is simply a pervert. Throwing the ninja knife, letting the rain flow down the ninja knife and flushing the blood on it, Kainayu turned around and said to the people she rescued, "You'd better return to the camp as soon as possible. This is the range of the sentinel in front, and enemy reinforcements may appear at any time." Yes, thank you 3 for your rescue. Thank you. Several people quickly straightened their waists, bowed to Kainayu and the others, and then supported each other and limped towards the camp. It's not in vain, it's quite polite. Looking at the back of the other party's departure, Kainayu said to Rope Tree, the corpse will be handed over to you. You don't need to keep the forehead guard and puppet. You won't be able to get much military exploits. On the battlefield, don't touch the enemy's corpse casually. Why me? The Rope Tree pointed to himself. Kainayu opened her palm regretfully, because you didn't kill a single enemy, you are responsible for the aftermath, right? Obviously, you are moving too fast. Rope Tree very unconvinced, but still honestly buried the enemy's body. It's not too troublesome to do with a single earth escape ninjutsu. How many people reaped the spoils because of their covetousness, and finally overturned and died tragically on the battlefield? Kainayu doesn't want this benefit, it's better to bury it directly. Boom. The soil on the ground kept rolling, covering all the enemy's corpses underground. Soon, all traces of the battle were erased. If it weren't for the fact that there were a lot of corpses buried in the ground, who would have thought that a battle had just happened here? After cleaning up the mess, the 3 returned to the Sentinel. Kainayu and Minato are okay, Rope Tree has turned into a chicken. Chapter 69 Konoha has a super genius comparable to the god of ninjas. If you set fire here, will it attract the enemy? Rope Tree sat by the fire to bake clothes, and did not forget to ask, by the way, Kainayu, why is your instant body bursting so strong? Not only is the explosion strong, but the speed is also surprisingly fast. Minato was convinced earlier than the body shine technique. Not as explosive as Kainayu, but not as fast as him. Fortunately, Watergate is more optimistic. If this was someone with a smaller mind, he would have been beaten long ago. By condensing chakra on the soles of your feet and exploding, your explosiveness can also be enhanced, and the speed of the body instant technique can be increased. Just doing this will hurt the body. I don't recommend doing this for ordinary people. If you are, you can try it. After all, there are generally more chakras from the thousand-handed clan. Watergate. Saying that, Kainayu pointed to the woods in the distance. Minato understood in seconds, put on a raincoat and left the sentry post, into the woods. Is there an enemy? Rope Tree's performance was a little startled, and the whole person jumped up. There is no enemy, but there is dinner. Kainuyu's mouth twitched. How did Tsunade and Ochimaru teach them? Joji's awareness of all aspects is not obvious, but it's a pass. The strength is not bad, but in some aspects, it is worrying, not even Watergate. No wonder you were killed by a detonating talisman on the battlefield of the Land of Wind, and your internal organs were hollowed out by the ninjas of Unin Village. In the end, the angry Ochimaru ventured to Unin Village to release your aid to help you get revenge. With the right to be a frontline commander, the First World War ruined 1,000 ninjas in the Sand Ninja Village. Ochimaru really loves you. Having said that, why did the ninjas of Unin Village go to the battlefield of the Land of Winds? When I had nothing to do, I hollowed out the entrails of the rope tree. This is so sick. No wonder Ochimaru ran to Unin Village angrily to release the 8 tails of your village. It's a complete insane, even the corpse is not spared. Dinner? Rope Tree is indeed a little confused, perhaps because he hasn't been with Kainayu for a long time, and his thinking rhythm can hardly keep up with Kainayu and Minato. It's pretty good, enough to eat. Before Rope Tree could get the answer she wanted, Minato had already returned. He also carried a wild boar that wasn't too big, enough for 3 people to eat. It is not easy to store meat. Kainayu still likes to eat fresh meat when she can. Even wild boar is not very tasty. Others are tense on the battlefield and are worried about the enemy coming out. Well, we are going to start the barbecue. It's not good to do this. Facts have proved that no one can escape the true fragrance law. An hour later, Rope Tree ate his mouth full of oil, happier than anyone else. I don't even care about the clothes that are still wet, it's important to eat meat. On the battlefield of the Kingdom of Rain, in the camp of the Kingdom of Kuon, thousands of miles away, the 3 generations of Kazekage, who had been traumatized, finally recovered. At this time, he was holding the information collected by Anbu of Sand Ninja Village and the spies. It seems that this little devil is still hiding himself. Seeing that there was no such thing as Konoha's praise of Kainayu's achievements in the information, the 3 generations of Kazekage knew that Kainayu was hiding something. For example, let him, the strongest Kazekage, fall into illusion, and finally suffer mental damage. These things did not come out. The 3 generations of Kazekage didn't believe that Konoha had the opportunity to cover it. If it were him, he would definitely spread it out. This was a great opportunity to boost morale. How could he miss it? The news didn't come out. There was only one possibility, and that was that this kid named Yashin Kainayu didn't report the matter. Are you afraid of being too dazzling and being assassinated? Assassination of geniuses from other villages is an unwritten rule in every ninja village. In peacetime, assassination is the tacit rule, as long as it is not too obvious on the surface. Now that Kainayu has gone to the battlefield of the Land of Rain, it is impossible for the 3 generations of Kazekage to rush to the Land of Rain to find Kainayu desperately because of her own embarrassment. He needs to sit in the camp and control the overall situation. Since you don't want to spread the word, I'll help you. Genies. Only those who can grow up are called geniuses, and those who do not die on the way are called geniuses. It is best to be famous in the ninja world, but too much fame is not necessarily a good thing. Because it will bring you countless troubles and hatreds. Possibly even a self-scroll from within. Picking up a ninjutsu scroll, Sandai Kazekage quickly wrote down what happened to Kainayu and handed it over to Anbu's people. Propaganda on the scroll: the more widely spread the better. It is best to let the ninja world know that Konoha has a super genius named Yagami Kainayu. Better to speak out. He is a super genius comparable to the god of ninja Senju Hashima. Yes. Anbu's ninja subconsciously agreed, and the next second he was stunned, raising his head to look at Sandai Kazekage in astonishment. Master Fennying, this. Just do it. There is no doubt about the voice of the 3 generations of Kazekage. Yes. Anbu ninja froze in his heart, bowed his head quickly, took the ninjutsu scroll respectfully, left quickly, and sent the scroll to the intelligence department to convey the meaning of the 3 generations of Kazekage. As for how the intelligence department will spread the news, he doesn't need to think about it. After all, others are professionals. This. Knowing the request of the 3 generations of Kazekage, and reading the contents of the scroll, the people in the intelligence department looked at each other, dumbfounded. Are the contents of the scroll real? Not really. Just a kid, or a mixed-race Uchiha. Is it so scary? The problem is that Lord Fennying shouldn't just target a kid. Before now, Lord Fennying's behavior was very strange. It turned out to be an injury. So, is everything true? Konoha has a genius who can stand shoulder to shoulder with 1,000 arms? The news must spread. With the help of Sand Ninja Village's intelligence department, various news began to spread, and it didn't take long to come to Konoha. Sarutobi, what do you think? In my opinion, it is enough to recall Yagami Kainayu from the front line and ask, why guess? Turning to bed, Koharu impatiently urged the 3rd Hokage. With a sigh, the 3rd Hokage put down the information scroll and looked at the two helplessly. Do you think the content of the information is true? It should be true. Turning to bed, Zeosh-hun said, it's too late to hide such a shameful thing. Why did the 3 generations of Fennying make it public? Isn't it just to let other villagers know that Yagami Kainayu is a super genius, and then find a way to kill him? If it's true, why didn't Kainayu report the truth? Mitokaru pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose. These things require further verification. Anxiously, he picked up the pipe and lit it, took a few deep breaths, and the eyes of the 3rd Hokage were filled with haze. This is not good news for him. Kainayu is a genius, which is very important to Konoha, and a genius is worth cultivating. But if the genius is excessive and becomes a pervert, there will be problems. If Kainayu's life experience is innocent, it's fine. The big deal is to cultivate it well, and it's enough to draw in the Hokage lineup. Even if it's not your own, then find a way to make him your own. But Kainayu has Uchiha's blood. Uchiha was still indifferent before, but if the young patriarch Uchiha Fuayu tried to invite him, the news spread and Uchiha would definitely try his best to win over Kainayu. Once Kainayu was drawn over, everything was in vain. Maybe it will become a political enemy. Uchiha peeps at the location of Hokage. It is not a matter of a day or two. There is also a problem that makes the 3 generations of Hokage irritable. That is, if the information is true, why is Kainayu reluctant to report it? Chapter 70 Uchiha moves, and the group hides the killing intent. Why did you deliberately omit the section of the 3 generations of Kazekage when you were in the Hokage office? This is a distrust of him and the village. Send a message to the front line and ask Sanade to identify the authenticity. The rest, we'll talk about it after everything gets to the bottom of it. 3 generations of Hokage hope that the information obtained by the intelligence department is false. If it's true, he'll have a hard time doing it. So father. Uchiha Fuayu dragged his tired body back home, kneeling respectfully in front of Uchiha Patriarch. Look at it, it's really surprising. On the old face of the Uchiha Patriarch, the wrinkles covered with age spots were deeply crowded together. Yes. Uchiha Fugaku opened the scroll and looked at it. This is impossible. As soon as he saw part of it, he exclaimed. Sit down. Chief Uchiha scolded sharply, as the young patriarch, you will take over the entire Uchiha in the future, and a little wave can't hold back your breath. How does this convince your clan? Yes. Uchiha Fuayu hurriedly sat down and continued to look at the scroll. Even so, he couldn't hide the shock on his face. Is this real? The news that Kainayu killed a joinin team by herself is shocking enough. Moreover, with a single illusion, he controlled Shimura Hideyoshi, a powerful jonin, and caused the other party to be mentally injured and lie in the hospital for a long time before recovering. Putting these achievements on a child is already surprising. What's more terrifying is that even the 3 generations of Fenning have been recruited. It's no wonder that Sand Ninja Village made a surprise attack on the Land of Fire, and there has been no trace of the 3 generations of Kazekage. Konoha is still suspicious, always feeling that the 3 generations of Kazekage are hiding somewhere, and they don't dare to fight back too violently, because they are afraid that the 3 generations of Kazekage will suddenly come to steal home. It turned out that he was injured by Kainayu's illusion, so he had to hide and recover. Konoha has been worrying for so long in vain. Killing a Shangnin team made Kainayu realize that she was a genius, and she took control of Shimura Zui, which confirmed this. But even the 3 generations of Kazekage, who are called the strongest, can't stand Kainayu's illusion. This is equivalent to Kainayu wants to go to the sky. Once given, he has enough time to continue to grow, and he can definitely become one of the best in the village. As long as your strength is strong enough, even the regime can change its policies because of you. This is the truth. So we're going to continue to win him over? Uchiha Fuayu couldn't help but think of the last time he went to Kainayu, and he closed the door himself. He never let go of this. Exactly. Patriarch Uchiha slowly brewed tea and said in a leisurely manner, Genius, we Uchiha are not lacking, but the genius enough to change everything. Even our Uchiha needs to win over. Besides, he himself has the blood of our Uchiha. Is white hair unacceptable? What a ridiculous reason. Uchiha Fuayu listened quietly, but couldn't help but complain in his heart. It was you old stubborn people who said that Baimao was unacceptable. Fuayu, I'm getting old. Chief Uchiha sighed. Uchiha Fuayu lowered his head, clenched his fists, and gritted his teeth. Yes, father, I will work hard. The implication of these words is that he is old, and so are the elders. Even if you are wrong, you can't pull down an old face and ask for help. So this kind of thing has to fall on you, the young patriarch. You wouldn't mind, would you? After all, you are the one who will take over Uchiha in the future. If possible, Uchiha Fugaku really doesn't want to do such a thing. But he has no choice. Even if he loses face, even if he is closed, he will pull his face. Patriarch Uchiha nodded in satisfaction. Basically, this matter is settled, and the young patriarch Uchiha Fuayu will go to win over Kainayu. Being able to win over and let Kainayu return to Uchiha smoothly proves that he is capable of Uchiha Fuayu. If he can't do it, it means he is incompetent. This is the result obtained by several elders and the Uchiha clan leader after the other side gave in. Fortunately, whether it is successful or not, it will not affect Uchiha Fuayu's takeover of the Uchiha family. The news continued to spread, and Danzo also received a scroll from the village in the camp of the Land of Rain. Bump. After reading the contents of the scroll, Danzo patted the table in a fit of anger. He never imagined that the half-blooded Uchiha kid, who he didn't care about, would have such a powerful talent. I thought it was enough to warn me, but who knew it would be a huge disaster? Even the 3 generations of Fenning have to be hit, which means that if the other party uses that cherry blossom falling illusion, He can't escape from Danzang. Thinking that he might be controlled by Kainayu's illusion, dancing embarrassingly embarrassing dance in public, Danzang could not wait to find a knife to chop Kainayu first. This scourge cannot stay. But the problem is, this scourge is not so easy to get rid of. Judging from the way he acts, he is not that kind of ignorant child. Use the will of fire to kidnap him, and it is estimated that the first thing you will gain is the awkward dance illusion. From the beginning of the third generation of Hokage, Kainayu Bird, Danzo knew that Kainayu was not easy to deal with, and he was not as easy to fool as other children. Replaced by Rope Tree, Minato, and Danzo, as long as they put down their posture, put on a show, and come up with their minds to reason with them, they will definitely be able to make Rope Tree and Minato go dizzy. But this person was replaced by Kainayu. It would be a good thing if Kainayu didn't sneer. Fool? Go to hell, ghosts don't believe what you say, Danzo. How to deal with it? This is a troublesome question. After thinking about it for a while, Danzo decided to hold back. Now that the 3 generations of Hokage are more anxious than him, there is no need for him to come forward. Even if Kainayu killed his man and slapped him in the face, he couldn't be impulsive. If it is not handled cleanly, it will cause a whole lot of trouble. In the long run, it's not worth it. It's better to leave it to the 3 generations of Hokage to deal with headaches. After thinking about all this, Danzo said to the ninja of General, send the news to Tsunade. In addition, take back the person who was monitoring Yagami Kainayu, so you don't have to stare at him in the future, and don't conflict with him. At this stage, the most important thing is to take military exploits and gain prestige. Only in this way can Danzo be able to take the position of Hokage. Now is not the time to be silly and Kainayu all kinds of bullshit. How to deal with it is also something that the 3 generations of Hokage should worry about. Danzo only needs to plan for his own interests. Kainayu obviously belongs to the hedgehog who stabs her hands. That being the case, why bother yourself? The news quickly reached Tsunade. Did I read it wrong? Taking a look at the information scroll, Tsunade felt that something was not right. Am I dazzled, or is the content written wrong? Kainayu, this little guy is so arrogant? Jirai also leaned over to take a look, with a speechless expression on his face. You did not see the wrong person, this kid is very good. The illusion that even the 3 generations of Kazekage can't resist, it seems that Kainayu is indeed an interesting person. Orochimaru smiled slightly, narrowed his eyes, and his upside-down pupils were full of curiosity. What kind of illusion could achieve this effect? If you can learn. Chapter 71. It was indeed me who fed the 3 generations of Fenning a basin of foot-washing water in this period. Orochimaru's wish was to learn all ninjutsu, rather than study in the dark and immortality. Orochimaru has a deep interest in all kinds of ninjutsu and illusion. Undoubtedly, he wanted to beat the idea of cherry blossoms. Tsunade shrank his neck subconsciously when he remembered that he and Kainayu had been skinny before. She is not afraid of the illusions that can control the Jonin. But if even a powerhouse like Sanji Fenning can't escape, it would be dangerous. If one day Kainayu is in a hurry, Kainayu will also give it to herself. Thinking of the scene of her dancing awkwardly in public, Tsunade's hands and toes almost cut out a 3-bedroom and 1 hall on the ground. It's so embarrassing, it's totally going to die. In the future, don't mess with this kid. It really makes him anxious, so barbecue. Most importantly, Kainayu really dared. Judging from what Tsunade knew about him, it was really urgent. Kainayu would never mind letting her die once. Cough. Now the children are really powerful, much better than us. Tsunade coughed unnaturally and threw the scroll to Jiraiya. The old man asked me to go to Kainayu to confirm the story of the 3 generations of Kazekage. Will you go? Go. Orochimaru answered clearly. Jilai also scratched his head and thought for a moment. I'll go too. You're all gone. I'm not interested by myself. It's better to be together. Let's go then. I just miss Kainayu's food. Sinead felt his stomach growl unsatisfactorily. The three men tidied up, then exited the war zone and quickly headed towards the Sentinel. Kainayu, are we really okay with this? Kainayu, should we be careful? What will Kainayu eat today? Kainayu, I beat a wild deer, how about eating barbecue at night? In just a few days, the rope tree almost turned into the shape of 1,000 moons. Ah, he became Kainayu's loyal little fanboy. Completely captured by Kainayu's food. At first, I was still afraid. On the one hand, I was afraid of attracting the enemy, and on the other hand, I was afraid that the people in the village would blame me. In the end, nothing happened, and the camp sent them some supplies. This is so wicked. Danzo has changed his personality? This is not. Danzang kindly sent some fresh ingredients, including the rare beef in the camp. Kainayu and the three of them sat together and ate barbecued meat happily. It was so comfortable. Kainayu also didn't know what Danzo's plan was. Since the ingredients sent are all safe and not poisoned, why not eat them? You can do everything, you can't grieve your stomach. You can only have the strength to kill the enemy when you have enough to eat and drink. You three. The three of Sinead came non-stop. As soon as they entered the post, they saw three people sitting together and eating delicious barbecued meat. Immediately, his chest widened with anger. You are too much. In the middle of the battlefield, you still eat such good food. Step aside. Pushing his brother away, Sinead successfully took his place. Jira's eyes lit up. Ochimayu's eyes when looking at Kainayu and the others also became strange. Are you here to travel or to fight? This little day has been too casual. Forget it, these are not important. The important thing is to fill your stomach first. So, 3 people ate barbecue, and immediately became 6 people. One by one, their mouths are full of oil, and they are constantly breathing heat. If this is seen by outsiders, they will definitely stare out their eyes. By the way, where did you get the beef? After eating and drinking enough, Jirai also remembered this question. These things are generally not prepared in the camp, the price is too expensive, and there are no villages around. So even if you steal, you can't find a place. It is impossible for the Kainayu 3 to do such a thing just to eat in one bite. Chira-sensei, it was sent by the camp. Minato answered honestly. Camp? Jira also exclaimed, and Ochimayu and Sinead looked over. It was sent from the camp, which means that Danzo acquiesced. My god, I am dying, is the sun out today in the country of rain? Danzo even tacitly allowed the 3 little devils to open a small stove here. Can you believe that this is what Danzo would do? Yeah, it was sent from the camp. Someone from the logistics department said that our team had done a good job. It happened that the camp had fresh meat, so they sent some. Watergate answered truthfully. He won't hide the slightest bit. Who would have thought that the 3 of them, based on this small stronghold, managed to save a lot of Konoha's ninjas in just a few days. Even Kainayu herself did not expect it. The existence of the Sentinel is to guard against the enemy's large-scale attack, but Kainayu and the 3 saved a lot of people because of this, and got a lot of military exploits. This early warning job is quite good. Kainayu is a little addicted. At least not as boring as guarding the morgue. It won't let you run around the battlefield in the heavy rain, kill enemies everywhere, and just guard the sentry point and you're done. If you have nothing to do, you can cook some delicious food to treat yourself. How cool. The 3 Sinead were helpless. Kainayu, is the above thing true? After resting for a while, Tsunade took out a scroll and handed it to Kainayu. Kainayu took it and opened it and said in surprise, Who spread it out? 3 generations of fenning? Isn't he afraid of losing face? Kainayu did not expect that it was the 3rd generation of fenning who was involved in the magic dance. Minato and Uchiha Mikoto won't tell the public about this, and neither will Chiyuki herself. Then there is only one suspect target for Kazuki Sandai. But this kind of shameful thing, it's too late for others to cover it up. Tsunade came to ask him, which means the news has spread long ago. Tsunade and the 3 of them will come here on purpose, and they must be related to Danzo and Sandai Hokage. The person who brought them here was either Danzo or the 3rd Hokage. Kainayu felt that the possibility of the 3rd Hokage was relatively high. This ninja, I guess he's in a hurry. Confirmed. If Kainayu can say these words in this tone, Tsunade, Ochimaru, and Jirai can be sure that the news is true. How did you do it? Tsunade didn't mean to question, she just felt a little weird. After all, the shadow of each village is the endorsement of the strong. The 3rd generation of Wind Shadow is also known as the strongest Wind Shadow in the Sand Ninja village. Rao is also a trick. Kainayu's awkward dance illusion is too scary. What and how? Kainu looked at her angrily and said, he thought I was just a kid and thought I was going to die, and then I opened the writing wheel, his attention was distracted, and he used illusions, just like that. No matter how powerful a person is, if he relaxes his vigilance against the enemy, he will have a time of overturning. So Sandai Fenning drank the foot wash I fed him, and also drank a bowl. If you are hit with the cherry blossom falling illusion, even if you remove the illusion, your spirit will be damaged, and it will take a long time to recover. Unless your mental power is strong enough, you can ignore the damage. God drank foot-washing water. When Kazuki Sandai heard this, he was absolutely furious. Tsunade and the others had black lines all over their heads, and there was an urge to force Kainayu to modify the adjective. After all, it's not very pleasant to describe a village with words like drinking foot water. Forget it, these are not important. Shaking his head, Tsunade then asked, then why didn't you tell the village about it? Chapter 72 Don't blame me for being the 15th, let others think I'm insane. Kainayu rolled her eyes at Tsunade, angry Tsunade wanted to hit someone. But she raised her hand and thought about it, but she put it down embarrassingly, because she found that Kainayu's eyes had begun to turn red. The meaning is very clear, if you dare to do it, I will dare to let you die. Do you want to try it? Try? Ochimaru and Jira looked like they were watching a play. Minato showed a burdened smile again, and Rope Tree looked around curiously. He really wanted to know if his elder sister, a violent woman, could withstand Kainayu's illusion. If you can't bear it, then there will be a good show. You are just waiting to see the play, right? Tsunade was speechless, waved his hand, and said weakly, forget it, if you don't say this, why do you think no one will believe what you say? She pointed to her eyes, and then pointed to her temples. Kainayu burst into laughter. Please, I'm neither stupid nor blind, the village has always had opinions on Uchiha, you can see it. Although I'm just a mixed race, my situation is not much better than Uchiha. Besides, if a child says this kind of thing, no one will believe it at all, but it will make people think that something is wrong with me. It is estimated that I will say that I have a problem with my brain, or I want to get credit and I want to go crazy. Why bother? As long as Sandai Fenning doesn't say it himself, who would know? Who would have thought of that? With a sigh, Kainayu hated that iron was not steel and said, who knew that Sandai Fenning was so spineless and could say such shameful things? You don't know. The dance he danced that night was so irritating. Tell me now. A few people suddenly got excited, even Tsunade was no exception. Can someone as old-fashioned as Sandai Fenning dance? Was it deliberately splashing water? Are you trying to make me famous? Okay, I will fulfill you. Wait and see which of us suffers more. 3 generations of fennying slapped over, and Kainayu would definitely fight back. You are in the first year of junior high school, I will be in the 15th year, and everyone will take turns. So Kainayu said something about the essence of pole dancing. Sigh. Several people took a deep breath and stared at him dumbfounded. 3 generations of Kazekage could actually dance such a shameful dance? Sure enough, people can't look at their appearance. Big news, proper big news. He quickly took out his notebook, and Zilai also decided to write it down. Such a fun thing, you can't miss it. You must surprise the old man, ha ha ha. Didn't your 3 generations of Kazekage say that I am a super genius comparable to 1,000 hands? Keep attracting hatred to me? Well then, I say you do pole dancing. The dignified Sand Ninja Village's 3rd generation me fennying is just as twisted as the Red District dancer, see if you can stand it. After a while, only a few people digested this shocking news. Watergate and Rope Tree felt that their minds were no longer healthy. Jiro's eyes lit up, and he kept writing, as if he had found some inspiration. Ochimayu looked at Kainayu with a strange expression. He could see that Kainayu said this on purpose, in order to disgrace the 3 generations of fennying and throw it to her grandma's house. Even if Kainayu was lying, he had to believe it. And when talking to others, say the same. If it is normal, it is really not good to slander the reputation of a village so much. But now everyone is an enemy. You have all come to our country of fire. Do you still need to be polite to you? The hard tossing is over, and you can do it no matter what. As long as you stink your 3 generations of fennying, that's fine. As the news spreads, let's see how the ninjas of Sand Ninja Village and the people of Sand Ninja Village see you, Kazuki. Don't call me from now on. The strongest wind shadow is called the Steel Pipe Wind Shadow. It just so happens that you like to play with iron sand, making a steel pipe easy. No one is a fool, except for Minato and Roshi, whose 3 views were refreshed and who thought their thoughts were impure. Tsunade, Gera, and Ochimayu could all see that Kainayu was rude. No, Tsunade came back to his senses. After thinking about it, he didn't want to pierce Kainayu, and he couldn't pierce it. But hold on, it's a little uncomfortable. The most important thing is, how did this kid know about this kind of mess? Has he been to those places? Thinking of this, Tsunade was shocked. Ochimayu's eyes were full of smiles, and he deliberately asked, Kainayu, how did you know this? What a mess, Kainayu frowned, and when she looked back at Tsunade's ghostly expression, she knew she had misunderstood. How could Yagami Kainayu go to such a place? At least I haven't been there in my life. Oh, this, I only found out after reading Ochimayu senpai's book. BFFT, Ochimayu directly broke the defense. Tsunade's beautiful eyes widened. Jiro raised his head in astonishment and looked at Ochimayu, showing an expression of, so you are this kind of person? What do you mean? Does Ochimayu-sensei also like to go to that kind of place? Rope Tree asked curiously. Ochimayu's eyes were full of murderous aura, and he looked over coldly, so scared that Roshu's little heart jumped a few times, and quickly hid behind Tsunade. Taking a deep breath, Ochimayu said calmly, I don't have such a book. I haven't lent a book to Kainayu, so it's none of my business. How come? Kainayu pointed at the Rope Tree. When I was stationed at the morgue at the camp before, Rope Tree took out some books and said that you gave them. One of them is a travel journal, which has this kind of content, which is a bit more explicit than what I said. This time, Ochimayu was completely stunned. Because the book Rope Tree was reading was indeed taken from him. But he doesn't read this kind of book, let alone collect it. No need to explain, I understand. Jilai also sighed and patted Ochimayu on the shoulder. Another day we can communicate. Ah! With a scream, Xylai also flew out. Ochimai had a dark face, indicating that he did not want to speak. Your teacher is so pitiful, anyone can beat him. Kainayu communicated with Minato with her eyes. Minato smiled awkwardly, not knowing what to say. These behaviors of Jiraiya sometimes seem funny, but they are also embarrassing, especially for those who are close to him. Like the Watergate. At times like this, Watergate is always the one who suffers the most. Are you saying that these 3 generations of Fenning are sick, just to draw hatred for me and spread this kind of thing uproar? As for what? After confirming the authenticity of the news, the 3 Tsunade quickly left. Kainayu sat by the fire. He never understood what the 3 generations of Fenning were doing. Is it more important to kill a genius than to lose face in your village? I'm afraid that the memory you gave him was too deep, so that the 3 generations of Fenning risked humiliation and spread your story? To put you on the assassination lists of other villages. In this kind of matter, Rope Tree has the most say. After all, he grew up listening to the stories of Senju Hasuma and Senju Tobirama. During the Warring States period, there were countless examples of hostile families strangling family geniuses. Both Chizu Hasuma and Uchiha Madara had experienced the pain of their brothers being assassinated. After the establishment of the 5 great ninja villages, the situation has improved significantly. For the genius of the village, each village will give corresponding training and protection to reduce the premature death of genius. Chapter 73 3 Generations of Kazekage. The first person to die in the ninja society is actually Mikainu. Was amazed. Then he really made a lot of money, even for the sake of me, Yashin Kainayu, even at the expense of his own reputation. But I'm not at a loss, so let me add some firewood to him to make the fire more vigorous. As long as you 3 generations of Fenning are not afraid of being pissed to death, I don't care. Want to assassinate me? Want to kill my Yagami Kainayu in advance? Then let's try it. It depends on whether I die early or your reputation rots first. Lose your reputation? Rope Tree and Watergate have weird expressions. With what Kainayu said just now, once it gets out, will the 3 generations of Fenning still have a reputation? I'm afraid it will become the joke of the entire ninja world. The most critical issue is that in peacetime, people don't look at the face of the monk and look at the face of the Buddha, and generally they won't deliberately smear you. But during the war, who cares about your face? Propaganda is right. As long as you have a hard time, it will be good for me. It's better to stink your 3 generations of Fenning, make you a big joke, and see how the people of your country of wind view you. My Yagami Kainayu is not afraid of ordinary assassination, but is your 3 generations of Kazekage really not afraid of bad reputation? Konoha, the Hokage office building is still brightly lit. In the Hokage office, the 3 generations of Hokage are still working overtime as always, and even Koharu and Mito Kato, who are members of the Elders, have not been able to escape. One of the 2 manages the medical department and the other manages the logistics department. After the outbreak of the war, the consumption of various materials intensified, causing the 2 of them to be as big as a fight. I have to accompany the 3 work overtime together on behalf of Hokage. Zeosh-hun, how is the graduation of the freshman ninja? Because of the war, there are not many candidates in the village who are suitable for guiding ninjas. This year's new ninjas may face a situation where they will not be led by teachers for a long time. Just the Battle of the Country of Rain involved a lot of Konoha's energy. At this time, Sand Ninja Village declared war on Konoha. Konoha fought on 2 fronts, and powerful ninjas were constantly dispatched to the battlefield. So much so that the freshman ninja who just graduated was faced with an embarrassing situation. There are not enough guide ninjas. Many of them need to form their own teams and become self-reliant. As far as possible, arrange some simple commissions and tasks for these children to reduce the casualties of the squad. At this time, The three generations of Hokage also have no good way to arrange these students who have just graduated. Minion, how long will it take for the ninja tools purchased by the country of craftsmen to be replenished? I'm afraid it will take some time. Pushing the glasses on the bridge of his nose, Mito Monica was also worrying about this. The food, medicine, and ninja tools consumed every day on the battlefield are huge, and it is not enough to rely on Konoha reserves alone. Need to buy from outside. At this time, the prices of various materials skyrocketed. Even money can't buy it. Among them, the most in short supply is the detonator. Even if the price tripled, there would not be enough goods. After frowning and thinking for a moment, the third Hokage sighed, the reserve of Konoha should last for a while. I will discuss it with the patriarchs of the various families, and I hope they will release some of the reserve materials. Lord Hokage. At this time, Anbu's ninja entered Naruto's office and respectfully placed the information scroll on the table. This is the information returned from the battlefield of the Land of Rain. Hard work. Hokage nodded, picked up the scroll, and opened the seal on it. PFFT cough cough cough. Glancing at the contents of the scroll, the third Hokage coughed violently, and an old face that started to wrinkle turned red. His eyes widened, and he stared at the scroll that fell on the table in a stunned manner. What information would make you such a big move in Sarutobi-Hizan? Turning to bed, Koharu and Mito got up and walked over. Turning to bed, Zeoshun looked down and froze in place. Cough cough. Mito Minion coughed, with an expression of wanting to laugh but holding back. After soothing the anger that almost sent him away, the third Hokage felt that he needed to take a puff of smoke to suppress the shock. Holding his pipe, he took a few puffs of cigarettes before he put away the scroll and summoned the ninja from Anbu. Let the people in the intelligence department spread this information out. Yes, Hokage-sama. Anbu's ninja didn't know what was written on the scroll, so he respectfully picked up the scroll and left. 3 generations of Fennying is about to become famous. Famous in the famous ninja world. And it's not a good reputation. After just a few puffs of cigarettes, the 3 generations of Hokage decided to spread the news. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Even if I think these news are nonsense, I will pass it on, and you will be embarrassed to death for the 3 generations of Fennying. Turning to bed, Koharu and Mito Kazuto also kept silent, and the two acquiesced to the arrangement of the 3 generations of Hokage. You have brought a large army to attack our country of fire, why are you still polite? Besides, you were the one who spread the news casually first. Since your 3 generations of Kazekage are shameless, why should I, Konoha, cover up for you? Whether he is real or not, let's talk about it first. It's not himself who is embarrassed. So, the wonderful versions of Kanayu's various nonsense were passed on like this. The first to spread was Konoha. Have you heard? The 3 generations of Kazekage from Sand Ninja Village actually dance that shameful dance. What dance? You're stupid. Where did you go? The kind you spend money to watch, it's spread now. Is there such a thing? It's absolutely true. I heard from the aunt of my aunt's nephew's daughter-in-law. The news is absolutely true. Like a whirlwind, the news spread all over Konoha. In less than one morning, Kazuki Sandai became the laughing stock of the entire Konoha. Countless people were talking about this, their faces were red with laughter, and they couldn't stand up straight. And the spy who was planted in Konoha by Sand Ninja Village was dumbfounded when he heard the news. This can't be true, can it? Does Kazuki-sama still have such a hobby? The spy couldn't help but imagine the scene of his own Fennying-sama dancing that kind of dance, and suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and his eyes were hot. It is better to spread the news as soon as possible. The news is spreading around Konoha, and it is also spreading in the camp of the Land of Rain. For a while, many ninjas were stunned. My goodness. The 3 generations of Kazekage from Sand Ninja Village still have this kind of hobby, right? And this kind of perverted hobby? It's true that a person can't look like a person, and the seawater can't be measured. It's a lot of knowledge. Countless ninjas are talking about this when they have nothing to do. So much so that the news gradually spread, and even the villagers of Uinin Village, Yaininu Village and Sandinin Village who were also on the battlefield of the Land of Rain also received the news. Chapter 74 Ambush Us? Close the door and put the rope tree. Hanzo went to confirm the information again and again. If it wasn't for the information collected by his capable officers, he would even think that the other party was taking his own. Just kidding. Could it be that my demigod, the mountain pepperfish and Hanzo, can't keep up with the progress of the times? Your old, young people today are really having a good time. On Ogi's side, he couldn't imagine that kind of scene. Even if the news is likely to be false, who cares? Even if it's fake now, you 3 generations of Kazekage can't clean yourself. Because it was you, Sand Ninja Village, who first spread the news that Konoha's Yagami Kainayu could use illusions to control you. Since you are controlled by illusion, it should be reasonable for you to do something out of the ordinary, right? Bump. Chiyo slapped the table and said angrily, "This is absolutely false, Kazuya-sama cannot do such a thing." Even if Master Fennying said that he was being controlled by illusion, then he obviously wanted to kill the little devil Yagami Kainayu. As a result, Konoha now seizes the opportunity to deliberately slander Kazekage of our Sand Ninja Village. Pass on my order, and everyone should not discuss this matter. In addition, contact the camp of the country of the river, and hope that Kazuki-sama will clear up the misunderstanding as soon as possible. If it continues like this, not only will the 3 generations of Kazekage stink, but also the reputation of Sand Ninja Village will fall into the sewer. The daimyo was already dissatisfied with Sand Ninja Village, and when he heard this news, he was absolutely furious. After Kazuki-san died, one of the parties involved, learned of all this, the entire camp headquarters of Sand Ninja Village in the Kingdom of River was covered by iron sand. One can imagine how angry the 3 generations of Kazekage are. After a while, the 3 generations of Kazekage stinks, but the frequency of Sand Ninja Village's attacks on Konoha has also increased a lot. Let Hatake Sekumo keep complaining. While complaining, he also secretly laughed at the 3 generations of Fennying who dug a big hole for himself, and finally buried himself. Even if Sand Ninja Village stands up to refute the rumor, this matter will be nailed to the head of the 3 generations of Kazekage. Nail him to the pillar of shame. In the future, when someone mentions his 3 generations of Kazekage, he will also turn up this shameful thing, and even mention Kainayu, he will also pull out and whip it. In the dizzy sky, the heavy rain has continued for several days, and there is still no intention to stop. Walking on the road full of mud, Rope Tree couldn't help complaining, "I think it's definitely not a wise decision for us to enter the battlefield at this time. You have to ask our commander-in-chief about this." Kainayu took a casual sentence and choked Rope Tree to the point of being speechless. Even though his status is honorable, Shengshu is not Tsunade, so he doesn't dare to speak ill of Danzo casually. This is a decision made by the headquarters after consultation. Can't just blame one person? Watergate retorted with a smile. The team was eventually transferred from the Sentinel, and the reason? Some join-in felt that the team should not stay in such a sentry post, it was a bit overkill. With Kainayu's strength, she can enter the battlefield to kill more enemies and do more things. Instead of curling up in one place, guarding a dispensable sentinel. After negotiation, the team was dispatched to support the frontline troops. In the past few days, the attacks from Sand Ninja Village have become more and more violent. Coupled with the targeting of Iwa Ninja Village and Do Ninja Village, the frontline troops are under great pressure. The camp can only constantly send suitable teams to support. The Kainayu trio is one of the supporting teams. Master, in the forest ahead, there are enemies in ambush. Hiding in the raincoat and resting on Kainayu's shoulder, Zabai drilled out his small head to remind Kainayu. Watergate and Rope Tree immediately became vigilant. In the past few days, it was thanks to Zabai's reminder that they avoided several waves of enemies, and even destroyed several teams. Which village is ninja? Kainayu gestured, and the three quickly hid. In the land of rain, there is just too much rain. In addition to this shortcoming, the environment is still good. There are many forests, which are suitable for hiding or ambush. It's a ninja from Iwa Ninja Village. Zabai is an expert in this regard. Don't underestimate the perception ability of the tailed beast. Zabai's perception ability, Kainayu can't keep up with the horse. Is it a ninja from Iwa Ninja Village? Kainayu narrowed her eyes, made a gesture to Minato and Rope Tree hiding behind the tree pole, and spared her from one side. It's really insidious. The ninjas of Iwa Ninja Village used Earth Escape ninjutsu to open up a small space underground to hide in. In order to prevent people from going around behind, many hidden traps were also set up. If you didn't know in advance that the enemy was prepared, you might be hit. However, is it safe to hide underground? It's not that only the ninjas in your Rock Ninja Village are good at Earth Escape ninjutsu. Close the door and put the Rope Tree. After dealing with the surrounding traps, Kainayu asked Minato and Roshu to come to her side. The two leaned up vigilantly and asked in a low voice, Kainayu, where is the enemy hiding? Holding the Rope Tree's neck, Kainayu pointed to a slightly raised place outside the forest. See? It's down there. Since they like to hide underground, let them stay underground all the time. I'm good at this. Rope Tree smiled, sneaked up, and quickly made a seal. Turning escape, rock sudden collapse technique. Boom. The ground began to vibrate, and before the ninjas under the small mound realized what had happened, pieces of rock collapsed, burying them alive. Ready to fight. It's not enough to just bury the enemy underground. What Iwa Ninja Village is best at is Earth Escape ninjutsu. There are too many ways to escape the danger of being buried alive. Kainayu took the lead in rushing up, followed by Minato pulling out Q-Woo. Kainayu's forecast is good. A few seconds later, because the rocks were separated from the big pit that collapsed underground, several embarrassed figures jumped out of the big pit. It's a pity that they were greeted by Chiuki and Minato, who were well prepared. Forehead. Almost buried alive, the underground ninja Iwakaku had no choice but to use ninjutsu to escape, and ran out of the underground space that was not filled with rocks. But when they jumped up, their feet hadn't landed yet, and what was waiting for them was Kainayu's attack. Fire escape, the technique of dragon fire. A large number of chakras condensed in the throat, Kainayu spewed a lot of flames from her mouth, and the flames condensed fire dragons rolled up towards a few Wakoshi ninjas who had just escaped from the underground space. Ninja Iwaya's mind was blank, and before the person landed, he was caught in the flames, and was instantly engulfed by the scorching flames. The smell of charred meat filled the air, and several corpses fell from the sky. Minato, holding kunai tightly, preparing to fight, looked at Kainayu with a bit of resentment in his eyes. Can you not do this, solve the battle so quickly every time? I didn't even touch a single hair of the enemy, and the battle was over. Rope Shoe still hit him anyway, but he was the only one who didn't catch anything. Chapter 75. Do you think you won't be hit by illusion if you don't look into my eyes? Looking at the coke that was still smoking black smoke on the ground, Kainayu stepped forward and patted Minato on the shoulder, comforting. Don't worry, the enemy can't be killed. Besides, You want to be the fastest man in the ninja world. Next time you can fight faster than me. I believe in you. You are the fastest man in the ninja world. Don't think I don't know what you're talking about. The fastest man in the ninja world, Minato doesn't want this title at all. When he grows up, he has to revive his masculinity. How can it be fast? I have to say that with Kainayu, Minato gradually deteriorated, and even the rope tree began to be led astray. Minato is right, Kainayu, you started too fast. Walking forward, looking at the charred body on the ground, Rope Tree grinned. TSK, it's so miserable, these ninjas from Yanin village meet you, it's like encountering a nemesis, and they can't even hide. In the sky, a signal bomb dedicated to Konoha ninja exploded. Kainayu suddenly raised her head and looked at the signal bomb that was smothered by the rain in the sky. Her face became serious. It's too late to deal with the body. Someone is sending a signal for help. Walk. Kainayu took the lead in rushing into the rain curtain, followed by Watergate and Rope Tree. The fierce fighting sounded from far to near, and a group of Konoha's ninjas were fleeing in embarrassment. Behind him were a large number of ninjas from the Unin village. Rescue. Kainayu and Minato rushed forward first. Rope Tree nodded heavily and quickly made a seal. Done interpuncture long spear technique. As the ground shook, pieces of sharp rocks emerged from the ground, immediately disrupted the lineup of the ninjas in Unin village. A few more unlucky guys, whose bodies were pierced by sharp rocks, hugged the rocks and let out bursts of screams. Saved. We are saved, there are reinforcements. Hurry up and go. Suddenly someone offered a helping hand, and Konoha's ninja wept with joy, and hurriedly helped the wounded up against the rope tree. The pursuit of the ninjas in Unin village was interrupted, and several unlucky people who were not dead were rescued by their companions. A ninja from Unin village wearing upper ninja armor raised his hand to signal others to approach him, looked at Kainayu who was rushing up with Minato, and asked, I Kainayu of Konoha. Kainayu did not expect that the other party would actually recognize her identity. Be careful, the opponent's illusion is very strong, don't look him in the eyes. Recently, the story of Chiyuki and Sandai Kazekage has spread all over the ninja world, and ninjas in various villages have also collected some information about Chiyuki. On the battlefield of Rain Country, the ninjas of Rain Village, Rock Ninja Village, and Sand Ninja Village were reminded. If you encounter Yagami Kainayu on the battlefield, you must be careful, the opponent's illusion is very strong, and there are 3 hook jade writing wheel eyes. Even shadow-level powerhouses like Sandai Kazekage were accidentally recruited, and Konoha Tonkan ninjas also had a record of being directly controlled by illusions. No one dared to ignore such terrifying illusions. This man is a little stupid. The ninjas looking at Unin village lowered their heads one by one, or turned their faces sideways, not meeting Kainayu's eyes. You don't really think that Kainayu's awkward dance illusion requires looking directly at you to be successful, right? Encountering the Jonin of the Uchiha clan, closing your eyes to fight, or not looking into each other's eyes, has become an unwritten tacit understanding in the ninja world. The other party obviously regarded him as an orthodox Uchiha ninja. Can illusions have to be stared directly before they can be used? If you do this, the pommel horses will scold their mothers. It's a pity that the pommel horse family has declined, so that it has not made much reputation in the ninja world. In the final analysis, the bloodline limit of the pommel horse clan is too dreadful. As long as you gather enough intelligence, you can fight against the opponent's weaknesses. How can I feel that I have become a ready-made teaching template? Not the positive kind. Kainayu laughed outright. It seems that it is necessary for him to spread the horror of the awkward dance illusion. The saving is that everyone thinks that they can live in peace without looking at his writing wheel. Most makes Kainayu speechless. Yes, taijutsu, illusion, and ninjutsu. What is worst at is illusion. If it weren't for the writing wheel if it wasn't for the exclusive awkward dance skills, Kainayu played a fart illusion. If you have time to toss with illusions, it is better to work on physical and swordsmanship. This is what Kainayu is good at. You guys have to be careful. This guy's name is Kainanliuo, and he is good at physique and swordsmanship. The special tuning we led the team died in his hands. Afraid that Kainayu and the three would underestimate the enemy, uninjured Kono and Ninja reminded the three of them. Don't underestimate this guy. His strength is not weak. Don't worry, it's alright, you are all safe. Rope Tree took out the gauze and first aid medicine from the ninja bag. I'm here to help you bandage your wounds. The reinforcements should arrive soon. As for the enemy, you don't have to worry, Kainayu and Minato will solve it. But is it really okay? Although they have also heard of Kainayu's deeds, the number of enemies is quite large, and Kainayu and Minato seem to be really too small. With just such a few enemies, there will be no problem. Rope Tree skillfully helped a few wounded to bandage their wounds. When this kind of thing was in the camp, Rope Tree did it a lot. How dare you start bandaging the wounds in front of us, and don't take us seriously, right? The behavior of Rope Tree made the ninjas in Unin village couldn't stand it any longer. If it wasn't for the fear of the reputation spread by Kainayu, they would have rushed up long ago. But the Rope Tree is good. I don't say anything about bandaging the wounds in front of them, and I demean them by the way. This is not the end, the devaluation is over, and there are a few steps on the way. Take care of the wounded at the back first. I'll hold Yagami Kainayu. With the order of Konosuke, all the ninjas in Unin village took action. Konosuke, who was good at taijutsu, disappeared in the same place with a flash, and appeared in front of Kainayu. The long, narrow and sharp samurai sword in his hand slashed towards Kainayu's throat. Why bother? I can't wait to die. Do you think that if you keep your head down and don't look into my eyes, you can avoid the exclusive awkward dance illusion that you must hit? Would it be too naive? When Sekiraloo's exclusive skill was activated, Kainanluo only felt a whirl in front of her eyes, and her consciousness was already pulled into the illusion space. She snatched the ninja sword from the opponent's hand. Kainayu cut his throat without giving him any chance to dance. BFFT, blood sprayed, and Kainanluo, who was about to die, was forced to break free from the illusion space. It's a pity that only death greeted him. His eyes were full of shock and disbelief. Kainanluo held his throat weakly and fell to the ground softly. Until he died. He couldn't figure out when he was controlled by illusion. Lord Naruto. In the blink of an eye, Kainanluo had already fallen to the ground. The ninjas of Unin village stood there in astonishment, staring blankly at Konluo's corpse lying in the mud. No, Lord Naruto is dead. A few seconds later, the rest of the ninjas from Uninja village dispersed in a hurry, not daring to have any more thoughts of besieging Konoha ninjas. The leader of the team, Junin, was a tough guy who died just in front of him, but he continued to rush up. What was it that he didn't want to die? This Kainayu's strength is obviously concealed, and she must go back alive and pass the information back. Again. Minato had an expression that I didn't expect, and Rouge showed a helpless expression towards the wounded who had fallen into a Spartan state. Look, I said don't worry about it, but you still don't believe me. Don't you want revenge? After solving thousands of Naruto, Kainayu didn't have the idea of hitting the reservoir dog. Seeing that some of the rescued ninjas were standing stupidly watching the play, I couldn't help but ask. Vengeance, as well as military exploits. After being reminded by Kainayu, a few people came to their senses. They shouted excitedly and followed Minato, and started to hunt down the people from Unin village. Who doesn't want revenge? Chapter 76 The Rope Tree gradually wakes up. and the large double standard of Konoha. It was so embarrassing to be hunted down just now that she almost thought she was dead. But now that the other party's upper ninja is dead, and only the Chunin and lower ninja are left, why are you afraid of shit? It's done. Moreover, what Kainayu said is quite right. Chasing and killing the enemy can not only get revenge, but also take military exploits. Regardless of whether he is Chunin or Sub-Nin, even if he is slaughtered, he will be rewarded in battle. It's also thanks to Kainayu's comparison with Buddhism. If it were replaced by other ninjas, these people would hardly be able to make any money. Sarutobi Sasaki, I have seen Lord Chiuki. Seeing Kainayu coming, with the help of Rope Tree, the middle-aged ninja who had bandaged the wound quickly got up and saluted. Obviously, Kainayu's strength has been recognized by them. Generally, only those in the village and those in high positions will be treated like this. Chiuki's ninja level is only a Chunin level, but no one would really treat him as a Chunin. Sarutobi. Kainayu didn't expect that the other party was a member of the third generation of Hokage, so she could not help looking at it in surprise. As we all know, the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan rarely go to war. Otherwise, in the Fourth Ninja War, why would you have an army of 2,000 ninjas? What kind of concept is this when a family gathers 2,000 ninjas out? On the other party's clothes, there was no family crest of the Sarutobi clan. If it wasn't for him reporting his name, who would have thought that this guy was a member of the Sarutobi clan? Right, the Sarutobi clan, it is called a commoner family, and it will definitely not casually embroider the family badge on its clothes. After all, it must grow steadily. It's too high profile, and it doesn't match the theory of the 3 generations of Hokage. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the Sarutobi clan? Aren't they all from Konoha? Are you so surprised? Rope Tree touched Kainayu with her hand. Kainayu said with a smile, "It's all right, I'm just surprised to meet someone from the Sarutobi clan on the battlefield. This seems to be the first time." Yes. Rope Tree scratched his head and thought about it for a while, then he was stunned. There seemed to be not many ninjas from the Sarutobi clan on the battlefield, at least he didn't encounter a few. No wonder Kainayu was so surprised. So the question is, where did the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan go? Rope Tree is not stupid, but sometimes he seems careless and careless. Actually, this guy calmed down and his mind was very bright. Some secrets are nothing new to Rope Tree. Is such a decision of the village really good? Shengshu didn't know, he only knew that among the Konoha clan, the Kainza clan was the worst. And the number of ninjas sacrificed on the battlefield is also the most. In the end, he was turned into a commoner by Senju Tobirama, and now he no longer even has a surname. Joju and Tsunade are both descendants of Senju, but their current names are Joju and Tsunade, and there is no surname Kainza in front of them. It can be seen how thorough the civilianization of the Kainza family is. However, when the Thousand Hands clan sacrificed so much, some clans kept silent and developed secretly with resources that should belong to the commoners. It has to be said that the strategy of the 3 generations of Hokage is correct. Nowadays, the villagers in Konoha don't think Sarutobi and Shimura are big families, and their eyes are all focused on Uchiha and Hyuga. Ugh. I don't know if it was the right decision for the second grandfather to make the family commoner, or even give up the surname. Sighing, Rope Tree patted Kainayu's shoulder. You look at the wounded, I'll pick up a leak. Every time you and Watergate kill the enemy, I can only watch. Go. Kainayu has no interest in chasing down enemies. Since Rope Tree wants to go, let's go. No one is a fool. The conversation between Chiuki and Nozu made Sarutobi Sasaki a little embarrassed. After all, he is a member of the Sarutobi clan, and it is really uncomfortable to be told face to face about the family's civilian policy. Sarutobi and Shimura came out of the big family under the pseudonym of the commoners. Don't be nervous, I don't mean anything else, I'm just surprised. Instead, Chiuki smiled and comforted Sarutobi Sasaki, but it didn't work. Not long after, the water gate, the rope tree, and the people who rushed out to kill the enemy for the battle came back. Only one person was slightly injured, and the others were all intact. Take the wounded and return to the camp. Hiding Zabai under his raincoat, he took out a piece of jerky to play with him. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Kainayu announced that he would return to the camp. How's the battle ahead? On the way, Chiuki caught Sarutobi Sasaki and asked. Sarutobi Sasaki replied respectfully, Lord Kainayu, the battle ahead is still chaotic. The ninjas from Iwa Ninja Village, Sand Ninja Village, and Do Ninja Village are all besieging our Konoha ninjas, and they are attacking each other themselves. At present, under the command of Lord Ochimayu, the position has not been robbed, but the battle situation is relatively fierce. That's fine. Ochimayu still has a few brushes, at least he is good at command. Much stronger than Danzo, the Hokage assistant. Kainayu remembered that Ochimayu was responsible for the local war with Sand Ninja Village in the Land of Winds after the war in the Land of Rain ended. Ochimayu also lived up to the expectations of the 3 generations of Hokage. Under his command, Konoha defeated Sand Ninja Village. This made Ochimayu's reputation unprecedentedly high, directly overshadowing Tsunade and Jira. It's a pity that the credit is so great that some people can't sit still. In addition, Ochimayu began to blacken, and finally missed the position of the 4th Hokage, which made Minato a bargain. It can be said that if Ochimayu didn't go black, he didn't do all kinds of taboo experiments, he didn't get together with Danzo, and if he didn't experiment with ninjas from his own village, the 4th Hokage wouldn't have anything to do with Minato. The team escorted the wounded back to the camp, and after reporting that the military exploits were confirmed, they were given a suspended rest time. Finally home. Lying in the tent, Rope Tree couldn't help feeling how much I hated this tent before, and how much I miss it now. I don't know how many days I can rest this time. People are contradictory, like a rope tree. Before entering the battlefield, I wanted to go into battle and kill the enemy with all my heart. But when he was on the battlefield for a while, he couldn't help but miss the days when he used to do chores in the camp. I'm afraid there won't be too long a break. Minato held his hands with a serious expression. I heard some information just now. Because of the battlefield of the Kingdom of Kuon, it is difficult for the village to send troops to the battlefield of the Kingdom of Rain. Now the troops in all areas are tight. In the future, I'm afraid the war will become more and more intense. Fortunately, Sand Ninja Village, Rock Ninja Village, and Rain Ninja Village are all fighting each other. If they unite, we will be in big trouble. Rope Tree didn't care about complaining, she gave her own analysis. The two discussed for a while, and finally, Kainayu, who was thinking about what to eat at night, was brought in. Kainayu was speechless, so she could only say, anyway, Konoha is the most in the end, there will be reconciliation with Rainin Village, and then this meaningless war will be ended. No way. Roshu and Minato were slightly startled, but Konoha was the one who took the initiative to attack. If the war is not won and he is forced to negotiate peacefully, then Konoha's face will be greatly embarrassed. Why not? Kainayu asked amusingly, you don't think that the peace talks mean that Konoha lost, right? Chapter 77 The Operation of the Dumming House. The team's new task. Is not it? Rope Tree felt that Kainayu's words were quite confusing. Minato also nodded in agreement. He pushed the water gate and asked him to make room for himself. Kainayu sat between the two of them, picked up a stick and drew a few circles on the ground. This is the area currently occupied by the 4 parties participating in the war on the battlefield of the Land of Rain. Our Konoha is here, here is Sand Ninja Village, and here is Ninja Village. Yuan village has the largest territory, and the current occupation is the melee of the four sides, and there is no alliance to speak of. You hit me in the Sifang, and I hit you. Except for my own people, they are all enemies. But have you thought about it? Even though Yuan village's military strength has developed rapidly, it is only a poor and small country. The military strength has become stronger, but it is only chasing the footsteps of the 5 great ninja villages. Besides, the money is all used to develop military strength. What about other aspects? Don't you need to eat to fight? Don't you need to change your ninja gear to fight? How expensive are the supplies now, have you not noticed? What's more, Yuan village now beats everyone when they arrest them. In fact, they have already started to go downhill. The constant wear and tear of the troops and the doubling of the price of materials, Nayu believes that these are enough for Hanzo to have a headache. As long as the battle situation continues to stalemate, it won't be long before Yuan village will be unable to survive. At that time, there is no need for Konoha to actively seek peace talks, and Hanzo will also find Konoha. Otherwise, Hanzo would not have defeated Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, and gave them the title of Sannin. That is the beginning of the quest for negotiation. If there is no idea of peace talks, Nayu would not believe it if he was killed. Hanzo defeated Tsunade and the 3 of them, and when the 3 of them had almost no resistance, he deliberately let them go. It's just a title that makes Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru feel disgusted. In the eyes of others, this is an honorific title. But in the eyes of the 3 of them, the so-called Sannin title is a shame. So this war, we Konoha will win? Nonsense, hurry up and prepare firewood, don't you want to eat? Or do you want to eat dry rations and military ration bills? You haven't eaten enough for a while? Nayu is not a fool. After he left the sentry post, he never bothered with food. Just relying on dry rations and military rations to get through. Now that he is back in the camp, he must not be wronged any longer. Go immediately. I was eating dry food so much that the bird was almost fading out of my mouth. Now that I can finally eat something good, why would Rope Tree be willing to continue eating dry food? After finishing this topic that they didn't care about, they ran out of the tent to look for firewood. Yagami Nayu, Namikaze Minato, Roshu, Danzo-sama? Please. The good times didn't last long. The day after the team returned to the camp, Danzo sent someone to inform them and asked them to gather at the headquarters. The 3 packed their things and came to the headquarters. Master Danzo. Entering the headquarters, Minato consciously stepped forward and greeted Danzang on behalf of the team. Danzo didn't care who the team leader was, as long as there was a process. I brought your team here today to delegate a task to you. Sir Danzo, please speak. When it's time to be serious, and when it's time to be serious, Minato is an absolutely good baby, so good that you can't pick out the slightest fault. Danzo got up and walked towards the map hanging on the wooden wall, and drew a line with his fingers along the map. According to the information collected by Anbu, Unin village recently purchased a large amount of food from the Dumming house in the Land of Fire in the name of Demo, including the ninja tools purchased by Unin village from the Land of Craftsmen. I need your team to be dispatched to cut off this material line and destroy all the materials. If you put it in the previous life, this kind of behavior is undoubtedly the capital of the enemy. Much like an ancient profiteer. In order to make money, he frantically sold such important materials as salt and iron to the grasslands. But in Naruto world, this is legal and reasonable. Because the supplies were not bought by Yuan village, but by the famous name of the Kingdom of Rain. The reason is also very legitimate, in order not to starve the civilians in the Land of Rain. Buying food supplies, coupled with the complicated kinship between the daimyo of various countries, even if he knew that it was an act of financing the enemy, the daimyo of the country of fire would not refuse. As long as the daimyo of the Land of Rain will not be foolish enough to publicize it everywhere, saying that I bought this batch of materials for your village, they will be able to buy food from the Land of Fire smoothly. This is simply an act of capitalizing on the enemy. Rope Tree feels betrayed. How can the daimyo be like this? Konoha and Yuan village are fighting to the death. It's better for these officials in Dumming Mansion to sell food directly to the Land of Rain. Isn't this what the enemy is? In the name of the big name, it was purchased in the name of the commoners of the Land of Rain. In the end, the materials did not fall into the hands of Yuan village. Be careful. Danzo looked at the rope tree expressionlessly, correcting his wrong words. These supplies were bought by the Kingdom of Rain for the people of the Kingdom of Rain who were starving because of the war, not for Yuan village. Yes. I understand the reason, but unfortunately Rope Tree is not convinced. So the task of your team is to destroy this batch of materials and cut off this material transportation road. Is the strength of a squad a little too small? There are usually many ninja escorts in the transportation of materials. There are only 3 people in a team. It is not so easy to cut off a transportation line. The most important thing is, Kainayu didn't want to fight like that. Looking at Kainayu, Danzo continued, with the strength of your team, it is enough to cut off this material line and destroy all the materials transported to Yuan village. The battle on the front line was fraught with anxiety, and it was impossible for Hanzo to escort the supplies road in person. As long as Hanzo can't protect the transport troops, with Kainayu's strength to easily kill Jonin, it's not too difficult to cut off such a supply line. Besides, this is just one of the lines through which Yuan village delivers supplies. It is obviously impossible to completely cut off all supply routes of materials in Yuan village with only one team. These people are so hateful. During the war, they sold food to the Land of Rain. Don't they know that these food supplies will end up in the hands of Yuan village? After taking over the mission, the team left the headquarters. Rope Tree couldn't help cursing, with a look of indignity on his face. Calm down. Kainu patted his shoulder, put her arms around him and asked, do you know the relationship between the daimyo of the country of rain and the daimyo of the country of fire? What relationship? Shengshu's expression was stunned. He really had never learned about this information. If Kainayu hadn't read some books about Dumming Mansion, and couldn't figure out the complex relationship between these big names, you can refer to the royal families of European countries in ancient times. Your cousin asked you to buy food, would you refuse? Of course not. Roshu was speechless. Minato shrugged his shoulders and turned his head, secretly laughing. Obviously, Rope Tree was led astray by Kainayu again. Also, the daughter of the daimyo in the Land of Rain is married to the daimyo mansion in the Land of Fire. Do you know what that means? Forget it, we won't discuss this topic. Shengshu looked at the sky silently, because strictly speaking, he was also one of them. After all, her mother's family was the Dumming Mansion. The complicated relationship that is constantly cut and chaotic, all kinds of relatives can be involved. Besides, if there is money to be made, why doesn't the name of the Kingdom of Fire not make it? What? Is Konoha fighting with Yuan village? Isn't that your Konoha's business? What does it have to do with the Dumming house? Chapter 78. No one told you, is this the land of the Fire Nation? After packing up their belongings, the 3 left the camp on the same day and headed towards the material transportation route. Returning to the Land of Fire after a long absence, the raincoats on the 3 of them can finally be taken off. Heaven and Earth conscience, wearing this thing is not convenient at all. It looks like a dark ghost shadow from a distance, which is very scary. Kainayu can only say that the basic industry of Naruto world is really worrying. Decent raincoats cannot be mass-produced. As long as the information given by the headquarters is correct, the transport team from Yuan village will be able to arrive tomorrow. Let's set up some traps first. He even forced out a way to buy food supplies from the Dumming Palace in the Land of Fire. It is foreseeable that there are not many supplies left in Urin village. Not to mention that there are a lot of ninja tools and detonating charms hidden in this batch of food supplies. The destruction of this batch of supplies will definitely make things worse for Urin village. In fact, not only Urin village, but also Konoha's various supplies have become in short supply due to the two-front battle. Nagato's parents were mistakenly killed by Konoha's ninjas who robbed them of food some time later. As for whether Uchiha Madara and Kuroji are the first-hand directors, it is still unknown. If Chira didn't stay to take Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan as his disciples, how should Madara, Uchiha and Kuroji arrange for Nagato's subsequent growth? Will Heiju change his identity and become a teacher to teach Nagato? At that time, Heiju was afraid that even if he didn't want to come forward, he wouldn't be able to. After all, Nagato wants to nurture the Samsara Eye and sacrifice himself to prepare for the resurrection of Madara Uchiha. It's a pity that his game kaleidoscope skill is not Shenwei, otherwise, if you hide Nagato, Madara Uchiha and Kuro will definitely die in a hurry. Hurry up and increase your speed. There are still a large number of people in the country of Rain waiting for this batch of food to be rescued. Masashi Yoshida kept urging his subordinates to increase his speed. He almost forgot how many times he had urged him along the way. There is not much food available in the Land of Rain, and the consumption of ninja tools is serious. This batch of food and supplies is urgently needed. In order to win the war, Hanzo had to ask the daimyo for help. In his name, he bought food from the Land of Fire, and by the way, he hid the ninja equipment bought from other places in it and transported them to the Land of Rain together. After the war broke out, Unin village fought with Konoha from the very beginning, and no one obeyed the other. Up to now, it has been struggling to support. In addition to Konoha, Uninja village also needs to face the ninjas from Rock Ninja village and Sand Ninja village. Without enough material support, in this war, Urin village will go down the road of defeat. You two, go ahead and investigate. Yes, Master Zheng. Two Rain Ninja village ninjas dressed as farmers from the Land of Fire quickly left the convoy and ran to the front to investigate. As the convoy pulling the grain was getting closer, Rope Tree asked in a low voice, Kainyu, how do you know that the two ninjas will pass by? Kainyu, who was lying on the ground, asked a question without looking back. Instead, I asked you to scout ahead. Will you start from the position in front of the convoy? Forehead. Rope Tree held back for a while, and then uttered two words dejectedly, no. You can't, and you want to expect others to do it? Remember, this is a mistake that many ninjas are prone to make. If I were the captain of this batch of material escorts, I would definitely not trust my subordinates to investigate. No matter in terms of strength or detection ability, except for some special cases, most of the Shimnin and Chunin are definitely not as good as the Shangnin. After all, these must be listed in the assessment. If you do not meet the standards, you will not be able to be promoted to become a Jonin. Of course, this is only the standard of the 5 great ninja villages, and the standard of Uninja village. Certainly not comparable to the 5 great ninja villages. Otherwise, Rainin village won't be able to pull out many Shangjin and Chunin. Such assessment criteria can make Urin village's overall military strength look strong. But after the war broke out, apart from Hanzo himself and several of his deputies, there were not many ninjas with impressive strength. Rain Ninja village was able to fight against Konoha, Sand Ninja village, and Yanin village, and most of the credit was attributed to Hanzo alone. Without Hanzo, Urin village would be disintegrated in an instant. This is the difference in strength. Seeing that the material team escorted by Urin village was getting closer and closer, Kainyu gestured to Rope Tree. Rope Tree nodded, raised both hands to quickly make a seal. The moment when the material escort team approached. to done interpuncture long spear technique. Kainayu discovered that many Earth escape ninjutsu are really practical, such as the earthen spear, killing enemies, and creating chaos are very practical. No, there are enemies. What? Help me. As the road vibrated, a large piece of sharp rock emerged from the ground, like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, and the entire material transportation team turned round. All kinds of food were scattered all over the place, and the seal scroll hidden in it also rolled out. A few ninjas from Unin village who responded slowly turned into blood-colored candied haws. It's a pity that no one can eat this candied haws. Where is the kid? Looking at the supplies scattered all over the place, Yoshida was bleeding all his heart. This is something that Hanzo-sama finally asked the daimyo to buy, and it was found everywhere. Several frightened horses screamed and dragged their carriages and ran around. No one ever told you, is this the land of the Fire Nation? After fighting with Konoha and buying food from the land of fire, it seems that you have a lot of money left in Urin village, so Hanzo is not afraid of being wiped out. It seems that Hanzo really has no choice. The country of rain is the country of fire and the country of wind. The land of the land is surrounded by it, and it is at war with the three major countries. The kingdom of wind cannot protect itself. Every year, it needs to buy a large amount of food from the kingdom of fire. The kingdom of earth is barely self-sufficient. However, the villages of Yanin and Unin are currently fighting fiercely. Don't expect daimyo of the land of earth to sell food to the land of rain. The daimyo of the land and the daimyo of the land of thunder are notoriously short-sighted, and exist in line with the village station. Unlike the daimyo of the land of fire and the land of wind, he likes to do brainless things. Little devil, you are courting death. Yoshida's eyes were about to split, and Kainayu had to ambush them halfway, making a mess of supplies, and even insulted Hanzo, the leader of Urin village. This is something that Masashi Yoshida cannot forgive. Pulling out the ninja sword, Masashi Yoshida roared and killed Kainayu. Chapter 79 Why should I turn in the things I robbed by my ability? Kainayu directly greeted her. This time, he did not use his exclusive skills, but only fought with his own physical skills and swordsmanship. The two ghost-like figures collided, and the ninja knives collided and let out a metallic groan. A powerful force bounced along his arm, and Yoshida's pupils shrank in his eyes. This kid is so fast, so powerful. The strength and speed are far beyond him. If it weren't for his rich combat experience, the knife just now might have chopped off his hand. The war is imminent. Chiuki and Yoshida fought together. Noki and Minato worked together to fight against other enemies. Unexpectedly, it turned out that Minato and Rosyu, who seemed to be at a disadvantage, gradually gained the upper hand. The enemies were beheaded one by one, and Minato's super response and explosion made Rosyu very jealous. Although his physical skills are good, his chakra is many times that of Minato. But in terms of the speed of killing the enemy, it is far from Minato's opponent. Minato can explode instantly when fighting the enemy, and unexpectedly pierce the throat and heart of the enemy with kunai. And he struggled a lot. You are a good target for actual combat, and you are one line stronger than the Ninja Murakami shinobi I met before. Masashi Yoshida's physical skills are good, although the rules are a bit messy, at least his strength is solid. It's not like the so-called Jonin that I encountered before, and it was basically solved with a few knives. Little devil, stop looking down on people. A 10-year-old kid actually said to himself that his strength was not bad, and he was considered a qualified combat target. This sentence directly angered Masashi Yoshida. When blocked the opponent's ninja sword, Kainayu couldn't help laughing, infuriated. If that's the case, then I'll ask you to die. Under Masashi Yoshida's astonished gaze, Kainayu's power suddenly burst out, and the instant burst of power shook him out. What made him even more unbelievable was that Kainayu's speed increased again. The eyes flashed red light, and the three-gujade writing wheel eye appeared, filled with a captivating red light. Kainayu, who broke out, opened the writing wheel. In his eyes, Masashi Yoshida's movements were like strange slow motions. The ninja knife stuck to Masashi Yoshida's numb arm, pierced through his ribs, and penetrated his heart. "You are Yagami Kainayu." Looking at his body that was penetrated by the ninja sword in disbelief, Yoshida was bleeding from his mouth. My mind recalled a relatively famous name in the ninja world recently, Yagami Kainayu. She has long silver hair, she is in her teens, and she has three gujade writing round eyes. It's down. Pulling out the ninja sword, looking at Masashi Yoshida, who fell to the ground and sucked in the air, Chiuki sighed, "Your strength and courage have been recognized by me, and I will bury you thickly. As for this batch of supplies, they will never reach the land of rain." BFFT, Yoshida, who was stimulated, spat out a mouthful of blood, the color of his eyes began to disintegrate, and he lost the breath of life. Glancing at the battle scene full of wreckage and corpses everywhere, Kainayu tutted. The boy Minato is getting more and more perverted. If he learns the art of flying thunder gods, will he still take off? Food, Kainayu is too lazy to take a look. He put away the sealed scrolls that contained a lot of ninja tools and detonators. This is a good thing, a trophy. Hands down, it can sell for a lot of money. As for the payment, Kainayu never considered it. Why should I turn in the things I robbed by my ability? Danzo's order was to destroy the supplies, not seize them. This batch of ninja tools can be happily accepted by him. Art fire escape ho fireball. A fire burned all the food at the scene. Kainayu sat on the roadside leaning against the tree pole, waiting for the water gate and the rope tree to return. The two chased after the enemy, and they had already chased into the forest, and it would take a while to return. Poor cow, I will accept your meat with a smile. There are horses pulling carts and oxen pulling carts in the team transporting supplies. It's a pity that this old cow was unlucky and was killed by the rope tree in one wave, and it turned into an oversized candid horse. After a long time, Watergate and rope tree returned. Minato had a smile on his face, while rope tree was full of depression. You don't have to guess to know that he was once again surpassed by Watergate. After losing to Kainayu again and again, rope tree recognized it. Kainayu is a super genius that everyone recognizes. Since you can't compare with Kainayu, you should compare it with Minato. In the end, his rope tree couldn't compare to Kainayu, and he couldn't even compare to Watergate. This made rope tree hit hard and was very depressed. What? You have made great achievements, but you are still frowning. Kainayu couldn't help joking. Rope tree glanced at Minato, and shrugged his shoulders. He has to more than me. If he and Minato were in the same class, Shengshu would feel more comfortable, but he is 3 years older than Kainayu and Minato. Even someone 3 years younger than you can't compare, so what dreams do you talk about? What is the world peace, what is the god of ninjas, who is like the grandfather? It's just embarrassing. You deserve it. Who told you not to work hard? Kainayu smiled gloatingly, quickly deal with the scene and prepare to leave. Why me again? I beg you to be a person, okay? Hit me, laugh at me, and you let me clean up the mess. Kainayu glanced at the rope tree that pointed to her, and shrugged her shoulders, because among the three of us, you are the only one who is good at earth escape ninjutsu. Who are you? If you don't like it, the three of us will dig a hole together. Looking at the ninja sword and the kunai in his hand, Roshi felt that he had better do it himself, as it would be too troublesome to dig a hole. When are we going back? After eating delicious roast beef, Rope Tree regretted not cutting more beef. No hurries. Kainayu threw a few sticks of firewood into the fire and said calmly, The task given to us by the Commander-in-Chief is to completely cut off this transportation route. Wait and see. There is no time limit for such a task. Whether the task is completed or not depends on the team's own assessment. If they feel that the task is completed and choose to return to the camp, and someone will deliver the supplies, that is their dereliction of duty. Kane, you would rather spend more time on this line than take the blame for dereliction of duty inexplicably. Besides, the country of fire is not comfortable to stay in the country of rain, and you want to go to the country of rain to find discomfort? The ghost weather in the country of rain, how can it be comfortable in the country of fire? In the land of rain, in the slightly shabby camp, Hanzo frowned as he looked at the list of supplies. The supplies in the village could not last for a long time. The consumption of supplies far exceeded Hanzo's expectations. In addition to all kinds of materials, even the casualties of the people are staggering. Hanzo has already tasted the consequences of declaring war on Konoha, Iwanin Village, and Sand Ninja Village in one go. Compared with the background, Urin Village is not the opponent of the 5 great ninja villages after all. Konoha, Sand Ninja Village, Iwa Ninja only then did the village feel uncomfortable, and Urin Village was almost exhausted. Lord Hanzo. At this moment, a staggering figure broke in. Hanzo's unattractive face darkened. What's the matter? Lord Hanzo? The team that sent supplies to the country of fire has been wiped out. Chapter 80. The war is about to break out and I meet 3 children. What? Hanzo was so shocked that he stood up, feeling that the sky was about to fall. When Urin Village was short of supplies, the supplies were intercepted and destroyed? Maybe someone will be sent to investigate in detail. After all, he is the leader of a village, and Hanzo's aura is not something that ordinary people can compare. He didn't scream and yell, nor did he blame his subordinates for their incompetence. As long as the enemy receives information on this kind of thing, they will definitely take action without hesitation. And the person who shoots is very likely to be Konoha. The materials were purchased covertly, but how did Konoha get the information? Hanzo doesn't know, but it's too late to say that now. Master Hanzo. The people from the intelligence department kneeled on the ground and lowered their heads to answer. People have been sent to check. All the ninjas in our village have been killed, all the materials have been destroyed, and there are traces of a lot of battles using ninjutsu at the scene. The traces of the battle spread into the forest, indicating that there were not many people who attacked the material transportation team, maybe just a small team. My subordinates think that Konoha must have shot Konoha. Hanzo fell silent. After a long time, Hanzo suddenly laughed. It seems that Konoha's intelligence-gathering ability is really outstanding. My lord, could it be the Demo from the Land of Fire who betrayed us? Won't. Hanzo said confidently, Demo also needs face. At this time, when he sells supplies and is caught by Konoha, he can already question the Deming house. So what they did themselves would never be publicized to the outside world. The only possibility was that there were spies planted by Konoha in Deming Prefecture. Even the Demo's sales of supplies to the outside world are clear. It seems that I still underestimate Konoha after all. Walking out of the tent and letting the rain fall on him, Hanzo felt inexplicably powerless at this moment. The long-term war had made him exhausted, and now that the supplies were destroyed, it was even worse. How was the investigation last time? Danzo's mindless words made his subordinates stunned and replied, Lord Hanzo, after our investigation, several of the ninjas who killed civilians came from Sand Ninja Village, not Konoha. The war between Konoha and Ninja Village started when civilians in the Land of Rain were frequently slaughtered by Konoha ninjas. With the outbreak of the war, no one mentioned it anymore, but Hanzo still asked people to investigate. Rainin Village captured and killed some people. After investigation, some people came from Sand Ninja Village, and the remaining identities were unknown. Who is provoking the war? The answer is already clear. Sand Ninja Village. In order to allow Konoha and Ninja Village to go to war, Sand Ninja Village can be said to be an organization. It seems that the life of Sand Ninja Village is not easy. To enhance military strength? Is it wrong for my Uin village to improve its military strength? Could it be that you are only allowed to improve your strength in the 5 major ninja villages, but not the small ninja village? Hanzo felt ridiculous about Konoha's questioning. All kinds of open and secret battles between the two sides are only under limited control. Sand Ninja Village is better. As soon as he shoots, he stabs the knife directly in the back, causing the war between Konoha and Ninja Village to break out. Pass my order, and start the siege of Konoha's position tomorrow. After all, this war has to come to an end. Yes. Although he didn't understand that Hanzo was still staring at Konoha, the ninjas of Unin village still passed on the order obediently. For a while, the ninjas who could still fight in Rainin village were all ready. A war is about to break out. Unlike the previous scattered local wars, this is a frontal war. After holding on for a few days, but still no other transport troops came, Kainayu and the 3 returned to the land of Rain. Back at the camp to hand in the mission, Danzo didn't bother them with this kind of thing, and recorded their credits one by one. Your choice is indeed right. If we return directly that day, we might not have any time to rest. Rope Tree shook the raincoat dejectedly, and shook the water droplets off the raincoat. The 3 returned to the camp and were dispatched in less than a day. The mission is to raid a camp in Sand Ninja Village and destroy the materials in the camp. Some command tasks on the front line were handed over to Ochimaru. Danzo finally had time to display his talents, and various secret actions emerged one after another. The attack on the stronghold today, and the attack on supplies tomorrow, made Uin village and Sand Nin village devastated. Passing by a village, looking at the dilapidated and empty village, Minato sighed. After the war is over, the Rain country may not be able to recover in 10 years. Brother, be confident, remove the word fear, and when the war ends, let alone 10 years, give them 20 years, and Uin village will not be able to relax. As far as the buttocks are a little bigger, the environment is still very bad. If there is no trade route and no source of income, what will Uin village do to restore it? Even if the surrounding people had a request, they would not choose a small village like Uin village. The vicious circle continues, and the country of Rain can only be restored with. Not to mention the end of the war, there are endless robbers, wandering ninjas are enough for the people of this country to enjoy. Rest on the spot and leave tomorrow. There is still a long time before Danzo's designated time. Kainayu is not in a hurry, and takes the lead in walking towards the ruined village. There was no one in the village, and there were collapsed houses everywhere, leaving traces of battles. Walking into a fairly intact farmhouse, Rope Tree took the initiative to remove some useless furniture and use it as firewood to light the fire. Minato left consciously and went out to find something to eat. The 3 have a clear division of labor. Kainayu is responsible for cooking, Roshu is responsible for firewood, and Minato is responsible for hunting. If you can't find prey, then you will eat dry food or bread. Fuck. Minato, have you become interested in snakes recently, or has the toad in Mount Momu affected you? When Minato came back with a python with a thick calf and several meters long, Rope Tree couldn't help but scream. With the help and guidance of Ochimaru, Nozi has begun to sign a contract with the snake in Ryudidong. At this time, the last thing he wanted was to eat snake meat. There's nothing outside, just this many things. Minato spread out his hands helplessly, expressing that I was helpless too. Kainayu smiled and handled the prey, chopped it into small pieces, marinated and roasted it, and didn't forget to tease the 2 of them. Rope Tree, I'm not telling you. This kind of anger is absolutely unbearable. I will catch a bunch of toads to feed the water gate another day. You just fan the flames. Why don't you catch a few foxes to eat? Shang-Chi rolled his eyes, and he dared to say these words in his heart. When I said it last time, Zabai slapped it more than 10 meters away. When Rope Tree and Watergate mentioned the word fox, they both became cautious. Afraid that he would offend Zhao Bai by saying the wrong thing, Zhao Bai kicked them out. Rice with snake meat is a wonderful combination, but it tastes good. Even the Rope Tree that he dislikes on his mouth eats it with relish. As for whether he will be found by the snakes in Longdidong to eat snake meat, that will be a matter of the future. We have guests. Eating and eating, Kainayu put down the tableware and looked outside. Watergate and Rope Tree took out their weapons immediately. Calm down. Holding the hands of Minato and Rope Tree, Kainayu looked up at the door. It's just 3 children. The world is really small, so you can encounter it like this. Child? Are you kidding me? The 3 of us are still children. Chapter 81. If negotiation can solve the problem, what else should fist do? Outside the door, 3 short figures, drenched in the rain, trembling from cold and hunger, slowly approached the farmhouse. Excuse me, can you give us something to eat? Among them, the little boy with short dark blonde hair stepped forward, full of helpless eyes, looking at Kainayu and the others with anticipation. The person here is Yahiko, the future leader of Akatsuki. The person hiding behind him was Zunan, and Nagato, who lowered his head, making it difficult to see his face. The world is so small. Looking at the 3 people who were shivering all the time from freezing, Kainayu nodded and said, "Come in. There is rice and roast snake meat. As long as you are not afraid, then eat some." Is it really possible? Yahiko's eyes lit up. Minato and Roshu indicated Kainayu with their eyes, "Be careful." No wonder the 2 were so vigilant. After all, in the fucking and dangerous world of Naruto, many children will be trained from childhood and eventually become qualified spies. This kind of thing is not uncommon. Some children have already killed their companions even at the age of 5 or 6, and stand out. Don't worry, these 3 are not a threat. Kainayu responded to the 2 and waved to the 3 of Yahiko. Great, we have something to eat. Yahiko happily pulled Konan and Nagato in, and bowed gratefully to Kainayu, "Thank you for the food you gave us." Zaunan was a little restrained and looked a little afraid of life, but Nagato, after seeing the Konoha forehead guards on Kainayu and the others, his whole person's nerves tightened. He thought of his parents. The sound of swallowing food made Kainayu shake her head. The 3 of Yahiko didn't even care whether the food would burn themselves, they just wanted to work hard to fill their stomachs. Kainayu once thought that Tsunade was like a refugee when eating, but now after seeing Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato eating, Kainayu felt that Tsunade was weak. At least Tsunade knew how to blow it a few times, so as not to burn himself. War. Sighing, Kainayu comforted them, "Eat slowly. If it's not enough, I can prepare some for you. Be careful to burn your stomach. This is fatal to you. Don't eat too full at one time." The dirty little hand was holding a ball of rice, and the other hand was holding a piece of meat. Zaunan paused for a moment, and his eyes instantly turned red. The next moment, she choked up and cried. It seems that she hasn't been cared for a long time. Kainayu's comfort has actually made Zonan, who is a more sensitive girl, break the defense. Yahiko showed an ugly smile. Nagato still lowered his head, but slowed down the speed of eating. Shang-Chi couldn't bear it anymore, so she took out some dry food. "You can take these with you. If you're hungry, eat slowly." "Thanks." Yahiko's voice was crying, and he felt tears in his eyes. The 3 of them have been wandering for a long time, and they have encountered ninjas from other villages. Too bad they didn't dare get close, because these people are too fierce. He would even kill some civilians begging for food, even children. Minato silently took out his dry food. All he can do is to divide a part of his dry food to the other party. After the three of them finished their meal, Kainayu said to them, "There is a wardrobe in the back. You can look around to see if there are any clean clothes. It's better to change into a suit, otherwise you'll get sick easily." In the current situation, what does being sick mean? You know very well, right? Damn it. The three of Yahiko went to the back room to look for clothes to change. Rope Tree couldn't help but slammed the ground and scolded, "This damn war. It's not the war that you should scold, but the person who started the war." Kainayu glanced at him, threw two pieces of wood into the fire, and the choking smoke suddenly filled the air. In the land of rain, it is difficult to find too much dry wood. On the contrary, wood soaked in water is everywhere, and it burns with a lot of smoke. Shang Xiu opened his mouth, but didn't know who he should scold. Because some people can't be scolded casually. For example, the high-level people in the village, the people who started the war are the high-level officials of Konoha, and this scolding will scold everyone. After holding it for a long time, in the end Rope Tree could only stomp his feet in depression. Don't you have to start a war, have to fight a war? Why can't the problem be solved through negotiation? In the room, put on a clean, but several sizes larger than his body, Yahiko perked up his ears and listened quietly. Why can you live in the country of fire, which is rich in resources, and Konoha, who has a strong military? Why did you have something that many people have been pursuing for a lifetime when you were born? Why do some people work hard for a lifetime, but fail to fulfill their wishes and achieve their goals? Wake up, you! Angrily, he kicked the Rope Tree. Kainu cursed, "If negotiation can solve the problem, what else is there to do with fists? Am I as bad as you say?" Rope Tree rolled her eyes and was confused by Kainayu's words. Minato burst into laughter, because he also felt that the words of the Rope Tree were not realistic at all. Rather than hoping that there will be no war, it is better to look forward to becoming Hokage. If you want to become Hokage, you can work hard for this goal. If you want world peace, it is too difficult, almost impossible. Looking at the Rope Tree with embarrassed written all over his face, Minato seemed to see his former self. He had also asked Kainayu like this before, but he was speechless and directly doubted his life. "My lord, is war really inevitable?" Yahiko, who had been eavesdropping, couldn't help but walked out, approached cautiously, and stood respectfully in front of Kainayu. "What is this called?" In a room, there are three ideals, the wish pie. That's the case with Rope Tree, and it was also the case with Minato in the past. The current Yahiko is more persistent than Rope Tree and Minato. Thinking back on the stupid things Akatsuki had done, Kainayu felt anxious for Yahiko. I don't know if Chira gave them ecstasy soup. As for Yahiko's question, Kainayu's answer was, "Fist is justice. Strength is truth. Instead of expecting others not to start war, it is better to improve your strength, intimidate everyone, let them fear you, be afraid of you, and dare not start war. In exchange for this, it is also peace, but the means are different. Fist is justice, strength is truth." Yahiko's face was bewildered, and these words completely confused him. If it weren't for the world's technology tree being crooked, Kainayu really wanted to tell them that the cannon is justice, and the caliber is the truth. Seeing Yahiko, who was in a daze, Rouge pulled Kainayu dumbfoundedly, and said in a low voice, "Don't teach the child bad. I teach bad kids." Kainayu wondered, why am I still a child myself? He raised his head and squinted at the Rope Tree and said, "That's what your grandfather did, because he was the god of ninjas. His fists were big enough and his strength was strong enough. The whole ninja world didn't dare to provoke him, so the ninja world at that time was peaceful. Why did it involve my grandfather?" I. Wait. Rope Tree was about to complain a few words, but suddenly stopped. Chapter 82 The Strong Are Stronger. Yahiko wants to be a teacher. Rope Tree was about to complain a few words when he was stunned. Because Kainayu's words are not wrong, it's just that Rope Tree didn't think about it before. With the establishment of Konoha, the ninja world is indeed peaceful. Except for some small frictions, almost no wars broke out. But why? That's not because the great god Senju Hasuma is intimidating, and there is also a ruthless Madara Uchiha, who dares to make trouble. Later, Madara Uchiha faked his death and Chisuma Hashima died of illness. The first ninja war broke out not long afterward. This is the most typical example. So, peace must be built on great strength. Zonin and Nagato also came out, and Nagato, who lowered his head and couldn't see his face, asked a question. Your Excellency is wrong. Yahiko didn't know what to think, and began to retort, Hanzo-sama is also very powerful, but your village still has a war with Konoha. Strength cannot mean everything. How do you explain? Rope Tree and Watergate looked at Kainayu. Kainayu did not expect that Yahiko would use Hanzo to refute him, and immediately laughed. Mighty ass, at most, compare it with the shadows of the 5 great ninja villages. That's all. I'm too embarrassed to call myself a demigod, and I don't want to face. If Hanzo heard this, he would definitely want to kill you with a sickle. Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato were also stunned. They felt that Kainayu was bragging. Minato smiled bitterly, but did not dare to refute. Because 1,000 months and minutes can make people doubt life. Look at what I do. Hanzo is strong, I admit it, but his strength is definitely not at the level of a so-called god, not even a demigod. In the current ninja world, I think the strongest one should be the 3rd generation Raikage of an village. To tell the truth, the 3 generations of Raikage at the time were really fierce. Kainayu even suspected that he was a bit more fierce than Nonogi, unparalleled defense and attack, plus a speed that surpasses most people. It can be said that the 3 generations of Raikage in this period are completely a hang-up. It's not a joke to single out a man who directly fucked the 8 tails. Don't look at the 3 generations of Fenning's easy handling of a Shui, it is because his magnetic escape restrains Shui. In addition, the strength of Shui is among the many-tailed beasts, which is really not good. If this is replaced by the 8 tails, the 3 generations of Kazekage who will definitely fight will run around everywhere. It's not unreasonable for the 9 tails to laugh at Shui's weakness. Among the 9-tailed beasts, Shui is really weak. When Kainayu watched the anime, she didn't even see that this one used the tailed beast Jade. I don't know if I can't put it out or if I don't want to use it. In the anime, the picture of half a 9-tailed man turning over a group of tailed beasts shocked many people. Besides, it was only half a 9-tailed, not a complete one. From the various fragments of memories of the 9 tails, it can be seen that it ignores the 1-tailed guardian crane, but often seeks to fight with the 8-tailed. As for the rest of the tailed beasts, most of them are ignored. It seems that in the eyes of the 9 tails, in addition to the strength of the 8 tails, and the annoying 1 tail, other tailed beasts are simply dispensable. Is it Raikage? Shengshu scratched his head. I heard Mr. Ochimayu mention it. He seems to be a strong and difficult guy. Is not this nonsensical? Believe it or not, when your teacher met him, he had absolutely no temper at all. If the 3rd Raikage hadn't been killed by the plot, Konoha's situation might have been even worse in the 3rd Ninja War. There is one thing that he can't figure out all the time. Since he is the shadow of a village, he must be the most important person in the village. There must be Raikage guards to protect them. Isn't the purpose of these people's existence to protect Raikage? How did you go for a walk in the land of the earth, and after grabbing a batch of resources, the people from the Raiding Guard left first? After letting Raikage stay behind, he was eventually consumed to death. This is not a plot kill, what is it? The third Raikage wanted to leave, but Onogi couldn't stop him. Looking at the speed of the fourth Raikage, he knew that the third Raikage wanted to leave, but almost no one could stop him. Such a man with bugs all over his body actually died of exhaustion in the land of the earth. The same is true for Konoha's Thousand Hands Tobirama, except for Suidan, a man who was covered in forbidden arts, died in the land of thunder just to break the aftermath. This is even more outrageous. Minato learned about the aftermath of Flying Thor, but he did a lot of things after the break. Especially in the Third Ninja War, there were countless, but why don't you die after the water gate is broken? Of course, Minato's death was even more embarrassing. When his wife died, he didn't even care about his son. He wanted to die and followed his wife away, leaving a poor little Naruto, growing up in isolation and abuse. Is it because Hanzo-sama isn't strong enough? Sandame Raikage. Yahiko lowered his head, carefully recalling Kainayu's words. Sir, please teach us to learn ninjutsu and let us become a ninja. Suddenly, Yahiko stood up and gave Kainayu a 90-degree bow. Ah! Rope Tree was stunned. Watergate was dumbfounded. What's the situation? Kainu herself was a little dumbfounded. You want to be my disciple? As long as your lord is willing, I can become your disciple. Yahiko answered firmly. Why do you want to be my disciple? Kainu couldn't help laughing and crying. To be honest, I'm still a child myself, about 3 years older than you. Don't you think this is child's play? Are you not afraid that I am a parallel importer? I believe that my intuition is not wrong. Your lord is very strong, so he must be a strong one. Yahiko's actions more than shocked Kainayu, Roshu, Minato, even Konan and Nagato. Why are you suddenly going to be a teacher? No mental preparation at all. Your intuition is very strong. When he came back to his senses, Nozi laughed and ran outside while laughing, not forgetting to give Yahiko a look of encouragement. Come on, the guy in front of you who even Hanzo despises is really strong. The reason why Rope Tree can run is because he is afraid that Kainayu will beat him. Because he couldn't help laughing and gleefully coaxed. You are so kind. Don't run. Kainayu grabbed the stone on the ground and smashed it at it. Rope Tree proudly twisted her waist to hide, but she wouldn't let her twist her butt twice, so she couldn't hit me. Minato smiled and shook his head. He gestured to Kainayu. He felt that he would avoid it first. Better, go out and set some traps to prevent enemies from approaching. I never thought that such a day would happen to me. Kainayu thought it was a long time ago, but she didn't expect someone to ask her a teacher at this time. Or the 3 leaders of the Akatsuki organization. The reactions of Rouge and Minato made Yahiko more firm in his intuition. Although Kainayu was young, she was older than them, but Kainayu was a strong man. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to despise Hanzo like that. Chapter 83 Heiju is eyeing. Encountering the ninja army of Yurin village. I'm sorry, I can't promise you. Why? Yahiko asked disappointedly. Kainayu's expression was serious. I'm not very interested in accepting and teaching disciples, and I have seen too many examples of teaching disciples and finally being killed by disciples. So don't think about apprenticeships or anything. Besides, I don't have time to stay in the land of rain to teach you. Being rejected, Yahiko felt very disappointed, and didn't even pay much attention to what Kainayu said later. Zonin looked at Kainayu suspiciously, not quite understanding what it meant to kill a master. Did the disciple kill the teacher? I can only teach you how to refine chakra and teach you some basic ninjutsu usage. As for how far you can go, it's up to you. Rest for one night at most. The team will continue to set off tomorrow to complete the team's mission. Kainayu is not spontaneous, so it is impossible for him to stay and teach his disciples. Besides, He would not accept disciples. Accepting disciples in Naruto world is simply unpleasant for me. Look at those who killed teachers, how awesome. The disciple kills the teacher, and the teacher kills the disciple. It's a mess. This situation must be avoided. The best way to avoid it is to have no teachers and no disciples. 100. She took out her usual practice notes and gave it to Yahiko. Kainayu instructed the three of them on how to refine chakra and get started with the seal. At night, the three of Yahiko stayed behind and worked hard to refine chakra. They hoped to get more knowledge and advice from Kainayu before she leaves. It's a pity that Konan and Yahiko didn't succeed, and Nagato. It only took less than 3 hours. It's just that he didn't say it out. From the bottom of his heart, Nagato still doesn't trust Kainayu, because of the death of his parents. He is very vigilant about Kono and Ninja. How did Nagato warm the Samsara Eye before? This is probably a secret about the Eye of Reincarnation. Shaking his head, Kainayu didn't bother to care. In a dimly lit underground space, Madara Uchiha listened to Heju's report and said in surprise, "You mean that Konoha has a little guy named Yagami Kainayu who is very talented? And also has contact with Nagato?" "Yes." Heju's voice echoed in the underground space. When he was only 9 years old, he had the 3 goose jade writing wheel eye, and he was good at illusion. And the illusion is very powerful. Even the shadow level powerhouse will be attacked. Even if the illusion is solved, it will be backlashed by the spirit, resulting in mental damage. I am afraid that only a strong person like Madara-sama can be immune to such illusion damage. Not bad. Madara Uchiha gave a faint compliment, but the corners of his mouth rose slightly. This little flattery shot by Kuro inadvertently captured Madara Uchiha's heart. In his eyes, the so-called powerhouses are only between him and Gainst Sujin, and the other powerhouses are rubbish. Let's observe first, he may not be the right person. Yes, Madame Madara. Heju slowly dived into the ground. Uchiha Madara closed his eyes, like a statue, motionless. There is also a pipe connected to the outsider golem behind him. From the reincarnation I transplanted to Nagato's body, Heju has been staring at Nagato. Heju can clearly observe who he has come into contact with and what he has done. The level of heart is far more than Uchiha Madara. No, noticing the contact between Nagato and Chiuki, Kuroju ran back immediately and told Madara Uchiha about it. Look for a quiet place to hide. The country of rain may not be peaceful recently. Leaving some food behind, Kainayu and Minato, Rope Tree left decisively. They still have their own tasks, and Kainayu is not spontaneous, and will risk punishment by staying to teach the 3 of Nagato. He doesn't have such great sentiments either. Besides, a large part of the reason why Jiraiya wants to stay is because he is tired of war. In the end, by mistake, he found out that Nagato has an Eye of Reincarnation, and determined his decision to stay. So I took care of Nagato and others for 3 years, fully expecting Nagato to become the savior of the world. As a result, the savior he taught himself killed himself. The 3 of Zonin watched Kainayu leave reluctantly. If the 3 of Kainayu left, it meant that they would have no food source and no one to protect them. Can only continue to wander. Fortunately, they learned how to refine chakra, and Kainayu also gave them her practice notes, and by the way taught them some basic ninjutsu. I don't know if the 3 of them can last until the end of the war. Kainayu, do you have the heart to leave them behind? That little girl named Aonan seems to be very dependent on you. Then you stay to take care of them? Kainayu replied directly. As for why Aonan relied on him, Kainayu herself couldn't figure it out. He was obviously very afraid of being born, but after spending a few hours together, it changed. Is it because I am so handsome that even little girls are fascinated? Go ahead, our team still has a mission. Rope Tree decisively uses the daffer of topic change. He can't even take care of himself, and he also takes care of 3 oil bottles, which is not realistic at all. Looks like we ran for nothing. This camp has been abandoned by Sand Ninja Village. After arriving at the destination, Kainu only knew that this camp had been abandoned after receiving Zhao Bai's reminder. Except for some sundries, there is nothing, no supplies, no ninjas in Sand Ninja Village. It looks like it will be transferred soon. How to do? Looking at the empty camp, Rope Tree and Watergate were a little worried. Go back, this is an issue of the intelligence department, and it has nothing to do with us. Maybe Sand Ninja Village decided to abandon it temporarily, or maybe it was vigilant, so it was transferred. Anyway, it's not our turn to take the blame. It is common for information to change, resulting in the inability to complete the mission. Especially on the battlefield, information changes rapidly. It's impossible to say that others were still here yesterday, but after receiving the order, they immediately moved to other places. Since the mission could not be completed, the 3 of them did not stay and chose to return to the camp directly. However, not long after he left, he ran into a ninja brigade from Unin village. Master, there is an army of ninjas ahead. Ninja army? Kainu was slightly surprised. This luck is also very good. I thought I would be able to return to the camp smoothly, and then I turned around and ran into a large number of enemies. How many are there? A lot of. If Zabai can use a lot of this word, it means that the number of people on the other side is really large. But on the battlefield of the Land of Rain, which side would gather like this? Konoha is impossible, and Sand Ninja Village entered the Rain Country battlefield just to do things, to muddy the water and hold Konoha by the way. A large-scale deployment is unlikely. The same is true for Iwa Ninja Village. Iwa Ninja Village entered the battlefield of the Land of Rain because Onogi wanted to take the opportunity to weaken the military strength of Konoha and Ninja Village. Large-scale battles are not good for Iwanin Village. Moreover, since the war started, Iwan Village has been eyeing Iwanin Village, and Onogi did not dare to mess around. Since it is impossible to enter the 3 major ninja villages on the battlefield of the Land of Rain, there is only one answer, and that is Rain Ninja Village. Chapter 84 Zabai, Stinky Snake, how dare you threaten the master? Thinking of the large-scale deployment of Urin Village's troops, Kainu was secretly surprised and said to Minato and Rossyu, the large-scale gathering of ninjas in Unin Village is aimed at our Konoha. Return to the camp as soon as possible. Whether it's for Konoha or not, it's definitely not wrong to leave early. Kainu didn't want to be surrounded by confusion, and then fight a muddled battle. He can get away himself, and Rope Tree and Watergate will face all kinds of dangers. Rainbow Village? Are they crazy for sending troops on a large scale? Rope Tree shouted exaggeratedly, and ran behind Kainu in a fluttering manner. Minato no longer wanted to talk. He just wanted to leave as soon as possible. I don't know if Urin Village is crazy, but I only know that if we run slowly, we may fall into the enemy's encirclement. Kainu looked back and explained. Ruthless people like the Third Reich can be dragged to death by the ninja army, not to mention them. Unless it's to let Zabai out to delay time. Kainu doesn't want to do this kind of thing, so it's not wrong to run early. Hanzo was forced to panic. Could it be that the previous supplies were destroyed, causing Hanzo to have no patience to continue to consume it, so he chose to fight Konoha? If you win, plunder Konoha's supplies and continue to fight. If you lose, talk to Konoha and ask Konoha to provide material support. Hanzo can't be so stupid, can he? There should be other material transportation routes in Urin Village, perhaps they have all been intercepted. Compared with the intelligence gathering ability, Unin Village can't compare with Konoha. Difficulty in gathering intelligence means being restricted everywhere. Will Reinen village violently besiege the position where Orochimaru and the others are? Kainayu, isn't Yuan village trying to attack our Konoha camp? Impossible, it's too far from the camp, at most it's attacking the territory occupied by our Konoha. Didn't you already successfully contract a psychic beast? Let it inform Orochimaru and prepare for a fierce battle. This kind of thing is not a joke. I will inform you as much as possible. The provincial Orochimaru and Tsunade really overturned. In the original book, they were surrounded by enemy troops and almost reached the point where the mountains and rivers were exhausted. Jiraiya almost hiccuped, but fortunately, the Konoha reinforcements came to the rescue in time. Troubled, scrambled, Danzang still didn't dare to make any small moves in such a big event. If Danzo really wants to kill Tsunade and the others, he just needs to delay the dispatch of troops a little bit. The Tsunade and the three of them guaranteed that they would completely turn off the lever before they even got the title of Sannin. Kainayu and the three of them must not be able to go around to notify, otherwise, they will just enter the circle of the enemy if they go around. Only relying on psychic beasts to inform. It just so happens that the toad in Momu Mountain and the snake in Longdi Cave are both good at doing this. Having left the enemy's reconnaissance range, Kainayu asked Roshu to notify Orochimaru as soon as possible. What's wrong? Seeing Chengshu's aggrieved face, looking at herself like she was constipated, Kainayu laughed angrily. Aren't you waiting for me to channel? If you dare to say yes, I will hammer you to death. Believe it or not. Perhaps psychic beasts are not ideal. As a fellow of the same kind, Minato explained. Fart. The rope tree jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on. How could you, Uncle Shengshu, be entangled with this kind of thing? I'm just afraid that the guy who came out of the psychic would not be obedient. You to laugh at 8 steps in 10 steps, is it interesting? Both are half a pound. Especially your Watergate. How can you be qualified to laugh at Rope Tree? Rope Tree at least has Chakrado, which can channel larger snakes. What about your toad? It's too small to eat when grilled. Hurry up, what psychic beast can still have a bad temper? Angrily, she kicked the Rope Tree, and Kainayu realized that this guy didn't beat him at any time, and always liked itchy skin. No wonder Tsunade always beat him, no wonder Tsunade likes to beat his younger brother. I met such a brother. Change it to Kainayu, and also promise to beat him 3 times a day. Row. You don't believe me, I don't care if something goes wrong. Roshu felt that he was being underestimated. He gritted his teeth, bit his fingers and started to make marks. He decided to give Kainayu and Minato a shock. As for whether the psychic snake is obedient, we will wait until it succeeds. Bump. Immediately forming a seal, the palm of the rope tree pressed on the ground, and the special formation of psychic beasts spread on the ground. With a muffled sound, a cloud appeared on the ground. Rope tree felt like he was being hollowed out, and accidentally used more chakra. The whole person is about to faint. Roar. With a roar, the huge purple body raised its upper body, and the huge head looked down at Kainayu and the three of them, with disdain and anger in their eyes. Little devil, is it the psychic technique you used? You smell like Orochimaru. One snake's tongue thicker than her thigh stretched out to sniff the odor molecules in the air, and said angrily, Little devil, are you ready for the sacrifice? If not, Master Wanshi will eat you. To tell the truth, the 10,000 snakes are really big. In the original book, this guy even fought against Twentai and Big Slug with 1 against 2. If Tsunade hadn't nailed the snake to the ground with Wentai's knife, Wentai would have peeled off its skin. It is enough to see the power of the 10,000 snakes. The ordinary Jonin is no match for Wansh. But Rope Tree got this guy out. You are a real bull. Minato silently gave the Rope Tree a thumbs up. You won, I won't fight with you. You should first think about how to deal with this guy. This guy is not easy to mess with. As a disciple of Jirah, Minato knew about the infamous myriad snakes. After all, the snake in Longdi Cave and the toad in Momu Mountain are mortal enemies. Wan Shi is also not a good master, not to mention other people. Even if Orochimaru is psychic and it comes out to fight, Wan Shi needs sacrifices before it is willing to give up. Otherwise, the person who uses spiritism will be eaten. The big snakes in Longdi Cave do this kind of thing a lot. The Gaikanayu will be handed over to you. You can discuss it with him. I can't do it anymore. Rope Tree ran decisively, and Minato was stunned and slipped away, leaving Kainayu and Wonch with big eyes and small eyes. Damn it, you two dishonest fellows, just run away like this. Little devil, if there is no sacrifice, just die. Watching Rope Tree run away, and Minato also run away, Kainayu is left alone. Wonchi felt that she had been tricked, and roared towards Kainu and took a bite. Just when Kainayu was about to negotiate with Wonchi with a riding wheel, Zabai suddenly came out. Go away, the smelly snakes dare to threaten the master. What the hell? Wonchi saw a white figure flying towards him with lightning-fast speed. But it doesn't care, after all, this thing is too small, not as big as one of its scales. Now Wonchi just wants to eat these three little devils who are playing tricks on him. Little devil, let's start with you first. Looking at himself getting closer and closer to Kainayu, one snake's huge vertical pupils revealed cruel and bloodthirsty rays of light. At this moment, a giant white claw descended from the sky, pressed it on the neck of the snake, and stomped the snake on the ground. Boom! The earth shook, the surface of the ground cracked, gullies formed, and the upper body of the snake was pressed into the soil. Roar! Chapter 85 10,000 Snakes. It's not that I'm weak, it's that this female fox is too fierce for the first time. The angry Zabai showed the momentum and huge body that a tailed beast should have. The terrifying chakra made the minds of the 10,000 snakes who were trampled on the ground bewildered. Who I am? Where am I? What am I doing? Gyudu? Witnessing Zabai's transformation into a terrifying giant beast like a hill. He pressed one snake to the ground with one paw. Rope Tree and Minato swallowed in astonishment. They felt that their necks were chilling, as if Zabai was not pressing one snake, but themselves. I don't seem to have offended Zabai, do I? Rope Tree was about to cry. Because he recalled that he kept teasing Zabai before, and wanted to take Zabai as his own. Several times Kainayu stopped him in time, but Zabai didn't make a move. Otherwise, even if there are 100 rope trees, they will all die. The flesh on Minato's face twitched a few times and replied, I remember that you teased it and was beaten by it. I hope it won't hold grudges, otherwise you won't be able to get between your teeth. Although Kainayu said, Zabai is very powerful and scary. But Zabai has never shown it. The mini version of the cute style has always appeared, and with the super perception, Minato and Roshi feel that Kainayu is lying to them. In order to prevent them from teasing Zabai and wanting to take Zabai away. Time and time again, they themselves believed the guess. But today, Zabai directly refreshed their three views. In the eyes of Orochimaru and Jirah, the terrifying myriad snake was directly stepped on the ground by Zabai, unable to move. Is it too late for me to apologize now? Rope Tree wants to cry but has no tears. I think you're dead. I don't know if Zabai heard their conversation. He looked back at the two of them and twitched the corners of his mouth. This made Shengshu's heart shattered, and felt like he was doomed. Why bother? Looking at one snake who was trampled under his feet by Zabai domineeringly, Kainu shook her head speechlessly. Talk well, can't you? Don't be rough. Roar. Who dares to attack Master Wonchi? Wonchi struggled to break free from Zabai's claws. Zabai lowered his head, and a tailed beast jade began to condense in his mouth. The moment the tailed beast jade began to condense, the huge body of the snake froze. It can feel the terror and horror in the tailed beast jade. If this firework falls, it will be difficult for all snakes to die. Some powerful psychic beasts have the strength to fight one or two with tailed beasts. For example, Bunter can fight with Shukaku in a half-sealed state. As a Fukai-Abai. Basically, let's not mention that on the night of the Nine Tails, Wentai couldn't even get close to the Nine Tails. Wentai, who was hit by Nine Tails like a whip, was suspicious of toads. According to the strength comparison, Wanshi should be able to fight against Shuhei for a while, but he is definitely not Shuhei's opponent. This reference text can get the answer. The difference in strength between Keshu Crane and Kai-Abai. Kainayu feels quite big. But Zabai, who has grown to the second stage, is comparable to Nine Tails. When Wanshi faced Zabai, she was the one looking for abuse. All right. Seeing that Wanshi was about to urinate, she didn't dare to move. Kainu raised her hand to signal that Zabai was okay. It's good to be frightened, but don't send a fireworks and accidentally blow up Wanshi. Who is going to tip off the news? After receiving the order, the chakra in Zabai's mouth began to dissipate, and he felt the fireworks above his head dissipate, and Wanshi heaved a sigh of relief. Release the claws that stepped on the 10,000 snakes. Zabai stood by and stared at it. As long as it behaves a little bit wrongly, Zabai will immediately launch an attack. Shaking his dizzy head, one snake's body stood up. Kainu suddenly had a bad idea and said to Wanshi, "Wanshi, are you interested in signing a psychic contract? Get rid of Ochimaru, and what will happen to me in the future?" What? When one snake heard this, the anger that had just been extinguished rose again. The dark red chakra on Zabai's body filled the air, and Wanshi immediately became cowardly. Her attitude changed in seconds, and she obediently lowered her huge head. Cough. Compared to Ochimaru, I think you are more suitable to be my combat partner, but there can be sacrifices. Before the word sacrifice could be said, a tail with a dark red chakra smashed down fiercely, smashing the snake with a whimper and falling into the ground. No sacrifices, no sacrifices. In the future this uncle will listen to you. Oh. One snake, who said the wrong thing, was beaten again. Zaobai's tail was stronger than a whip, and one snake screamed. Dare to call yourself Uncle Ben to the master? Do you want to die? There was a dangerous signal in Zaobai's huge eyes. So frightened, one snake jumped up and down, and hurriedly shouted, "Don't make sacrifices. In the future, all snakes will obey you obediently and be your combat partners." Bump. The head that Wanshi had just raised was pulled to the ground by Zabai again, smashing the ground into a huge pit. "Woo, I bully the snake too much, don't I compromise? Why are you still beating me? Call the master." Zabai narrowed his eyes, and his 9 tails floated high. As long as Wanshi dares to say a word, he will let him know in minutes how terrifying the female fox is. It's impossible, this snake fairy won't agree. Oh. Kainu stepped back a little, indicating that Zaobai was welcome. He can see that Wanshi is the goods that need to be cleaned up, and it's enough to conquer this kind of goods. It doesn't make sense to reason with it. I won't agree. Don't even think about it. Agreeing to be a psychic beast, abandoning Ochimaru is already very good. What else do you want? A bicycle? Call the master? Impossible. Kainayu kindly reminded one snake, don't think about running away, or you will be forcibly bound to a contract, and continue to psychic out to fight. One snake. Thank you so much for your reminder. I will really thank you. With Kainayu's reminder, Zabai is even more ruthless. The rope tree and the water gate have been stunned. Master, 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 I'll take it, don't fight, I'll take it. In the end, this piece was not particularly hard, But the stinky temper was raised and the bones were surrendered. Kainayu was not polite, and directly signed a contract. Anyway, one snake doesn't listen to Rope Tree's words, so it's useless for him to borrow it. Orochimaru doesn't know much about Wanshin. After all, Wanshin has to offer sacrifices every time. During the non-war period, where can I find so many living people as sacrifices? That being the case, if Kainayu grabbed it and used it, it shouldn't matter. Let Zabai go out for everything, it's to lack of coffee. In general, it is enough to close the door and release the snakes. The contract was signed, and it was still one-sided by Chiuki, just like Madara Uchiha and Kao forcibly signed it. Refusing to summon is not enough. If I want you to come out, you have to come out. The wounded myriad snake shed tears of remorse. Why did he run away when he had nothing to do, just to covet some sacrifices? It's all right now, those who sell themselves are not as miserable. Very good, now go to inform Orochimaru. There is a change in Yuan village, and the large army is surrounding the Konoha position, so they should be careful. Go. Woo. One snake wanted to slip away, it wanted to find a place to hide and cried bitterly. This time, he was channeled out, and he was enslaved even though he didn't get the sacrifice. It was a blood loss. Did you forget something? Zabai stopped one snake. One snake's huge body froze, turned back flatteringly, narrowed his eyes, and called out obediently, "Owner, honey, go do your work, and spread the news as soon as possible, otherwise you don't have to be a snake, just be a snake soup." Chapter 86 Orochimaru, who is the owner of Wansh? Can I rechannel? Yes. One snake shivered with fright, and hurriedly returned to Longdi Cave. When the matter was settled, Zabai also returned to the mini version and landed on Kainayu's shoulder, happily rubbed his face, curled up together like a white fur ball. "It seems that your teacher's psychic beast was stolen by me." Shizuki Okinawa Tree shrugged. "It's none of my business." Taking a careful look at Zabai, Shengshu showed a smile that was uglier than crying. "It's none of my business, and Wansh is not my psychic beast. I don't know if the green snake in Longdi Cave has grown up, but that guy is quite suitable for the rope tree. Based on the timeline, the current green snake is at most a poor little guy. Rope tree should be able to subdue it, and ask one snake another day. As for Minato, there is no need for Kainayu to worry about it. As long as there is enough chakra, and as long as it is approved by Wentai, Minato can channel Wentai to fight for himself at any time, and Wentai will not put forward any messy conditions. By the way, why didn't you sign a contract with the slug? Isn't that passed down from your Kainza family's ancestors? This is very strange. Why didn't Snad let Roshu sign a contract with the slug? Even Segura can sign a contract, there's no reason why Rouge can't. I'm ugly and sticky. Besides, I'm not a medical ninja contract. Rope Tree is disgusted by his strength. Fortunately, the slug couldn't hear it, otherwise it would have died of anger. It would be despised for this reason. You are very strong. If you say this in front of your sister, then Minato and I will obey you. Let's go back to the camp. We can't help you much, we can only inform, and the rest is up to Orochimaru. In the Konoha position, in a hidden cave, Orochimaru was looking at the map when suddenly, a small snake slipped down from his trouser legs, raised its head, and called out to Orochimaru twice. Sitting next to him drinking water, Jiraiya spit out a mouthful of water and complained, "Orochimaru, can't you keep your snake away?" It suddenly fell out of the crotch, very scary. Orochimaru gave him a cold look and didn't answer. Tsunade punched him speechlessly. "Shut up, you are full of dirty minds. What is it that the snake fell out of the crotch? It's a strange description. I can't stand you. 1,000 snakes? After communicating with Zaoshi, Ochimaru left the cave and came to the open space outside, biting his fingers and quickly forming a seal. The art of psychic. Bump. The white smoke exploded, and one snake's huge body appeared, but the state of one snake was not very good at this time. Zabai's 9 tails are not decorations. When the whip is slapped, it will be a pain. 10,000 snakes can't bear it, and they scream. Is Wonch looking for Ochimaru for something? Shouldn't the number of sacrifices be increased again? As Ochimaru's teammates, Tsunade and Jira also know the difficulty of Wonch. Ochimaru didn't expect that Wonchi was looking for him when he had something to do, but as soon as he came out, he was covered in injuries. Ochimaru, I'm recovering from an injury and I don't have time to talk to you. My master asked me to tell you that there is a change in Nin village, and a large number of ninjas are gathering towards the Konoha position, so you can be fully prepared. That's it. In the future, I will follow the master, so don't psychic me anymore, and I won't pay attention to you. BFFT. After speaking, Wonchi directly returned to Ryuji Cave, leaving behind Ochimaru, who looked a little dumbfounded, and Tsunade and Jira, who looked blank. They thought Wonchi was here to ask for sacrifices, but it turned out to be good. Others ignored Ochimaru. This time they came to cut off the relationship. At the same time, they also informed him that there was a change in Yuan village, so be prepared to deal with it. The others are gone. If you don't care, you don't care. After saying that, she patted her butt and flashed her. Who asked Wonch to inform me? Who is the owner of one snake? As a contract partner of Wonchi, Ochimaru knows very well what kind of bad temper Wonchi is, let alone a master. It is impossible for you to make him treat his contract partner well. This home have a sex change? The wounds all over the body were left over from the battle or caused by other reasons. Various questions flashed in Ochimaru's mind. After thinking about it, the big snake rechanneled a small snake and let it return to the Delong cave to inquire about it. Wonchi ran away when he didn't understand what he said. He needed to ask clearly first. Ochimaru, your psychic beast has betrayed? Xylai also gloated, I've said long ago that snakes in Longdi Cave are unreliable, not as good as toads in Momu Mountain. The toad of Momu Mountain is the food for snakes. Ochimaru looked at Jirai and replied. Forehead. Xylai also got stuck. Soon, Jirai, who had regained his senses, roared in anger, nonsense, toads in Momu Mountain also eat snakes in Longdidong. Ha ha, Ochimaru smiled playfully, but ignored Jira, turned around and walked towards the cave. You are not allowed to go. Xylai was also in a hurry. Tsunade stopped him with a headache. Enough is enough. Now is not the time to be fooling around. You must first confirm the authenticity of the information and make arrangements as soon as possible. Do you want to be surrounded by enemies? There will soon be news coming back from Longdi Cave. Wonchi's answer is that it doesn't know who its owner is. Fortunately, the existence of the rope tree made Ochimaru guess Genayu's identity. The information is true. There was a change in Yuan village. A large number of ninjas gathered and moved towards Konoha's position to surround them. It seems that Yuan village wanted to fight Konoha, but Hanzo couldn't hold it back. Ochimaru's vertical pupils flashed. He knew that Yuan village would be in a hurry sooner or later. I didn't expect this day to come so quickly. Hanzo wants to start a decisive battle with Konoha. If he wins, he will find a way to continue to expand the victory, and even enter the country of fire to start plundering, and support the war with war. If he loses, then he will negotiate with Konoha. Hanzo believes that Konoha will refuse. At this time, both Konoha and Konoha are fighting, and it is the time to get angry. As long as Yuan village is willing to negotiate, Konoha will never refuse. even if it suffers a little loss. He will agree to negotiate. Konoha urgently needs to transfer the army of ninjas from the battlefield of the Kingdom of Rain to face the battle of the Kingdom of Rivers. Compared with Urin Village, Sand Ninja Village is the highlight. Kainayu is the master of 10,000 snakes. How did he tame 10,000 snakes? Tsunade and Monk Jira were at a loss, but Ochimayu smiled faintly. He had already guessed that Kainayu's psychic beast had attacked. Because of Wonchi's injury, Ochimayu was very sure of this. Sure enough, it wasn't a cute pet, but a terrifying beast. More old books, the result is here. There is no way, tomorrow's manuscript will be posted first. Please forgive me. Chapter 87. Is this protection in disguise, or is it intentional spending? It's also thanks to the Nine Tails that the Nine Tails were sealed in Kushina's body, otherwise, Ochimayu would have wondered whether Zabai was the Nine Tails who changed colors. Zabai's action, coupled with Kainayu's own strength, should not be a problem to subdue Wonch. Ochimayu didn't want to toss, simply because he didn't borrow the power of Wonch not many times. Every time I have to offer sacrifices, these sacrifices are hard to find. Besides, in Longdi Cave, there are quite a few big snakes that are as powerful as the 10,000 snakes, so there is no need to hang them on the 10,000 snakes. One snake ignored him, and he could completely recontract with other snakes to serve him. Other snakes are much easier to serve than 10,000 snakes. Let's start preparing, the decisive battle is coming. Send a message to the camp and ask for support. There are not many troops in the position. If you want to win Urin Village, you need support. The most difficult part of winning this war is how to defeat Hanzo. As long as Hanzo appears on the battlefield, he is almost a one-man army. Wherever you go, you will die, and there is no distinction between enemy and me. Sanjiao fish is so poisonous that sometimes even a gas mask can't prevent it. As long as Hanzo is blocked, Konoha has a great chance of winning. Looking at Jira and Tsunade, Ochimayu sighed in his heart, if only Seikumo-senpai were here. Take Seikumo's fighting style is just right to restrain Hanzo. His speed is faster than Hanzo, and his sword is faster. As long as you are on guard against Hanzo's poison and the three of them join forces, it is not impossible to defeat Hanzo. The strength of the three people in this period is far from reaching the peak. It is not enough to rely on their own strength to defeat Hanzo, and they must need some foreign aid. It's a pity that Hatake Seikumo is on the battlefield of River Country, and it is impossible to run around in a circle to the Country of Rain to help. If there is no Hatake Seikumo on the battlefield of River Country, the difficulty of holding on will be greatly increased. Rainen Village is in action, and Konoha is also in action. When Ochimayu asked for help at the camp, he helped Kainayu and the three of them to write credits, and Danzo immediately approved Ochimayu's request for help. A large number of ninjas left the camp and went to the front line. At this moment, Danzo, the commander-in-chief, was thinking about other issues. As for the decisive battle between Rainen Village and Konoha, it is no longer his priority. As long as anyone who is not stupid can see it, Urin Village can't hold it anymore. Even Konoha doesn't need to defeat Urin Village, as long as you hold on to them, hold on to his position and remain undefeated, then Konoha will win. Once Hanzo chooses to talk, then the war situation will turn to another result. Danzo didn't want the war to end in such a confused way. He at least played an important role in it, so that he could get enough benefits. For example, when negotiating, strive for more benefits for Konoha. Lord Danzo, the Kainayu squad is back. Well, let them in. After being informed by the ninja of General, Danzo interrupted his thoughts. Kainayu and the three walked into the headquarters, and it was still the diplomats Minato who came out. Sir Danzo, when we arrived at the mission point, we found that the Sand Ninja camp at the mission point had been moved. This mission failed. Should we not be punished? It shouldn't be. We found that the gathering of the ninja army in Urin village was a great achievement. Minato was all thinking about these things. He was afraid that Danzo would not be happy, so he would directly record them the failure of the mission, which would make people uncomfortable. The success of the mission has contributions and merits, and the failure of the mission will deduct a part. The enemy's material camp was raided, and the camp was moved. Even if the intelligence department wanted to take the blame, the higher-ranking person really cares. If you enter the door with your left foot, it can be an excuse to cut you. It's just that Watergate thinks too much. Danzo wouldn't care about such a thing. At this time, he didn't care about such trivial matters. What he cared about was how to improve his reputation and get more credit. This is the most important. Insufficient prestige, insufficient credit, still want to be Hokage? There are no doors. Danzo still had that expressionless face, glanced at the three of them lightly, and said, "The failure of this mission is considered a mistake by the intelligence department. It failed to control the latest information, so that you all ran away in vain. The failure of this mission will not be recorded. Besides, you have obtained the latest information on Urin village, and you have made great contributions to the village and the camp. I will let people record these, and I will commend them after returning to the village. Right now is the time to employ people. Many people in the camp have gone to the front line for support, so I need you to perform a task." "Another mission? Don't we need to go to the front line for support?" Minato and Roshu were surprised, and even Chiuki didn't quite understand why Danzo made such an arrangement. At this time in the camp, let alone the existence of the Shangnin level, even the special Shangnin and the elite Chunin led the team to the front line for support. And they have to perform other tasks. Is this a form of protection in disguise, or is it to spare them? Danzo has no reason to protect them, and there is no way to spare them. Because the three people in the squad have little impact on the war, unless Kainayu throws Zabai out and sets off nine-tailed fireworks for the enemy. But Danzo didn't know his trump card for the time being. "I thought we could go to the front line with the support troops." Rope Tree sighed, with a very regretful tone. He didn't want to perform any messy tasks at this critical time. He wanted to go to the front line and fight side by side with Ochimayu and his sister Tsunade. "Come on, you went to the front line. Does your sister want to fight or take care of you? Just follow the arrangements honestly." Angrily, he slapped Ropshu on the back, and he almost died. Kainayu walked towards the tent where the three of them rested. "The mission won't start until tomorrow, and the team can take a day off today. Cough cough. You can just slap me to death." Shangxiu rolled her eyes several times, slashed Kainayu's back with her eyes, raised her hand and gestured to cut her neck a few times. Suddenly, a small white head looked over, making Shangxiu agitated with fright. He quickly put down his hand, and smiled naively at Zabai. "Idiot." Zabai gave Shangxiu an idiot comment and turned his head. It sensed that someone was emitting malice towards Kainayu, but when he looked back, it was a fool like Rope Tree, who was fighting his masters back there. Ha 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 ha. Minato smiled with a stomachache, and he could barely straighten his waist. The Rope Tree is almost healed, the scar has forgotten the pain. Before, I kept saying that I would never provoke Zabai again, but after so long, I forgot. Isn't this the kind of typical swindle that Kainayu often talks about? In the new camp of Sand Ninja Village, the people from Manbu put the newly collected intelligence scroll on the table and respectfully said, "Lord Chiyo, this is the latest information that Anbu has collected. Amino Village and Konoha have made big moves, and both sides seem to have the intention of a decisive battle." Konoha. Speaking of these two words, Chiyo was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and it exploded in one fell swoop. Chapter 88 Sand Ninja Village and Rock Ninja Village, Each has a ghost. The whole person's face was gloomy and terrifying, and his eyes were red, as if he saw something that killed his father and enemy. The people in Anbu were too frightened to move. Because of the news from the battlefield of the river country, Chiyo-sama's son and daughter-in-law led a team to infiltrate the fire country in order to cut the supply route of Konoha. Then he was active on the battlefield of the river country, and was beheaded by Sakumo Hatake, known as White Fang. This time, it almost cost 1,000 generations of his life. The son and daughter-in-law died, in the land of fire, at the hands of Hatake Sakumo. Even the corpse could not be brought back. At this time, Chiyo was like an angry lioness, wishing that Hatake Sakumo was cramped and skinned, and that he could quench the hatred in his heart by eating his flesh and bones raw. It's just that Chiyo, as the commander of the battlefield of the Land of Rain, couldn't leave the army behind and run back. She could only control her hatred and lead the ninjas of Sand Ninja Village to fight in the Land of Rain. Hate House and Wu. Because Chiyo Hatake Sakumo killed his son and daughter-in-law, he also took Konoha with him. Hate together. In addition, the task given to her by the 3 generations of Kazekage is to hold Konoha's pace, stir up the water in the country of rain, and make Konoha unable to escape from the country of rain. Now is an excellent opportunity. Hanzo can't hold back. Chiyo quickly guessed why Amino Village couldn't wait to fight Konoha. Unin Village is about to fight, Konoha can only passively counter-attack. With the flame of hatred flashing in his eyes, Chiyo gritted his teeth and said, "Pass my order. The army will gather, and after Konoha and Unin Village fight, surprise the Konoha camp. Didn't you Konoha move most of your troops to the front line? Then I'll come to steal the house." Yes. Anbu's people left quickly and conveyed Chiyo's order, and all the ninjas in Sand Ninja Village were ready for a while. Just waiting for the war between Konoha and Uinin Village to break out, and then make a surprise attack on Konoha camp. Chiyo's goal is to unplug Konoha's camp in the Land of Rain. Create as many casualties and chaos as possible for Konoha. The movements of Ninja Village in Konoha were also hidden from Iwa Ninja Village. The information was immediately sent to Onogi. After reading the information, Onogi hesitated for a while, but decided to hold on. Under the leadership of the 3 generations of Raikage, the Damunin village is eyeing the border, and it may enter the territory of the Land of the Earth at any time. At a time like this, Oyagi wouldn't have the time to take care of the battle between Konoha and Unin Village. Although this is an opportunity to profit. But to get the benefits, you have to keep your home first. Don't get a few benefits on the front line and get your home stolen by Unin Village later. That would be funny. Unin Village and Yanin Village have been in constant friction since the villages were established. This time, Iwainin Village was involved in the battlefield of the Land of Rain, and the 3 generations of Raikage saw the opportunity to invade the land of the land, so they were a little eager to move. The behavior of Unin Village directly made Oyemi not dare to act rashly. We can only let Konoha and Unin Village go and fight to the death. The war between Konoha and Ninja Village has completely evolved into the Ninja War. Among the 5 major ninja villages, except for the Wu Ninja Village, which is still closed to the country and has little contact with the outside world, the other 4 ninja villages are all involved in this war. Sand Ninja Village wanted to cut a piece of meat from the country of fire. Konoha wanted to warn Unin Village, let Hanzo understand his status and that of Unin Village, and not try to provoke the 5 great ninja villages. Yanin Village wanted to take advantage of the opportunity, but the advantage had not been taken, and instead was taken as prey by Unin Village. The situation in the entire ninja world can be said to be chaotic. The chaos in the ninja world has nothing to do with Kainayu's squad. The team rested in the camp for a day, replenished the supplies, and left the camp. The 3 of them became bodyguards. As an ally of Konoha, Kusanagi village was harassed by the ninjas of Iwanin village, so he sent messengers to ask for help. Danzo couldn't just sit back and watch, so he sent Kainayu and the three of them out. Let their team escort the messenger to the grass ninja village, and be responsible for cleaning up the surrounding Iwaki ninjas. You said, why do you want us Konoha to help with the matter of Kusanagi village? Rope Tree looked depressed. Minato looked at him speechlessly. You can keep your voice down, the ninja from Kusanagi village is walking in front. I'm so sorry to hear this kind of words. Because Kusanagi village is our Konoha's ally. Kainu smiled and said, speaking of which, the earliest contradiction in the war was caused by the village of Grass Ninja. It seems that the country of rain is a sign of a war against the country of grass, so this war broke out with our Konoha. These pieces of information were discussed by the three of Ochimaru. This gives the impression that Konoha is inexplicably lying with a gun. The Second Ninja World War will break out sooner or later, the only difference is the time. Grass Ninja Village is just a small excuse. Even if there is no Grass Ninja Village, the war will still break out. Kainayu remembers that in the original book, the war between Konoha and Uinin Village ended, and Uinin Village got support from Konoha through negotiation, and dragged Sandin Village without letting go, and finally Chiyo was defeated. Take the ninjas from Sand Ninja Village to leave the land of rain. But Hanzo didn't know what was wrong, so he went around in a big circle and ran to attack the neutral country, the Kingdom of Iron. The country of rain is 108,000 miles away from the country of Iron. Either from a series of small country territories, or from the land of fire. Kainayu still couldn't understand what Hanzo was thinking, to actually attack a neutral country. And attacked in such a big circle. Is it because neutral countries have no backers? How did this divine operation come about? Kainayu couldn't understand. You want to attack and attack those close to you. What is the country of iron forging? Are the warriors of the iron country easier to bully? Or is your country of rain too short of ore, and you need to go to the country of iron to dig some? But the question is, how do you transport it back? This hand is simply a mystery operation. Without putting a few pounds of venom in his head, he would never be able to do such a thing. The country of grass and the country of rain are neighboring countries. The three-member team and one messenger arrived at Grass Ninja Village in half a day. What made Roshu and Minato angry was that, as reinforcements, they didn't even have a single person to greet them when they arrived. You should at least send someone a few words of courtesy. Poverty. It was just the first direct impression that Kusanagi village gave Kainayu. There are dilapidated houses everywhere, and the faces of the people walking on the street are wrong, which is obviously caused by long-term bad influence. Although it is difficult for a small country sandwiched in the middle of a big country, it is unbelievable that the Grass Ninja Village can live to this point. After all, the land of grass is not like the land of wind, it is all desert, it is not like the land of soil is all barren mountains, and it is not like the land of rain, with continuous heavy rain. As long as the land is utilized, it can definitely become the second land of fields. However, the country of grass has an outrageous name, and then an outrageous ninja village. It is more difficult than reaching the sky to become rich. I don't think we are welcome. After Minato entered the Kusanagi village, he kept observing, but the people of Kusanagi village didn't seem to welcome their arrival. And this village is too poor. Rope Tree couldn't help but complain. How can a village and country with a big name who is selfish and hoarding money, the village leader sway from side to side, and who is full of money digging, can get rich? Kainayu sat on a rock under the shade of a tree, crossed Lang's legs casually, grabbed a piece of grass and put it in her mouth. It's better not to welcome us, who has nothing to do to think about fighting the ninjas in Iwa Ninja Village. What Grass Ninja Village wants is just the attitude of the village, not a rescue team. Chapter 89 The Kingdom of Grass meets the people of the Vortex clan. Besides, others see us as three children, so it's easy to be bullied. If that's the case, what do you do with them? Watergate is about to go hunting. Rope Tree, you go to pick up firewood and start cooking. It's better if you don't take care of it, just take it as a trip. Kenai, you didn't even want to take a second look at the grass in the Grass Ninja Village. You are the captain, you have the final say. Watergate and Ropes, you split up immediately, one to hunt and the other to collect firewood. Since we are not welcome, let's just stay outside the village. It's like taking a tour of the mountains and waters. It just so happens that the environment and weather in the country of grass are good. Unlike the country of rain, it is simply a place shrouded in demonic aura, and the rain will never end. Konoha couldn't possibly lose the war. There was nothing to worry about, and they didn't need to worry about it. Just eat and have fun. As for the ninjas in Iwa Ninja Village, after eating and drinking enough, go out for a walk. The meaning is enough. Anyway, Iwa Ninja Village will not be idle to attack the poor village of Kusanagi Village. With the assurance of the big boss Danzo, the people of Grass Ninja Village are already at ease. As for the Kenai squad, just ignore it. Sir, will this cause Konoha's dissatisfaction? Dissatisfied? Tabazing, the leader of Grass Ninja Village, said angrily, Konoha has promised to continue to maintain the safety of our Grass Ninja Village, but what they do is chilling. They only sent 3 little ghosts here. What can the 3 little ghosts do? Can you travel around the mountains and play with water? Don't worry about them. With Konoha's guarantee, Iwanin Village won't do anything to us. These 3 little devils will just let them go wherever they like. Yes. The leader has spoken, and the people below can only do the same, choosing to ignore it. Whatever the 3 of Kenai want to do, follow them, as long as they don't make trouble in Urin Village. Once again, Kenai and the others were underestimated again. This is in the middle of 1,000 moons. You think we are too weak and don't want to pay attention to us? That's great. I also see that people in your village are unhappy. Everyone ignores each other. What should we do? The mission on the bright side is just the meaning. As long as the ninjas of Iwa Ninja Village did not break through the village of Grass Ninja Village, the mission of Kenai and the others would not be considered a failure. When the Grass Ninja Village is breached, it means that the army of the Rock Ninja Village is coming. Does it matter if the mission fails at that time? I didn't expect that the day before, it was still raining non-stop, and we were lying in tents in the country of rain, which is a harsh environment, but after a day, we were sitting on the grass in the country of grass, eating barbecue and looking at the stars. I don't know which tendon is wrong. Rope Tree was eating the barbecue, and he didn't forget to sigh. I have nothing to do all day long, so I talk a lot. Kenai was too lazy to respond. She ate the barbecue and ate, and suddenly turned her head to look at the tall grass not far away. Come out by yourself, or do you want me to invite you out? Someone? Zabai didn't give a reminder, which meant that the other party was just an ordinary person, and he didn't approach him with any hostility. Is someone approaching? Minato and Roshu were slightly startled. Everyone's attention was on the stars and the barbecue, but they didn't notice anyone approaching. Next time it can't be like this. You have to be vigilant at all times, and you can't blindly rely on Kenai. Otherwise, you will develop a habit of dependence, and you may suffer a big loss in the future. Minato and Rope Tree wiped the sweat from their foreheads, admonishing themselves secretly in their hearts. The tall grass moved a few times, and the people inside seemed to be frightened. After a while, a child about the same age as Nagato and the others walked out. And this kid has the same hair color as Nagato. A person from the Vortex clan? Kenai suddenly recalled that there were indeed some people from the Vortex clan who escaped here in the country of grass. It's a pity that it was used as a mobile medical kit by Grass Ninja Village, and it was abruptly destroyed. Even the fragrance of the future is full of scars. Do you have a relationship with the people of the Vortex clan? Recently, I have been bumping into people from this family. She is still a little girl, and she doesn't know if it will have anything to do with the future Zanglin. Seeing the other party come out in fear, standing in the distance and daring not to approach, or even to raise his head, his thin body is trembling. Rope Tree said strangely, how the most nearly always meet people with red hair. Because most of the people with red hair are your relatives. Kainu looked at him angrily. BFFT. The flesh in Minato's mouth spurted out, and he stared at the two of them in astonishment. Relative? Does the Rope Tree have so many relatives? It seems that there are only 2 siblings left in his family. However, there are indeed a lot of people in Deming Prefecture, but very few people in Deming Prefecture have red hair, and there are not many in Konoha. The more common one is Kushina. Is it? Watergate realized something. This child may be a member of the Whirlpool family, but aren't the people of the Whirlpool family exterminating the clan? How did a child escape from the country of grass? The country of grass is almost across the entire country of fire from the country of Vortex. How did she come here? You mean? The Rope Tree also reacted. Kainayu's expression was solemn. She nodded and said, after the Vortex clan was exterminated, except for Kushina who was brought back to Konoha, everyone else fled to hide in various places in the shinobi world. Are you hungry? Come and eat. Kainayu picked up the barbecue and shook it. The little Whirlpool girl standing in the distance was very hungry, but she was very afraid of being hurt. Her family members were all bitten to death and used as medical kits. So she hid in fear. She was so hungry that she went out to look for something to eat, and when she smelled the aroma of barbecue, she couldn't help but leaned over, but Kainayu found out. Kainayu was holding the barbecue, but the other party didn't dare to come forward, so the two of them were deadlocked. After a long time, perhaps because she felt that Kainayu had no hostility, this Vortex little girl stepped forward cautiously, took the barbecue, and ate it with a big mouthful. Cough cough. Maybe he was too anxious to eat, maybe he choked after he hadn't eaten for too long. Kainu handed the kettle over. The little Whirlpool girl hurriedly drank the water and swallowed the flesh in her mouth. When she looked up, Kainu also saw her dirty little face clearly. Noticing that she raised her head, the Whirlpool girl quickly lowered her head in fright and continued to eat barbecue. Roshi couldn't bear it, and handed over his barbecue. Minato thought for a while, then glanced at the empty wooden stick in his hand, and was suddenly a little embarrassed. Eat slowly, there is not enough here. My companion hunted a wild deer, and there is a lot of meat. Kainayu comforted the Whirlpool little girl, and cut out new venison with unused kun and continued to roast it. Don't dare to say anything else. Barbecue is enough. After being hungry for too long and suddenly full, people will feel very tired. After the little girl in the Whirlpool has eaten the barbecue, she will sit softly on the ground, unable to move. Don't move, you haven't eaten for too long, and your body hasn't recovered yet. Once you struggle, your body will have problems. Kainu raised her hand and stopped her. Chapter 90. More chilling than dying. The Whirlpool little girl trembled slightly, sat down obediently, and stopped moving. He just kept his head down and didn't speak. You are from the Vortex clan, right? As soon as these words came out, the little Whirlpool girl looked up at him in surprise. The dirty little face was full of shock and disbelief. She didn't expect that her identity would be guessed because of her hair. So, do you want to bite me too? If possible, please be gentle. I'm afraid of pain. The images of her parents being bitten to death flashed in her mind, and her small body kept shaking. But he still slowly raised his hand, pulled up the sleeve of his clothes, and exposed his fair wrist with only one layer of leather left. At this moment, Kainayu felt that her heart had been hit hard with a hammer. The rope tree and the water gate are not much better either. Minato lowered his head and clenched his fists. Rope tree couldn't bear this oppressive atmosphere and shouted, "Why don't you flee to the land of fire and Konoha?" "I have no idea." The whirlpool girl seemed to be frightened and answered timidly. "Because Konoha doesn't need them at all Konoha needs is the inheritance of the Vortex clan, and Kushina, who is the most suitable person to become a Julai." Kainayu grabbed Rope Tree's clothes and shouted, "So did you see clearly? The village you want to protect is controlled by a group of people. They refuse to help their allies, let the Vortex clan be exterminated, and shamelessly took over the Vortex clan's legacy as Konoha's." Minato raised his head in astonishment and looked over. "Renj Julai, Kushina?" He seemed to know some great secret. The Whirlpool clan exterminated the clan, and Konoha even contributed to the flames behind, because some people don't want other villages to get the right people. They hope that other villages have been plagued by tailed beasts, unlike Konoha, who has the power of man who can suppress tailed beasts. The more Kainayu said, the more the Whirlpool girl's body trembled. That's why the people of the Whirlpool family dare not flee to the land of fire, nor to Konoha. Because Konoha, an ally, betrayed them and even backstabbed them. And all of this is a good thing done by the big men you respect. Are you awake now? Some things are not as bright as you seem on the surface. On the contrary, they are full of all kinds of darkness and filth. Rope Tree's face was pale. His lips moved. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't say it. In the end, he could only angrily smash the ground a few times, then sit down obediently and stop talking. As for Minato, since he knew that Kushina was a human Julai, his entire brain was blank, and he still hasn't recovered his senses until now. After securing the nerve-wracking Rope Tree, Kainayu said softly to the Vortex girl, "What's your name, can you tell me? By the way, my name is Yagami Kainayu and I am from Konoha, but I am not a bad person. Are you willing to believe me?" "Vortex Ming, my name is Vortex Ming. You give me barbecue meat, and you don't bite me or scold me. I'm willing to believe you." Under the influence of Kainayu's language and smile, Naiming gradually let down her guard, said her name, and expressed her willingness to believe in Kainayu. "What about your family?" "They were all dead, and many people bit them." Vortex Naomi's eyes were full of fear, as if he saw the unbearable horror again. "Okay, it's over." Kainayu patted Vortex Naina's head, diverted her attention, and pulled her out of her fearful memories. "Then are you willing to leave with me? I will take you to Konoha. You can live well in Konoha, where no one will bite you, and no one will bully you." At this moment, Kainayu made a decision. He wanted to bring the Whirlpool Naming back to Konoha. As for how to solve the identity problem of Naruto, it is very simple. Just let Tsunade act. There is a clan to accompany him. I believe Kushina will also be very happy. However, after knowing what happened to Nanai, will she hate the higher-ups? That 1,000 months is unknown. What does Tsunade hate about Danzo? Don't you go to bed, Koharu and Mitaman? Besides the filthy things he did, it was more because of the Vortex clan. If it weren't for the third Hokage being her teacher, Tsunade might not even want to talk to the third Hokage. But, can I really? Vortex Naomi was a little nervous. She didn't really want to go to Konoha, but she was willing to trust Kainayu, and believed that Kainayu would not lie to herself or hurt herself. "Don't worry, there will be no problem. I promise." Kainayu made her own promise. "I can guarantee it too." Rope Tree gritted his teeth and raised his hand. "And I." Minato also raised his hand. Rope Tree will promise Kainayu not to be surprised, but Watergate. Although this child is a bit biased, in his heart he is still willing to believe in the 3 generations of Hokage. But now it seems that the pure heart and innocence have been polluted, contaminated by the darkness of the 3 generations of Hokage and others. Some things, once known, are enough to change a person's life. This is not a joke, but a fact. Minato's 3 views have undoubtedly been refreshed again. Knowing the darkness of these things, Minato can be regarded as recognizing the 3 generations of Hokage, Danzo and others. He finally understood why Kainayu didn't like to be in contact with the senior management of the village. It turned out that there was such darkness and filth in places he couldn't see. Thank you, thank you. Kainayu and the 3 were willing to help themselves. Whirlpool Ming burst into tears of joy, choked and cried. In the middle of the night, after changing into clean clothes and taking a shower, Naiming fell asleep on the grass not far away. The 3 of Kainayu sat by the fire, and none of them felt sleepy. The Vortex Naomi appeared, and the impact was a bit big. Kainayu is okay. Rope Tree and Watergate need a little time to accept all this, digest and accept it. Kainayu, why did the village do this? Rope Tree still couldn't understand why the village could not save the Whirlpool clan. Konoha and the Whirlpool clan, weren't they allies? Why do you want to die? What is more chilling than death is the fall into the hole. It is no wonder that the living people of the Whirlpool family are fleeing all over the world, and they are unwilling to go to the land of fire and go to Konoha. Want to hear the children's version, or the real version? Kainu looked back at him. Rope Tree's breathing stagnates slightly. Why is there a children's version of this kind of thing? What the hell is the children's version? Minato didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought Kainayu was going to play with the Rope Tree, so he quickly said, Kainayu, seriously, I also want to know the secret. I'm serious, I'm not joking with you. Kainayu said she was innocent. What are you anxious about? Listen to me first. The children's version is because Konoha is afraid of sending troops to rescue the Vortex clan, which will cause a war. Because there are a lot of people targeting the Vortex clan, at least there are 2 major ninja villages, Unin village and Wunin village. It is unknown whether other villages participated. Patting the shoulders of Watergate and Rope Tree, Kainayu said, the reason why I say the children's version is because, even if you ask the 3 generations of Hokage, or Danzo, or the elders, they will talk about war concerns and tell you how much you stand from Konoha's point of view. Not easy. Once a war is triggered, how many people will die and how many people will be involved in the war? As a result, they took the initiative to launch the Rain Country War. Roshi clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, because he remembered that his grandmother, Vortex Mito, was very sad. Tsunade also complained that the village was reluctant to send someone to rescue because it was worried about causing a war. Rescue allies for fear of causing a war, but turning around and taking the initiative to start a war in the land of rain is so funny to me. Not to mention the Rope Tree, even if Minato is so righteous, anyone who faces the sun wants to scold her. This will involve the reality version. Now, do you still want to hear it? Kainayu smiled playfully and asked. Chapter 91 Starting a war is just to kill the chickens and warn the monkeys. Listen. Minato and Rope Tree gritted their teeth and nodded. You already know so much, why not know a little more? As for how Kainayu knew these secrets, does it still matter? The important thing is how many dark things the village high-level officials have done. TSK. Be mentally prepared, Kainayu is inexplicably sympathetic to Rope Tree. The reality version is, the Whirlpools have always been allies of the Thousand Hands, not Konoha. In today's Konoha, the Senju clan has long since become the past tense. The Saryutobi clan is in charge, the Shimura clan is in charge, and the Mito clan holds the power. Your ally of the Thousand Hands clan, Why should we harm our own interests to rescue? Waiting for others to do something, we will secretly take over everything and take away the property of the Vortex clan. Isn't he fragrant? Think about it, how many precious ninjutsu and sealing techniques the Vortex clan has treasured, which Konoha desperately needs. It just so happened that Konoha needed a new person, so Kushina came to Konoha, otherwise, even Kushina would not be left. The temperature was obviously not low, but at this moment, Minato and Roshi felt chills in their hearts. Then they took the initiative to start a war. This also belongs to the real version, because these people are the ones who are the masters of Konoha. Urin village has grown and become disobedient, posing a threat to them, so it needs to be cleared. At least the strength of Urin village must be defeated, so that there will be no other small villages trying to overthrow the rule of the 5 great ninja villages. It's that simple. As if Urin villages desire to start a war, it's also true. Not only Unin village, Sand Ninja village, Yanin village, Ein village, and even Konoha all have this idea. Lying on the ground, leaning on the grass, Kanaya looked at the bright moon and stars in the sky, and sighed. It's been too long since the first ninja war, and the strength of each village has recovered. Some of the top hawks couldn't hold back and wanted to get everything they needed in the village through war, so war would break out. The Sand Ninja village is the best proof. Taking advantage of the war between Konoha and Ninja village, they can't wait to send people to surprise the country of fire and start plundering. Don't foolishly think that Rainin village, under the leadership of Hanzo, can really threaten the 5 great ninja villages. It's just that the only thing that can threaten the interests and face of some people is that Hanzo is not stupid, and he won't foolishly attack the 5 great ninja villages. Watergate looked at Kainayu and asked, so you don't really want to get in touch with high-level officials, because of these? Otherwise, they also send people to monitor me. Of course, you have to. Because we are too close to Kushina. Kushina is Konoha's Rensuli, and the 9-tailed Rensuli. Kainayu explained the concepts of tailed beasts and human pillars to Minato, and heard Minato let out a cold sweat. What the hell, do you want to fuck like this? If you get close to Rensuli, you may be cleaned up. What kind of robber logic is this? Could it be that Rensuli will be isolated from outsiders? If something bad happened at that time, would the Anbu people arrest him? And the tailed beast? Such a terrible thing was sealed in Kushina's body. Inexplicably, Minato felt that Kushina's terrifying level was rising. Okay, that's it for today's topic. Rest, contact Tsunade tomorrow, and deal with this matter as soon as possible, so that we can relax. In the end, neither Watergate nor Rope Tree could sleep, so Kainayu had to let them stay and went around the surrounding area by herself. The people from Grass Ninja Village didn't say a word. There are indeed ninjas in the country of grass, but the other party has no intention of attacking the village. Besides, there are not many ninjas in the country of grass. Kainayu guessed that these people should have come to perform some kind of mission. As for Grass Ninja Village, to be honest, Iwa Ninja Village didn't take them seriously. The next day, Kainayu took the rope tree to a remote place and channeled the 10,000 snakes out. I have to say that the creatures of the 3 generations of holy places are cows. Look at Wan Shi, who was beaten all over by Zhao Bai before, but now his injuries are all healed. Being psyched out, one snake leaned in front of Kainayu vigilantly and ingratiatingly. Kainayu raised her hand and shouted, "Okay, don't come near, I called you here to tell you, send this scroll to Ochimaru, before the war between Unin village and Konoha is over. If Ochimaru can psychic you, he will help him." "Okay, master." Wanshi didn't dare to have the slightest arrogance, he honestly swallowed the scroll and nodded his big head. Pushing a rope tree, Kainayu said to Wansh, "My friend, I want to sign a psychic contract with the snake in your Longdi cave. Do you think it's growing and is a more suitable choice? By the way, Is there such a green snake in Longdi Cave? Kainayu roughly reiterated the news about the green snake. The green snake in this period should not have grown up yet, so it is just right for the rope tree. In addition, King Snake's talent is good, and his future strength will not be inferior to one snake. At the level of Wanj, rope tree basically don't count on it. Minato can be Toad Bunter's idea, but rope tree can't. Because the snake in Longdi Cave, but the 6 relatives do not recognize the Lord. Either they will be able to conquer them with strength, or they will sign a contract from a young age and grow up together. Green snake? There are too many snakes in Longdi Cave, and Wanch can't remember them. Besides, the place where it lives is in the depths of Longdi Cave, and due to his vicious temperament, ordinary snakes dare not easily come to its territory. Master, I need to go back and investigate. Okay, go ahead. If you can't find it, choose a suitable snake to sign a contract with him. You just need to find the target. You don't need to worry about the rest. Waving her hand, Kainayu said, you can show off. Obediently go and send the information scroll to find the green snake. Respectfully bowing his huge head, Wanchi released the psychic spell and returned to Longdi Cave. Let Zushi inform Ochimayu and give him the scroll by the way. After hesitating for a while, Wanch still asked the little snake to inform Ochimayu and conveyed Kainayu's meaning. During the war in the Land of Rain, Ochimayu could channel it to help fight. A grey-brown snake burrowed out of the ground, biting to ninjas from Uinin village, twisting their necks. Ochimayu sat on the ground without any image, gasping for breath. By his side, Tsunade and Jira's situation wasn't much better either. Tsunade was just a little tired, and Jira was injured because of his carelessness, which made Ochimayu want to abandon him. If it wasn't for Tsunade to stop him, Ochimayu promised to leave Jira alone. Look at what I do. If it wasn't for you who couldn't channel the spirits, I wouldn't have been hurt just now, so it's all your fault. Jira covered the wound and started throwing the pot. Ochimayu's face was ashen, and he clenched his fists, wanting to punch him to death. It's enough that you are incompetent, and you blamed me for not being able to summon psychic beasts. What kind of weird logic? I can't be blamed for this. It could be seen that Ochimayu was restraining himself, and Xylai also snorted for a while, and shut up decisively. It's good for a while, but it's always good. Maybe it will enter the crematorium. Don't test the ruthlessness of Ochimayu. If you go to the test, you will find that except for himself, everyone else can be sacrificed, especially his Jira. As long as he could, Ochimayu would abandon him without hesitation. Chapter 90 To breaking out of the encirclement. Urin village operates abnormally. The fierce attack of Urin village far exceeded Ochimayu's expectations. This is still in the case of receiving information in advance and preparing, they can only support it. If there is no preparation in advance, at this time, the 3 of them can embark on the road of escape. At this moment, a small snake got out of Ochimayu's clothes, hissed at Ochimayu twice, spat out a ninjutsu scroll, and left. Ochimayu raised his eyebrows slightly, picked up the ninjutsu scroll on the ground, opened it, looked at it, and handed it to Tsunade. What? Kainayu, Roshu and Minato were dispatched by Danzo to perform a mission in Kushina village, near Kusanagi village. They met a little girl from the Vortex family. They plan to bring the child back to Konoha, so they need your help. Oh. Tsunade didn't have much reaction. Now she doesn't have the heart to pay attention to these things. It's just a trivial matter to solve a person's identity problem. The most important thing right now is to deal with the enemy's attack. Glancing at the enemy who was gradually encircling him, Tsunade had a headache, glanced at Jira, and asked, "Can you still act?" Originally wanted to tell Tsunade roughly that he could, but unfortunately the situation did not allow it. Jira can only weakly answer, "It doesn't seem to work." Have to. Things are getting more and more troublesome. Why haven't the reinforcements arrived? Sinead sighed. It's not good to go on like this. The situation of the three of them is getting more and more dangerous. The Konoha ninjas in the camp also died more and more. Unfortunately, at this time, Sinead and the others could only take care of themselves and could not take care of others. It's time to break through. Send a signal bomb, let everyone gather, and follow us to break through. Orochimaru suddenly stood up. Your brain is burnt out, you have lost your soldiers, all of them are either wounded or overexhausted chakra. What to use to break through? Jirai also really wanted to scold Orochimaru for a while, and he still had the time to make a joke. The little snake just now? Could it be the 10,000 snakes? Sinead's eyes lit up. If at this time he could channel all the spirits and snakes, he would be able to break through. 10,000 snakes are better than slugs and toads in frontal combat. Biting his finger, Orochimaru quickly formed a seal, slapped his palm on the ground, and Sinead also hurriedly sent a flare. Bump! The white smoke on the ground exploded, and the huge body of one snake appeared on the battlefield. The Konoha ninja who saw the flare, also came over immediately. All on the back of Wamshi, ready to break through. Orochimaru, you don't have to make an inch. In the past, Wamshi had been scolding people long ago, but now she lowered her huge head. Wamshi said angrily, if the master didn't ask me to help you, I would never respond to your psychic. If you don't help us, Kainayu knows and will never let you go. The three of them were not frightened. Sinead stabbed one snake's weakness with a single word. Let one snake's big, vicious face suddenly become stunned. Recalling the scene of Zabai's madness in his mind, Wamshi shuddered, coughed, and shouted dissatisfiedly, understood, you people are really troublesome, hurry up, Uncle Wamshi saved you. Also rush back to help pick the right snake. Troublesome. Talking about trouble, Wamshi took the initiative to help the long tail roll up the injured ninjas and throw them on top of him, then turned around and swam in the direction of Konoha camp. Boom! The one snake that swam around was like a super tank with full horsepower, roaring all the way. Everything in front of it was crushed, stones and trees were unavoidable. As for the traps set by the enemy, to one snake, it is no different from scratching a tickling. Wamshi ran on a rampage with Konoha's people all the way. What the hell? Looking at the figure of one snake leaving quickly, the ninjas in Urin village were a little stunned. They tried to intercept, but one snake ran too fast, and those Konoha ninjas standing on one snake kept releasing ninjutsu to attack them, hindering their pursuit. As a result, they could only watch Wamshi leave. Some ninjutsu hit Wamshi without pain or itching, and Wamshi ran away without even humming. Lord Hanzo, the rest of Konoha have already broken through and ran away. Ran? Hanzo was stunned for a moment. It's all like this, can the rest of Konoha run away? How did they get out, reinforcements or other reasons? It's Wamshi. Orochimaru has never channeled his own psychic beast, but when his defense was the weakest, he channeled Wamshi out, so Wamshi ran away with the rest. 1,000 snakes? Hanzo recalled the huge snake with a bad temper. The appearance of such a psychic beast on the battlefield is indeed not something that ordinary people can stop, unless Hanzo himself takes action. Since he has already run away, so to speak, it does not affect his plans. In this battle, Konoha still has to accompany Urin village to continue fighting until there is a winner or loser. There seems to be some movement in the people of Sand Ninja Village. Hanzo didn't know what the people of Sand Ninja Village wanted to do. At the moment, it didn't seem like he wanted to target a ninja village. Perhaps they are still targeting Konoha. Most of the ninjas in Konoha camp have been dispatched, so Chio is attacking the camp. Sand Ninja Village didn't want to fight with Unin Village. They joined the battlefield of the Kingdom of Rain to muddy the water and drag Konoha by the way, preventing Konoha from ending the war here, and constantly dispersing Konoha's vitality. It seems that Urin village can find a temporary ally and maybe ask for some resources. Take it as compensation for the damage you fought in the Land of Rain. Instructing the people below to slow down, Hanzo left the camp with some people. I don't understand why Hanzo asked them to suspend their attack, but the ninjas who ordered the Rainy Ninja village could only do it obediently. After escaping from the encirclement, many of the wounded cried with joy, and Tsunade began to help treat the wounded. Hearing the words of gratitude from the wounded, Tsunade shook his head slightly. She had heard such kind words so much that she was even numb. Jera, like Zanyu, was lying with the other wounded, while Ochimai left to collect useful information. At night, a group of people hid in a hidden cave, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. Ochimai walked into the cave, sat beside the fire, toasting the rain-soaked clothes. Tsunade rubbed his eyes, yawned, and asked, "How's the situation?" "It's a little quiet." Unexplainably strange, at this time, Urin village did not pursue the victory, but stopped step by step. This does not seem to be Hanzo's style. Urin village shouldn't stop at this time. Those who are eager to fight Konoha, they should press forward step by step and quickly expand the victory. Otherwise, when Konoha calms down, Unin village's advantage will be eroded little by little, and the war will eventually be lost. When the enemy could not stop, the ninja army of Unin village stopped. This is not right. Unin village has stopped. I'm afraid there is something wrong. Chapter 93 Hanzo finds thousands of generations, extortion and blackmail. I suggest that we leave this place as soon as possible and join the reinforcements to prevent Urin village from being surrounded again. If the ninjas of Unin village were pressing step by step, Ochimayu would be able to stay and rest in peace. But the current situation is so strange that he can't help thinking about it. Leave as soon as possible, and make plans after meeting with the reinforcements. Okay. Tsunade also felt something was wrong. That being the case, then take the initiative to join the reinforcements to prevent accidents from happening. Just when Amino village was acting weird, Hanzo took someone to find Chiyo. I didn't expect the demigods to come to the camp of my Sand Ninja village. Could it be that they want to bow their heads to my Sand Ninja village? The two sides had fought each other, but Chiyo had nothing to do with Hanzo. In addition to poison, Hanzo also has quick body instant and body techniques, which are designed to defeat her Chiyo puppet. What puppet masters are most afraid of encountering are ninjas with fast speed and strong physical skills. Tsunade has the most say in this regard. She is not afraid of poison, her speed is not slow, and her strength is terrifying. Any puppet in front of her will be turned into ace with one punch. You can't beat it, but the mouth gun still has to be beaten. At least it can't weaken the momentum of Sand Ninja village. After all, it is one of the 5 major ninja villages, and Chiyo will never bow to Hanzo, otherwise the entire Sand Ninja village will become a joke. Hanzo looked at Chiyo with the eyes of a lunatic, and regarded the surrounding ninjas from Sand Ninja village as nothing. Emboldened. What Hanzo is most afraid of is being surrounded by enemy troops. As long as the poison spreads, at least half of the ninjas in the Sand Ninja village will die. I believe Chiyo also understands this truth, and won't be an idiot trying to keep Hanzo behind. Old woman, don't you think your thinking is naive? What's the meaning? Chiyo frowned and looked at Hanzo coldly. However, Hanzo didn't care about Chiyo's almost cannibalizing gaze, and said slowly, I know that you guys want to take the opportunity to attack Konoha's camp, and I know that the war between Konoha and Rainin village was provoked by your Sand Ninja village. I came to you today just for one thing. I don't care about provoking a war. But Sharon village must give Urin village a certain amount of economic material compensation. I know that the conflict was provoked by you, and I also know that you want to attack Konoha's camp, so I came to ask for compensation. You, Sand Ninja Village, must compensate me. It seems that they have been found out. Chio frowned. At the beginning, Sand Ninja Village did not do it kindly, but in order to provoke a war, in order to weaken Konoha's vitality, Sand Ninja Village had to do it. Even if it is investigated afterwards, what if the war broke out? You still want to blame others for this. It's just that Chio didn't expect that the intention of Sand Ninja Village to attack Konoha's camp was noticed by Hanzo, and Hanzo also took this as a threat and ran to the door to ask for material compensation. Do you think that's possible? Sand Ninja Village still lacks supplies. Where can I find supplies for you? Chio sneered. This is impossible. If the demigods are here for this matter, then you can go back. I don't have any extra supplies in Sand Ninja Village to support your Ninja Village. Yes? Hanzo was also annoyed, and said without rushing, if that's the case, then your Sand Ninja Village plan is doomed to fail. What if it fails? Chio's performance doesn't come in, anyway. Yuan Village will definitely fight Konoha to the death. You Hanzo also have no way out. You can't even fight if you want to. Anyway, your Yuan Village can't hold on anymore. My Sand Ninja Village is not in a hurry. Our task is to muddy the water and drag Konoha's living power to Ninja Village. The camp that can surprise Konoha is the best. If you can't make a surprise attack, then continue to drag. In a two-front battle, only Konoha is anxious. Even though Sand Ninja wasn't feeling well himself. But the price paid by Sand Ninja Village is far smaller than that of Konoha. Chio still didn't say anything. Hanzo waved his hand and led someone to leave. Since this is the case, then I can only choose a truce to negotiate with Konoha. I believe Konoha is willing to compensate me for some things from Yuan Village. I'm afraid that your Sand Ninja Village will not be able to accept it. You. Hanzo's hand to draw from the bottom of the pot just hit Chio's weakness. What is Sand Ninja most afraid of? Isn't the most fearful thing about the sudden end of the war? If Unin Village and Konoha negotiate peacefully, Konoha will not refuse even if they pay some price. Because Konoha's enemy is Sand Ninja Village, which is also one of the 5 major ninja villages, not a ninja village, which has exhausted its heritage and cannot be relieved for at least 20 years. The wealth of Yuan Village has been wiped out. In the future, it will be green and yellow, and the economy will be difficult to recover. Anyone with a discerning eye can see it. Hanzo was still holding his breath, and when the breath came out, Yuan Village was basically over. Nin Village and Konoha negotiated, and Sand Nin Village's various efforts were considered a waste of more than half. Can Chio be in a hurry? And many more. Seeing that Hanzo was about to leave, all the ninjas around gave way, and they didn't dare to stop anyone without Chio's order. Few people are willing to stop Hanzo, because people who stop Hanzo usually die ugly. Hanzo stopped and turned around and said, "What? Have you changed your mind? How much do you want?" Can Chio not change his mind? She can only compromise and give Yuan Village as much supplies as possible, so that Hanzo can continue to fight Konoha. Once the war is over, Konoha's army withdrew and was transferred to the battlefield of the river country, and Sand Ninja Village would be in big trouble. In comparison, a little material is nothing. Even Sand Ninja Village is short of supplies. Food, ninja gear, and detonating talisman supplies. I want all of them in Yuan Village. Turning his head and walking outside the camp, Hanzo's voice drifted in the camp. Within 3 days, I haven't seen any supplies. Unin Village will negotiate with Konoha, and I will also give Konoha the cause of the war. Damn. Chio couldn't help cursing. If she could, she would rather kill Hanzo here. It's a pity that she couldn't, or even didn't dare to do it. Otherwise, It is still unknown how many people will survive in the camp. Lord Chiyo, do we want to join in gesture of cutting his neck? Chiyo shook his head with a gold face. No, Hanzo is not so easy to kill. Even if we can kill him, we will pay a huge price and prepare supplies to send them there. The situation in the battlefield of Rain Country fluctuated with the little greed of Rain in village. Kainayu is also facing some small troubles now. The number of Iwakushi ninjas around the Grass Ninja village has increased. According to Sabai's observation, there are at least 3 Shangnin squads and several Chunin squads appearing to be looking for something. What are the people of Iwa Ninja village looking for? Rope Tree is a little bit confused about their intentions, neither attacking the Grass Ninja village nor attacking intentions, just search everywhere. There is even a group of people who sneaked into the Grass Ninja village, just looking everywhere. Maybe he's looking for her. Kainayu looked back at the Whirlpool Naomi who was hiding in the grass. The Whirlpool Nana has been with them these past few days, and there is an echo from Sinead. When the war is over, she will be responsible for settling the Whirlpool Naomi. I'll ask. Kainayu came to the Whirlpool Naming and asked, have you met the ninjas in Iwa Ninja village recently? No. Vortex Naomi replied obediently, but there are still members of our Whirlpool clan in Kusanagi village. I don't know where they are hidden. Really hammered. It definitely came for the bloodline of the Vortex clan. Onogi is not a short-sighted person like the 3 generations of Hokage Danzo. Although he is stubborn, he has a long-term vision. Chapter 94 Therefore, the people of Iwa Ninja village appear here entirely to find the blood of the Vortex family. Onogi hopes to bring the people of the Vortex family back to Iwanin village and cultivate them. Whether it is various sealing techniques or the bloodline of the Vortex clan, this is what Iwanin village attaches great importance to. Like other villages, Iwanin village is not less worried about the power of the people. When the blood of the Vortex clan appeared in Kusanagi village, Onogi sent someone to look for it. However, the people of Grass Ninja village are not stupid, they just hid them. The people of Iwa Ninja village are getting bigger and bigger. Rope Tree was a little worried that the Whirlpool Naomi would be discovered by them. Kainayu, Minato, should we leave, or should we stay? The people from Iwa Ninja village are not here to attack Kusanagi village. Even if we want to attack, we are not opponents. Minato said, looking at Kainayu. It depends on what I do. If you want to leave, just say so and stare at me one by one. Walk. Now that you have the intention of quitting, what are you still doing here? At most, Iwanin village is just turning over the Grass Ninja village, and attacking the Grass Ninja village without being nervous. This is not good for Yan Ninja village. Apart from angering Konoha, there is no benefit. Onogi is not a person who likes to do business at a loss. The team brought Uzumaki Naomi and went on a trip as they said they would leave. They passed through the country of grass and headed to the country of rain. In the land of rain, because of the postponement of the attack of Yuran village, it calmed down. Konoha's reinforcements have arrived at the front line. Ochimai left the command, and Sinead returned to the camp with the injured Jira and other wounded. Minato, you go to the headquarters, you say that there are too many people in Iwanin village, we are not opponents, we can only retreat. In addition, Iwa Ninja village seems to be looking for something in Kusanagi village, and has no intention of attacking Kusanagi village. At this time, I took the opportunity to put some eye drops on the people of Danzo and Kusanagi village to make them suspicious of each other. Give it to me. Minato made an okay gesture and walked towards the headquarters. Chiuki and Noza brought the Whirlpool Nana to the medical department. Ouch, take it easy, it hurts. Before entering the door, I heard Chira shouting loudly. Is it so lively? Letting the rope tree bring the Vortex Naming, who was a little scared, Kainayu lifted the curtain and took a look. I saw Jira lying on the hospital bed, and Tsunade was directing several medical ninjas to help him treat him. Jiraiya's injuries were not minor. The ribs were pierced by Kyuwu, and Kyuwu was extremely poisonous. If Tsunade hadn't been helping him all the time, I guess this guy would have died on the way. At this time, some rotten flesh needs to be cut off, and Jiraiya, who has been tortured by medical treatment, is also screaming in pain. The most terrifying thing is that Tsunade can't make a move, and let other medical ninjas come. Seeing Tsunade gloating and wanting to laugh, Kainayu was sure that Jiraiya also made her angry, and Tsunade was taking revenge. This kind of minor surgery can easily be done by Tsunade. It's a pity that she didn't make a move, let others come, and pointed at the side. The medical ninjas who came to help were all flustered, shaking their hands and screaming for a long time. This is... What a miserable Jiraiya. Kainayu wiped the non-existent sweat on her forehead. Tsunade folded his arms in front of his chest and said lightly, "He said he was dying and needed me to give him a kiss before parting. I think it was caused by the venom entering the body and disturbing the nerves, so he specially arranged a special operation without anesthesia, so that stimulates nerves to aid in recovery and detoxification of injuries." Kainayu. This is really killing it. Don't, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Xylai also cried a lot. I don't know if I was frightened or if I really regretted it. Too lazy to pay attention to him, Tsunade nodded to the two medical ninjas who were in a dilemma, indicating that they could start the operation, and the two were relieved. Tsunade dares to play, but they dare not. Once Jiraiya also has 3 strengths and 2 weaknesses, they will be in big trouble. Is that her? The two walked out together, and Tsunade glanced at the flinching whirlpool Naomi. It's indeed a member of the Vortex clan. Take a rest for 2 days. After Jiraiya's injury recovers, I'll take you and her back to the village, just in time to discuss something with the old man. Recently, the behavior of Yuan village has become more and more strange. After the discussion with Tsunade and Ochimaru, they agreed that Yuan village could no longer support it. At this time, you can give up some interests for peace talks. It was only during the discussion with Danzo that something went wrong. Danzo does not agree to negotiate at this time. He believes that negotiations are irrational until the war is over and the winner is not determined. Tsunade understood. Danzo hoped to get a little more credit. It didn't make any sense. Tsunade was too lazy to talk nonsense, and planned to go back to Konoha in person. What about the rope tree in the water gate? Let them stay in the camp. Just because Xylai also has time, you can teach them for a while. If you don't cultivate for a while, you won't even want to step into the battlefield again. He also happened to have time, and he should have taught his disciples. One duck is also chasing, and there is no difference between two, so he simply left the rope tree and handed it over to Jiraiya. Jiraiya's behavior is unbearable in some aspects, but other aspects are quite reliable. Tsunade was also relieved when he handed Joachim over to Jiraiya. Besides, Minato was originally his disciple, and as a teacher, he didn't teach for a long time. Is that a good thing? Now is the best chance. Rao. Nodding, Kainayu agreed. It would be good for Nozu and Minato to stay and learn from Jiraiya for a while. Jiraiya's ability to teach his disciples in this respect is much stronger than Tsunade and Ochimaru. Come with me. My grandma is also a member of the Vortex family. I have no ill will towards you. You don't have a suitable identity at the moment. If you don't follow me, I will cause you some trouble. Tsunade took the whirlpool Nana away. Rope Tree showed the expression of wanting to cry. I also want to go back to Konoha. Then go and talk to your sister. Kainayu laughed and patted Rope Tree on the shoulder. Poor guy, you will always be eaten to death by your sister. Watergate came to the command center, and after obtaining permission, he entered the command center. Reported the task as Kainayu said. The people of Iwa Ninja Village are looking for something? When Danzo heard this, he couldn't help frowning. He was suspicious that there was something good in Grass Ninja Village that deserved such a big fanfare from Mian Ninja Village. The messenger of Grass Ninja Village didn't say this before. He just said that there were ninjas from Iwa Ninja Village, and he was worried about being attacked. It seems that this ally is not honest. The more adept at playing tricks, the more suspicious they are. Danzo wouldn't suspect Minato's nonsense, and he could know the result after investigating some things. He suspected that Kusanagi village was hiding something and was unwilling to tell Konoha. Your mission is not a failure. I will record the credit this time. Go back and rest. The future of the village depends on you young people. Yes, Danzo-sama. After Minato saluted respectfully, he left the headquarters. With a happy face on the surface, he has already started complaining in his heart. Chapter 95 I can't get Konoha, and you can't get it either. If she hadn't known about the darkness of Konoha, Minato would have thought Danzo was complimenting himself. But after knowing too many things that he shouldn't know, Minato would only think that Danzo was fooling himself. Big fool. Ghosts believe you. You people, none of you are good. When Minato learns that he will be left behind to study with Jiraiya, his attitude is completely different from that of Rossyu. He was very happy, because he could finally study with the teacher. For a long time, he felt that he had a fake teacher who was left in the village for no reason and no news of him. I only know how to fight on the front line, that's all. But when he came to the front line, he couldn't move with the teacher, and could only follow Kainayu. This teacher, Jiraiya, really didn't fulfill the responsibilities of a teacher at all. Watergate was once saddened by this. Now that the opportunity has come, can he not be happy? In order to make Urin village continue to fight against Konoha, Chiyo is considered cruel. Moved out some of the few supplies from Shanin village and sent them to Unin village. Her approach was approved by the 3 generations of Kazekage. Although Sand Ninja Village is also very poor, Sand Ninja Village urgently needs the main force of Konoha to be dragged in the Land of Rain. As long as the Rain Country War is not over, Konoha will take care of both ends, and will not be able to take care of each other at the end. The supplies were sent out, but after Urin village received the supplies, there seemed to be no movement. Chiyo couldn't help it, and immediately sent someone to urge Hanzo to act as soon as possible. I'm still waiting to attack Konoha's camp. What are you procrastinating for? As a result, the person sent out returned angrily and cursed, Lord Chiyo, I think the people of Urin village are a bunch of liars. They don't want to go to war, saying that the casualties were too great some time ago and they need to rest. In addition, they said that the supplies were not enough. In addition to food, ninja tools, and detonating charms, they also needed various medicines. Haha, good, you Hanzo. My Chiyo's supplies were just fed to the dog. Chiyo laughed outright. Why didn't you say Hanzo, even asking for money? Wouldn't it be better for me to send you a few pieces of gold? It's just too deceiving. At this moment, Chiyo had the urge to lead the army and directly attack Urin village. But she can't, because it's not worth it for a little material. Secondly, Urin village is not that easy to fight. Even if the overall strength of Urin village is not strong, as long as Hanzo does not fall down for a day, no one dares to underestimate Urin village. Send them some supplies and tell them that this is the last next. I hope they will abide by the agreement. Lord Chiyo, our own supplies. Do it. As long as it can make Konoha devastated, as long as it can make Konoha unhappy, everything is worth it. Chiyo only hated that she was not on the battlefield of the river country, so she could avenge her son and daughter-in-law. Chiyo's heart aches when she thinks of Scorpion, who is still in the village looking forward to her parents' return. Hatake Sakumo. The people of Sandren village were very depressed, but unfortunately the order came, so they could only continue to send the few supplies to Uren village. Fortunately, Hanzo didn't make a joke about Chio this time. He did start a new round of war, but it was just the intensity of the war. It doesn't hurt or itches. Directly from the decisive battle, it returned to the stage of small-scale combat. Chio gritted her teeth with hatred, but it was hard to trouble Hanzo. Because Hanzo really continued to kick off the war, but it was different from the war Chio had hoped for. Don't say that there are no black and white words, even if there are, Chio can't pick out any faults. After resting at the camp for 2 days, Tsunade returned to Konoha with Chiyuki and Naruto. Danzo knew what Tsunade did when he returned to the village, but he didn't care. Because of the help of Koharu and Mito Gate, Tsunade wanted to convince the 3 generations of Hokage to take the initiative to negotiate with Amina village, but there was almost no hope. He didn't need to worry about Danzo. The task of negotiating suddenly fell to his head, hitting himself in a hurry. At this time, Danzo was busy keeping an eye on Kusanagi village. After the Kainayu squad returned, Minato made a report. Danzo did not plan the mission as a failure, but instead gave the 3 of them credit. Suspicious in his heart, Danzo did not trust the people in Kusanagi village, and immediately dispatched people from General and Danbu to investigate and collect information. With the efforts of Anbu and General, the secret of Kusanagi village was dug up and sent to Danzo's table. The Vortex clan. After reading the information scroll, Danzo patted the table angrily. His face was not very good looking. He didn't care about a few people from the Vortex clan. After all, Kainayu and the 3 brought Min back, and Danzo didn't react at all when he heard about it. To him, to Konoha, it doesn't matter whether there are more or less of the Vortex clan. What really makes Danzo unhappy is the attitude of the Grass Ninja village. You came to ask for help, and I sent people to help, but the people in your village didn't even show up. That's all. I'm afraid that we Konoha will ask people from the Vortex clan to cover up. Even Iwa Ninja village knew the news, but Konoha was kept in the dark. Is this what allies should do? Go and search carefully. You must find the person who is hiding. If you can, bring it back to Konoha. If you can't do anything, just kill it. A fierce light flashed in the head of the regiment's eyes. Even if Konoha doesn't want the people of the Vortex clan, they can't fall into the hands of other villages. Konoha's advantage has always been that you don't need to worry about the power of people. The other villages were disturbed by the tailed beasts, but Konoha remained calm. Danzo didn't want to see that other villages got people from the Vortex clan and trained them as human pillars. This is a threat to Konoha. So he wants to take people away, and if he can't take them, he will get rid of them. Konoha cannot get it, nor can it fall into your hands. If Uzumaki Mito was still alive, Danzo would never just bring back the Vortex clansmen who had been strayed back to Konoha. After all, she is an old backer. As long as Uzumaki Mito stands up, the 3 generations of Hokage will obey her obediently. Now it's different. Konoha is completely in charge of the family by a few of them. Even if Konoha has an extra Vortex family, it won't cause any trouble. The legacy of the Vortex clan has long since become something of Konoha. On the way back to Konoha, Tsunade soon revealed her true self. Kainayu thought she was in a hurry, but before she was halfway there, she shouted that she wanted to rest and eat barbecue. He also taught the Whirlpool Naming to fight the landlord, and decided to play a few games to relax his tense nerves. Perhaps it was because he had stayed in the land of rain for too long and was a little depressed. As soon as he returned to the country of fire, Tsunade began to let himself go, and brought Kainayu and Naomi to a town on the way, where they rested. Even the inn has been booked. Do you have money? Kainayu sent a soul inquiry. Stinky brat, who are you looking down on? Isn't this money? Tsunade's face turned red, and he had the urge to hit someone. If it wasn't for knowing that Kainayu would not give in to himself casually, or even use illusions on himself, Tsunade would definitely hit him with one punch. You actually doubted me. Chapter 96 Tsunade, Yagami Kainayu, what did you do to me last night? Is this money enough? Taking out the money and putting it on the table, Tsunade raised his hand in dissatisfaction and shouted, Boss, add 2 more bottles of wine. It seems that Tsunade made a fortune from the war and gained a lot on the battlefield. Not everyone likes to keep money in the bank. Some ninja like to put money in the sealed scroll. As long as you open the reel, a lot of money will fall out. Undoubtedly, Tsunade picked up the bargain. As for whether there is Ochimayu and Chira's share, Kainayu doesn't think so. It's not difficult to want Tsunade's things. But if you want to share her money, no. Even his teammates can't negotiate. No, 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 this is gambling money, and it is distributed to you. What is the old lady going to gamble with? Hiccup tilde, you guys go back to rest first. I have something to do. I'll be back soon. I've booked a hot spring hotel, you go to the hot spring first. If you have money in your hand, don't expect Tsunade to stay in the inn with peace of mind. If you don't go to the casino and lose everything, you will never come back. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Not knowing Tsunade's true face, Naruto Vortex bowed respectfully and answered. Kainayu opened her palms with an unexpected expression. He had already guessed that there are several casinos in this small town. Tsunade must have been here before, otherwise he would not be familiar with leading them here. Feelings are waiting here. I bet, it's not my money that loses. Kainayu would not persuade Tsunade to stop gambling. Who doesn't have a special pastime yet? There is nothing to persuade. She probably won't be back tonight. You can cultivate with peace of mind. When you return to Konoha, you can live in Konoha with a new identity. How to refine chakra, Kainayu has already handed over the whirlpool Nana. It is arrogance to make ill-gotten wealth. After running around in the land of rain for a long time, Kainayu was also a little tired. She soaked in the hot spring and felt comfortable all over. Tsunade, who had money in his pocket and didn't panic, immediately wrapped up a hot spring pool, making the innkeeper overjoyed. Leaning on the warm stone, with a towel around her neck, Kainayu narrowed her eyes and fell asleep unconsciously. Whoa! In the confusion, she heard the sound of someone entering the water. Kainayu woke up, opened her eyes, and asked in her heart, Zaobai, someone is here, why didn't you call me? Because she has no malice towards her master. Inside the sealed space, Zaobai blinked his eyes in confusion. Isn't the relationship between the master and Tsunade very good? Do you also need to be alert? Why is this a malicious question? Kainayu was speechless, looking at the drunk person in front of her who was almost unsteady, threw her clothes in a daze, sat down and soaked in the hot spring, not forgetting the person who hummed twice. Kainayu's forehead, a row of black lines appeared. Before you come in, can you see if anyone is there? Scratch it all at once. It's hard for Lao Tzu to pretend that he didn't see it. This scene is simple. The most speechless thing is that some people seem to use the hot spring pool as a swimming pool and want to take a dip. Kainayu, who really couldn't stand it any longer, gave her a punch. Wrapped in a bath towel, put on the clothes, carried the person and threw it into the room, and said to the stunned whirlpool Naomi, Tsunade is drunk and unconscious, you help her get dressed. Yes. The whirlpool Ming nodded stupidly, looked at Tsunade, who was only wrapped in a bath towel and had a flushed face, and then looked at the back of Kainayu's departure. Some unintended pictures began to appear in the small head. Immediately, Naiming Vortex became confused. Because Tsunade was so drunk she didn't say anything, and the person fainted. She couldn't move it. In the end, she could only help Tsunade cover the quilt and put on clothes. I can only talk about it tomorrow. My head hurts. Did I drink too much alcohol yesterday? The next day, Snad woke up in a daze and felt a splitting headache. He raised his hand and touched his head. The old lady was beaten. Who dares to beat the old lady? Snade sat up and felt a little chilly when the quilt slid down. He looked down and blinked in confusion, as if he didn't have the habit of sleeping naked. Is this a bath towel? He grabbed the clothes that were put aside and quickly put them on. Snade picked up the bath towel. Some things that happened yesterday began to come to mind. She was a little excited because she could take the opportunity to gamble a few times. So I couldn't help but drink more when I was eating barbecue at the barbecue restaurant. When I was numb, I went to the casino, but my luck was so bad that I didn't lose everything in a while. He also borrowed a lot from the casino owner, but he still lost it all. Depressed, I ordered a few bottles of wine from the casino, and went back to the inn while drinking, wanting to relax in a hot spring. As a result, as soon as he finished pulling his clothes and walked into the hot spring pool, the back of his head was dazed. Then it's gone. Snade was startled and his face changed. Squeak! At this moment, the door of the room was pushed open, and Naiming came in with a glass of warm water. Seeing Snade awake, she happily stepped forward and handed the cup. Master Snade, you're awake. You're too heavy, I can't carry you, and I can't put on your clothes. Let's drink some hot water first. After drinking so much alcohol yesterday, your head must be hurting a lot, right? Leng Leng took the cup and took 2 sips of water, blue veins bursting out of Snade's forehead. Crack! The cup shattered in an instant, and the whirlpool screamed in surprise, and Hugh Arong paled. My head hurts a lot, but I didn't drink alcohol, I was beaten. He actually hit me. He even hit the back of the head. Why is it so immoral? Yes, that kid Kainayu brought me up, right? Tsunade turned his head to stare at Vortex. Naomi, who was startled in his heart, subconsciously clasped his hands on his chest, and nodded again and again, yes. Sir Kainayu said, you are drunk, let me help you get dressed. It's over. Now there is no face to see. Tsunade wanted to cry but had no tears. He raised his hand and stroked his forehead, feeling that his face was all lost. Stinky brat, it must be a feast for the eyes. Can't just forget about it, motherfucker, it's a loss to my grandma's house, blood loss. Not to mention the loss of blood, but still being beaten, what is this? We have to find this scene. Tsunade jumped up, ran barefoot towards the next room, kicked the door open, strode in, and roared, Kainayu, what did you do to me last night? Calling the soul early in the morning. Kainayu was sleeping with the fragrant little white heater in her arms, but she was awakened by Snade's voice. Rubbing his eyes, he put Zabai aside, looked at the completely shattered door, and then looked at Snade, who was full of murderous aura, rubbed his eyes, and yawned and complained, what can I do to you? I also want to ask, what do you want to do? Don't say a word, start to take off your clothes when you walk in, and then jump down. Do you think it's appropriate to do this in front of my child? Chapter 97 Money is a bastard. Stumbling Tsunade Jai, seeing that you drink like a dead pig, I'm afraid you'll be ashamed. Kindly knocked you out and brought you back to your room. You even kicked the door of my room and asked me what I did to you? Will your conscience not hurt? Aren't you afraid of teaching bad children? Kainayu's series of anger made Tsunade dumbfounded. She seems to be looking for trouble. How could she become the one who is being asked for trouble? It seems that it is not very good to do so, even though I am a woman. In theory, it's a bit of a disadvantage, but Kainayu is a child. When he thought of himself jumping into the hot spring pool in front of the child, Tsunade was embarrassed and almost used his toes to dig out a 3-bedroom and 1-bedroom, and wanted to find a place to hide. It's okay not to have this face. It's all lost. And also, Kainu pointed at the broken wood on the ground angrily, Do you still have money to compensate? Kick the door, kick it, just kick it as many times as you like. If you kick it, you will lose money. Do you think you are in Konoha? Kicked, naturally someone from Anbu will repair it. Kick the door here, but you will lose money. Money? As soon as he heard this word, Snard's brain felt dizzy. There's a lot of money. I lost all of my money last night, and I didn't even have a single hair. It seems that some people have lost all their money. It's really sad. Getting up and putting on his clothes, Kainayu looked at Tsunade, whose hair was messed up and smelled of alcohol, and said, "Now you're done." Judging from the size and decoration of this inn, the value of this door is probably not low. Do not talk. Tsunade almost covered his face. You get on the mat, and I'll pay you back another day. Dream. I'm used to you, I don't want it. Are you expecting Snard to repay the money? I'm afraid it's almost the same as when I was dreaming. Holding Zabai in his arms, Kainayu righteously refused. I'll pay for the meal, and I'll pay for the drinks, but the door, you can find a way by yourself. I'll see if you kick the door in the future. Don't do it, or I won't even pay for the meal. Some people's popularity exploded and they wanted to hit people. But will Kainayu give her a chance? Of course not, so obediently find money to compensate. I can pay for the rest. The compensation is your problem. You are vicious. Glancing at Kainayu, Snard gritted his teeth and walked away. After taking a shower, Tsunade went out for a spin. As for what she was going for, Kainayu didn't know. All I know is that she got the money and compensated for the money for the door. This directly caused Tsunade to not speak to Kainayu all the way down, and Kainayu ignored her. Vortex and Ming kept looking at the two of them, looking over, trying to persuade but never dared to speak. The three of them went all the way until they were bored to Konoha. Back at Konoha, Tsunade went to the Hokage office building, and Chiuki took the whirlwind Naomi to find Kushina. Lord Chiuki, are you and Tsunade-sama okay? Having been so bored all the way, I was afraid that something might go wrong between Kainu and Tsunade. It's fine. Raising her hand and rubbing the whirlpool Mo's little head, Kainayu smiled and comforted her. Tsunade has long since lost her anger. She just couldn't find the stairs, so she was just bored. Compared to the shameless 3 generations of Hokage and Jiraiya, the stimulation given by Kainayu is not as great as they are. Tsunade was able to be bored this way mainly because he felt ashamed and lost home, and when Kainayu didn't give her steps, she was embarrassed to speak. Don't look at Tsunade's usual carefree appearance and don't care about anything. When she encounters this kind of thing, she herself is stunned. Let's go, I'll take you to find your clan. Her name is Kushina. You should be familiar with this name. Don't be afraid, Kushina is a very easygoing person, haven't you heard of her? Vortex Naomi shook her head. When the Whirlpool clan was exterminated, she was still a little girl and didn't remember anything. In addition to fleeing all the way, his parents did not mention the matter of the Whirlpool clan too far, so Whirlpool Naming was completely blank about this aspect. Arriving at the door of Kushina's house, Kainayu knocked on the door twice. When they weren't in Konoha, Kushina went out less often. Most of the time, he stayed at home and went directly to the house to find someone. That's right. Who is it? Hearing the knock on the door, Kushina ran out wearing slippers, opened the door, stretched out her head, and jumped up in surprise. Kainayu, are you back? Forehead. Just as he was about to open the door and invite Kainayu to enter, Kushina suddenly saw the whirlwind behind Kainayu. Vortex Naomi. Red hair, the same color as himself. The smile on Kushina's face slowly disappeared, and a guess came to mind from the bottom of her heart. Kainayu, is she from the Vortex clan? Kushina felt nervous, and she couldn't tell why she was nervous. This is Vortex Naomi. The team met her when they were on a mission in the country of grass, so I decided to bring her back. It just so happens that you are very boring to stay in the village alone. It is also good to have a clan by your side and a company. Kainayu pushed the timid whirlpool Naming out. Hello, my name is Vortex Nming. Woo Dilda, my name is Xuan Vortex Zinai. Tears flowed uncontrollably. Kushina once thought that in this world, she was the only one from the Vortex family. Who knew that Kainayu brought her a surprise, a big surprise today? She is not the only Maelstrom clan, she also has her own clan. Great. Kushina excitedly hugged the whirlpool Nming, crying and laughing. The whirlpool Nming's little head was a little dazed, so she could only be forced to wrap her arms around Kushina's waist and hug her. There are clansmen who can accompany him to live in Konoha, and Kushina is happy like a little sparrow, chatting and asking questions all the time. Circling around the whirlpool Naomi, from the bottom of her heart, she has regarded the whirlpool as her sister. Are women all made of water? Looking at the two people crying and hugging each other, Kainayu couldn't stand this scene a little bit. After watching it too much, it was easy to recall all kinds of past lives. Just go home and cook something delicious to comfort yourself. Is it too old? How easy is it to be in love with the scene? I'm still a child. When she got home, looking at the empty refrigerator, Kainayu thought it would be better for her to lie flat. Old man, I'm back. Dumbly pushed open the door and walked into Hokage's office. Tsunade checked that there were no annoying people in the office, and simply collapsed on the sofa, lying like a salted fish. He didn't even kick the door, and he didn't try to tear himself apart because of Danzo. 3 generations of Hokage looked at Tsunade lying on the sofa, feeling that something was wrong with Tsunade today. Did you encounter any trouble on the way? No. Tsunade sat up and replied lazily, I've lost a lot of money and I'm in a bad mood. Why don't you subsidize me, old man? Cough cough. Sandai Hokage coughed violently, his old face turning red. Chapter 98 Fight this war, I don't care. Well, Tsunade, you know that as a Hokage, I usually don't need money, so I have no money to subsidize you either. When Hokage, don't you have to spend money? Tsunade stared at him suspiciously. The third Hokage felt guilty, turned his head and explained, does it cost a lot of money to be Hokage? As a teacher, I spend most of my time in the Hokage office building, and I can't find a place to spend it. How can I spend it? Borrow money? No way. Subsidy? Still no door. Looking at your guilty conscience, it seemed like I, Tsunade, would rob your small treasury. Tsunade despised the teacher. Okay, don't act like I'm going to steal your money, let's talk about the peace talks between Danzo and Yurin village. Tsunade's laziness disappeared, and the whole person cheered up with a serious expression. He pulled a chair and sat at Hokage's desk, and said to the third Hokage, the current situation in Yurin village is not optimistic. Ochimaru and I guess that there are not many supplies left in Yurin village, and they can't hold it anymore, so Hanzo is eager to have a decisive battle with our Konoha. I think we can send someone to contact Hanzo now to see if Hanzo intends to negotiate peacefully. There is no need to sit down and talk slowly after a fight to the death. But Danzo does not agree with the suggestion made by me and Ochimaru. He feels that Konoha's dignity cannot be provoked, so he should give Yurin village a head-on attack. After winning the war, we will negotiate. Thinking of what Danzo said, Tsunade wanted to punch his dog's head off. You have the ability, you go to the battlefield to kill the enemy, you sit at the command and dry your hair. It's not your Danzo who dares to die in love, right? It's just a number. You don't care how many ninjas die. Instead, you will say that everything is for the sake of the village. It's for face, to get credit. So I and Ochimaru, Jera also suggested that you can negotiate first, There is no need to sacrifice a lot of ninjas on the battlefield for the so-called face. Tsunade looked at the 3 generations of Hokage, and there was some expectation in her beautiful eyes. She hoped that the 3 generations of Hokage would adopt her own suggestions, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, and start negotiations. There is no need to fight until the end to have peace talks. Such peace talks would be meaningless. Even if Konoha wins, it will be a tragic victory. It is good for Konoha to start peace talks in advance. It can reduce sacrifices and save a lot of materials. It's nothing more than a small loss in the negotiation. These Konoha don't care. Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya have good ideas. Unfortunately, the 3 of them are destined to be disappointed. After a moment of silence, the 3rd Hokage shook his head slightly, making Tsunade's heart sink to the bottom. His expression slowly solidified, and the hope in his eyes turned into disappointment. Sighing, Sandai Hokage looked into Tsunade's eyes and said regretfully, "Tsunade, I know that the starting point of the 3 of you is for the good of Konoha, but Konoha cannot retreat at this time, because we are the initiators of the war, even if the one who started the war is Sand Ninja Village. At this time, there is no way out, and Yuan Village is a clear signal, giving hope to other small forbearance villages. If the Yuan Village cannot be defeated in an upright manner, then the villages of other small countries will begin to follow the example of the Yuan Village and develop their military power desperately. By that time, the entire ninja world will be destroyed. The price of all-out development of military strength is foreign wars. At that time, round after round of new wars will sweep the entire ninja world. Peace talks are needed, but not at this time. Can you understand me? But Yuan Village is able to embark on this extreme road because of Hanzo. The resources of Znin Village are limited, and it is difficult for the next Hanzo to be born. Tsunade also wanted to change the mind of the 3 generations of Hokage through persuasion. It's useless. 3 Hokage shook his head. We can't take such a risk, Tsunade. Everything I do is for the sake of the village. The village is the village. Let the ninjas of the village sacrifice. Let the village continue to invest new forces on the battlefield. Is this the so-called for the village? Tsunade, who was extremely disappointed, slapped the desk hard, and the desk broke. The 3 generations of Hokage, who had been psychologically prepared, rescued their pipes in time. As for other things, they fell, and it was okay to break. Old man, I'm very disappointed in you. You can fight this war yourself, I don't care about it. He kicked the broken table with one foot, and the table smashed through the window and flew out of the window of Hokage's office and fell to the ground, scaring passers-by screaming and dodging. Who is so bold to take action in Hokage's office? Suddenly, a dozen people from Anbu appeared in Hokage's office. After they rushed into Hokage's office, they looked at Tsunade, who was angry and gloomy. Looking at the 3 generations of Hokage, who had a calm face and didn't even say a word of blame, he consciously stood aside. Obviously, some unpleasantness happened to the master and apprentice of the 3 generations of Hokage and Tsunade Haim. Looking at the big hole hit by the table, the Anbu ninjas were all ashamed. It's good to get used to it, just because of Tsunade's violent temper. I don't know how many times the desks and chairs in Hokage's office have been changed. The most vulnerable is the door. I didn't expect that this time it was the window where the gun was lying. I have some disagreements with Tsunade, you go down first. The 3 Hokage waves calmly. Yes, Hokage-sama. Anbu's ninja lowered his head and walked away. After venting his anger, Tsunade turned pale and said, Jilai also wants to exchange his disciple Minato for the Flying Thunder God technique in the Book of Seals. The contribution he needs will be deducted from his head, and an extra copy of the Shadow Clone technique will be added. It is good. The 3 generations of Hokage did not refuse, and decisively took out the seal scroll, expanded the 2 ninjutsu into the ninjutsu scroll, and handed it to Tsunade. Bringing the ninjutsu scroll, Tsunade left without looking back. When I walked out of the office, I happened to meet the 2 elders, Koharu and Mitogate Yan, who had received the wind. Humph. Knowing that Danzo can be so unscrupulous, the 3 generations of Hokage will not eat hard and soft, and they cannot do without the ecstasy soup they poured and all kinds of help. So Tsunade didn't give them a good look, he snorted, and the 2 golden ponytails were almost thrown into their faces. This made Koharu and Mitomen scorching hot. Mitomen was okay, he shook his head and said nothing, and when he turned to bed, Zioshunki's face turned green. Sarutobi, you just let Tsunade go like this? Look at what she has become. She is lawless and doesn't even respect the elders of the village. 3 generations of Hokage held a pipe, raised his head and said, Tsunade is also a high-ranking officer of my Konoha, the Konoha princess named by the big name. Chapter 99 Yashin Kainayu, do you have any misunderstandings about the ordinary? In theory, in Konoha, Tsunade's status is only under the contemporary Hokage. It can be regarded as the same level as the elder and Hokage assistant. Therefore, the crime of transferring to Zioshun is not valid at all. It's like a man who scolded Shangin in anger and would be punished for disrespecting the strong or the senior. But both of them are Jonin. What's wrong with scolding you? What's wrong with your face? You bite me. You. Is this what I said? When he turned to bed, Zioshun's nose was almost crooked. Seeing this, Mitomen Yan hurriedly rounded up the situation. Okay Zioshun, it's not like you don't know Tsunade's character, so don't bother with children. Under the comfort of Mitomen Yan, Zioshun's face turned a little better when he turned to bed. 3 generations of Hokage breathed out the smoke and sighed. Tsunade and the other 3 felt that Konoha should take the initiative to start peace talks instead of waiting for the war to end, but I rejected them. Is that so? Then I forgive her. Knowing that she was wrong, Zioshun couldn't regain her anger. Because the 3 generations of Hokage began to think about peace talks, and finally gave up this plan, and her credit was indispensable. If it wasn't for her and Mito Kazuma's help, it's uncertain whether Danzo would be able to secure the position of Commander-in-Chief on the front line. Tsunade also slacked them because of these things. Everything is for the sake of the village. Menyan is right, it's not worth fighting with a child. Go and ask Yagami Kainayu to come to see me at the barbecue restaurant of Kudao's family. When he walked out of the Naruto office building, Tsunade said something to the Anbu ninja in the dark, pulled his face and left. Anbu ninja smiled bitterly, not daring to refuse, so he could only do as he held his nose obediently. Iori Kainayu, Tsunade Haim asked you to go to the Kudao family barbecue shop to find her right away. Just when Kainayu was debating whether to eat ramen or buy groceries, a ninja from Anbu came to the door. TSK, it looks like I'm pissed off. Seeing this situation, Chiuki knew that Tsunade's attempt to persuade the 3 generations of Hokage to negotiate had failed, so she was angry at the barbecue restaurant eating barbecued meat and drinking suffocating wine. As for why he was called. In addition to wanting to find someone to complain, it is because my pockets are empty. I just haven't eaten anything yet, so I'm ready to eat barbecue. Kushina and Vortex Naomi needed to get acquainted with each other for a while to enhance their relationship, but Kainayu didn't bother them. As for Uchiha Makoto, Chiuki believes she will come to see her when she gets the news. Right now, he doesn't want to go to the Uchiha clan. It's still a familiar recipe and a familiar taste. Apart from being a little more expensive, the barbecue of the Kudao family has almost no other shortcomings. I'm looking for Tsunade. Please come with me, Tsunade-sama is here. Under the leadership of the staff of the barbecue restaurant, Kainayu walked into the private room. In the private room, Tsunade had already drank, Her cheeks were slightly red, and it seemed that she was already a little drunk. Glancing at the two empty wine bottles next to her, Kainayu called him a good guy. How long has it been? And 2 bottles have already been dried. This is the 3rd bottle, and Sake can't handle it. Without persuading Sinead to drink less or comforting her, Kainayu took off her coat, sat down, picked up chopsticks and placed the meat on the grill. Raising his head, Gululu sipped the 3rd bottle of wine as if he were drinking mineral water. Sinead narrowed his eyes, and fell on Kainayu's face with a drunken look. Hiccup, he burped indifferently. Aren't you going to advise me to drink less? What should I advise you to do? Picking up the juice that was in hand when entering the door, taking a sip, Kainayu said, I know you're in a bad mood. Why do I advise you to drink if you want? Just drink it if you want. When you're drunk, you'll be less troubled. Cough cough. I have never seen you like this. Sinead was rectified by Kainayu's hand, and the whole person coughed. Kainayu looked at her and thought about it, but she still didn't go over to help pat her back or something. With Snart's physical fitness, it's just a small problem, it's nothing. Sure enough, after a few coughs, Sinead calmed down, but the blush on his face expanded. He picked up a piece of roasted beef and stuffed it into his mouth. He was not afraid of being hot. After a few breaths of heat, Sinead said angrily, I tried to persuade the old man to fail. He and Danzo were of one mind and did not want to negotiate in advance. They would only be willing to negotiate after the war was over. Guessed. Kainu continued to put the meat on the grill, and said without raising her head, after all, Urin village has strengthened its military strength and expanded to the outside world. Launching a war is a dangerous signal. Once villages in other countries follow suit, the situation in the entire ninja world will be changed, and there will be rounds of wars that will not subside. You also think I'm wrong? Sinead laughed self-deprecatingly. No, you're right. Kainayu shook her head, put down her chopsticks, looked at Sinead, and said with a serious expression, on the contrary, you did the right thing, because your starting point was to reduce the number of deaths in the village, to end the war as soon as possible, and to reduce the consumption of the village. But you haven't thought about it, that the butt decides the head, and whatever height you stand at, what kind of issues are considered. Like me. Pointing to herself, Kainu smiled, I am an ordinary Chunin from Konoha. Why the village had a war with Unin village, when to start negotiations, and when the war ends, are not what I need to consider. Because I'm just a little Chunin, all I need to do is to complete the tasks given to me by the village, and at the same time save my own life. It's that simple. You mean my actions are superfluous? Is it out of bounds? Sinead clenched his fist. Kainayu answered indifferently. Don't get involved with me. It has nothing to do with me. You should ask those who reject you and those who oppose you. The barbecue is ready, let's eat the meat first. I believe in you. It's still ordinary. How many ordinary guys like you can be found in the whole Konoha? Sinead glanced at Kainayu with his eyes, picked up the chopsticks and started eating meat, stuffing all the meat into his mouth like a little squirrel hiding food, filling his mouth full. Then he glared at Kainayu, I robbed all the flesh, what can you do with me? On purpose, right? Kainu laughed angrily, put down her chopsticks and shouted, check out, Sinead Haim pays. Do not. That's what Sinead was afraid of, because she didn't have any money, not a single penny. All her money has been donated to the casino. The reputation of the big fat sheep is not for nothing, and she will never leave if she doesn't lose. She would be embarrassed if the shopkeeper really came to check out. The dignified Sineadheim had to eat on credit, and the club would die. Wow, the door of the private room was pushed open, and the staff of the barbecue shop stood at the door. The other party's face was full of smiles. Do the two guests need to settle the bill? It's over. I don't have a face anymore. Sinead wants to cry heart has. Gladly smiled, Kainayu said to the staff, I called it wrong. Help me add 2 more plates of beef, 1 plate of venison, and 2 more bottles of sake. Okay, just a second. The staff smiled and closed the door, quickly brought the added items, put it down enthusiastically, closed the door and left. You scared me to death. I almost thought I was going to die in a barbecue restaurant. Sinead breathed a sigh of relief, patted his big breasts hard, and quickly drank a bottle of wine to suppress his shock. The next part turned into a famous scene where Sinead scolded the 3 Hokage and Danzo while eating. The voice was loud, but it didn't cause any commotion. Chapter 100. Do you want to be the second Shimura Hideyoshi? From Zabai's reminder, Kainayu knew that Anbu's people were helping to clear the scene. Otherwise, with Sinead's loud voice, scolding the top of the village like this will definitely cause some unnecessary trouble. After a few hours of eating a barbecue, it was already dark. Carrying the drunk Sinead, Kainayu was taken aback when she checked out. My dear, a barbecue at 280,000 taels of me. The sake that Sinead drinks is all high-quality sake, and the price of the wine accounts for 2/3. Like a dead pig. Angrily, she threw Sinead in the guest bedroom and smashed the quilt on top of her before Kainayu went to wash up. Dong dong dong. Hearing the knock on the door, Chiuki opened the door, and at the door stood Uchiha Mikoto and Kushina. You've been drinking? It smells so heavy. Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto sucked Zhaoqiang's nose with disgust on their faces. Kainayu, we are still young and can't drink. Drinking too early is bad for our health. Drink a fart. Kainayu laughed angrily and pointed to the guest bedroom. The drinker is inside, sleeping like a dead pig. I was about to wash up when you came. Where's the whirlpool near me? Miss Sinead? Knowing that Sinead came back with Kainayu, Kushina opened the bedroom door, glanced at Sinead who was not sleeping, and silently helped her to open the quilt and cover it. Finally, I didn't forget to put a pillow under my head. After doing this, Kushina gently closed the door. In the living room, Uchiha Mikoto was making tea, and Chiuki wiped her hair, which was still dripping with water, with a bath towel. Sister Sinead, what's wrong? I drank so much alcohol. I'm in a bad mood. I don't know the specifics. You can ask her if you're okay tomorrow. Kainayu looked disgusted. By the way, what about the whirlpool Naomi? She has already fallen asleep. Thank you Kainayu for bringing her back to Konoha. Kushina's eyes turned red, and she was about to cry. Kainayu quickly waved her hand. Stop, you've been crying all afternoon, you haven't cried enough yet? I'm not happy. With a small mouth, Kushina forcibly held back her tears. She knew that Kainayu didn't like seeing girls crying. Thank you, Miss Mikoto. You are welcome. Uchiha Mikoto poured the brewed tea and handed it to Chiuki and Kushina. After drinking a sip of tea, Kushina said impatiently, Kainayu, I want to live with Naiming. Living together? Kainayu frowned, shook her head and said, better not, otherwise you will be in trouble and she will be in trouble. But, after several years, he finally had a clan as his company, and Kushina really wanted to live with Naiming. But she knew that her identity was too sensitive and inappropriate. Kainayu is right. Living together will bring trouble to everyone. This kind of thing is no joke. In desperation, Kushina sighed, then I'll buy the house next to it and let her live here. BFFT, Kainayu was startled, and the tea in her mouth spewed out all the way. Buying a house first if you don't agree with one word is simply inhumane. But judging from Kushina's assets, buying a house in such a remote place is simply a drop in the bucket. Let alone buying a house, buying a street is not a problem. As long as you are happy. Kainayu didn't know how to answer this topic for such a rich woman who would buy a house first. After all, The balance of his small treasury is not small, but compared with Kushina, it is not even a hair. The three sat together and chatted about the battlefield. Kushina and Uchiha Makoto were full of curiosity. After chatting for a while, he checked that the time was almost up. Kushina was afraid that the people in Anbu would not be able to wait, and that the whirlpool would sing and that he would not be able to find himself, so he went back first. Sister Makoto, just say whatever you want. There are some things that cannot be said in front of Kushina. Uchiha Makoto has been waiting for Kushina to return. Family. She herself is not good at saying these things, so Uchiha Makoto hesitated and seemed very dangerous. Knowing what she wanted to say, Kainu smiled and said, Makoto, you don't need to feel embarrassed, you are just helping to spread the word, and I know what you want to say. Recently, some people from Uchiha have been running towards your house, right? Yes. Uchiha Makoto smiled bitterly. Not only did he keep running towards the house, but he also helped me a lot in the police department and arranged the easiest job for me. Mother was moved by what they said. Human nature. Kainu laughed. After all, my aunt and my mother have such a good relationship, and I know that my mother's last wish was for me to return to Uchiha, and my aunt was persuaded that it was normal. Sister Makoto, you don't need to feel embarrassed for this. I'll take care of these things. Sister Makoto, you don't need to worry. Do you stay or go back? I'll go back. If Tsunade wasn't here, it wouldn't matter if she stayed. After all, we had a good relationship when we grew up together, and there are still some things that are unclear. But Tsunade was bragging in the guest room. If she stayed, she would be embarrassed to meet the next day. Okay, then. I won't send you away. Be careful. Okay, I'll go back first. Uchiha Makoto got up and smiled and made a strong gesture of me. Don't underestimate me. Sharing eye has evolved. Seeing Uchiha Makoto's smug look, Chiyuki knew there was something wrong. What makes her so confident must be related to her strength, and for the Uchiha family, the fastest way to improve their strength is the evolution of Shenyan. Single Gajade, double Gajade, and 3 Gajade. Each time the evolution of the writing wheel can bring about a qualitative change in strength. It's really boring. Chiyuki guessed it so easily. Uchiha Makoto was speechless. Why is he still a ghost? He can't hide anything. After sending Uchiha Makoto away, Chiyuki jumped onto the roof and sat, glanced at the Anbu ninja who was hiding in the dark to protect Kushina, and pouted, really responsible. At critical times, they are not there, but they usually follow wherever they go. It's a pity that the water gate is not here, otherwise, you can pull the water gate out and talk about life. Did this kid find us? Be quiet, do you want to become the second Shimura Hideyoshi? The two of Anbu whispered and chatted. If it was before, Kainu stared so blatantly at the place where they were hiding, the people from Anbu would definitely warn each other and leave quickly. But now, the people from Anbu dare not provoke Kainu easily. It would be more embarrassing if I asked them to do a pole dance. The current 3 generations of Fenning are almost driven crazy by this false accusation. But not many people believed him. This matter spread more and more widely, and after Sandai Fenning admitted that he had been involved in illusion and actually danced, it was even more out of control. If he was given another chance to choose, he would rather leave everything rotten in his stomach than reveal half of it. Well now, I originally wanted to make Kainu appear on the assassination list of other villages. The list is up. However, his reputation was also ruined. When others think of his 3 generations of Fenning, they can think of pole dancing, but Kainu is alive and kicking, and there is no shit. In this way, the 3 generations of Fenning almost lost to the grandmother's house. It's boring. After sitting for a while, Chiyuki returned home to sleep, and the ninja in Anbu breathed a sigh of relief. The kid finally left. The next day, Sinead's head almost exploded, and she lay listlessly on the table. Her face was not very normal, and those who didn't know thought she was seriously ill.